All of the skink and I would like to bring the House to order. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Garcia Sander.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Armagost, Bacon, Barone, Byrd, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, DeGraff, Duran, English, Representative English is excused. Espinoza, Ferre, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Representative Joseph is excused. Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, Linstead, Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Pascal, Phillips, Puglisi, Richardson, Ricks,
Present.
Rootnell, Ryden, Sirota, Smith, Soper, Representative Soper, Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Representative Titone is excused. Valdez A, Velasco, Weinberg, Wilford is excused. Winter, Woodrow is excused. Representative Woog, Zokai, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 60 present, 5 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy Friday.
Happy
Hop,
Friday.
Pop. We like to hop. We like to hop on top of pop. Stop. You must not hop on pop. Mr. Brown, Mrs. Brown, Mr. Brown upside down. Pup up, Brown down. Where is Brown? Where is Brown? There is Brown. Mr. Brown is in the town. And what happened then? Well, in Whoville, they say that the Grinch's small heart grew 3 sizes that day. You can find magic wherever you look. Sit back and relax. All you need is a book. You're never too old, too wacky, too wild to pick up a book and read to a child. Happy Read Across America Week. I hope that you had some great childhood thoughts and that you read to a child tonight or tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Thursday, March 6th, 2025 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, we're going to do announcements and introductions first today. Representative Gilchrist, I've lost you. There she is. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy Zoo Day, everyone.
Woohoo!
I am so proud that the Denver Zoo is in my district. As one of Colorado and the nation's oldest wildlife conservation organizations, the Denver Zoo Conservation Alliance is a champion for wildlife and wild places in Colorado across the globe. Their unwavering commitment to the conservation is evident in their commitment to the community engagement and fieldwork. From protecting endangered species in their native habitats to empowering local communities to become stewards of their own natural resources, the Alliance impacts resonates far beyond the boundaries of the zoo. On this Zoo Day, we celebrate the Denver Zoo's Conservation Alliance and its tireless work to protect wildlife. By welcoming more than 1.5 million guests to the zoo each year, they inspire us all to become more engaged in protecting the natural world, reminding us that even small actions can contribute to a larger movement of positive change. We're proud to recognize the Alliance's invaluable contributions to Colorado and reaffirm our support for their vital mission, inspiring communities to save wildlife for future generations. I wanted to recognize Olive the lizard, who's up with the speaker. Maybe Olive's lovely person can wave. Anybody who hasn't seen Olive yet, come up and hang with her. And then I also wanted to recognize the amazing zoo staff. If you want to stand, thank you so much for being here. We're so grateful. Thank you. This is my first Zoo Day, but I have heard that this is such a wonderful day, and I have experienced that. So if anybody saw the porcupine out there, that massive snake, we're really, really grateful for you all to come and make this Friday start off well. So thank you. Happy Zoo Day, everyone.
Woohoo! Happy Zoo Day. Thank you, Rep. Gilchrist. And we are going to park wonderful Olive, the skink, right over here for anybody who wants to pet her. Thank you, Becca. Zoo Day is great. So excited. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I would like to welcome the Colorado Optometric Association to the chamber today. Many of your local eye doctors are here today, and I hope you will take a moment to say hello. These doctors are providing critical care, eye care in your communities and are vital to Colorado's overall quality of care. So, as you have the time today, please make sure you take a moment to thank these good eye doctors.
Excellent. AML Bacon.
Thank you, members. I would like to welcome the South Suburban Denver and Greater Pikes Peak chapters of Jack and Jill of America Incorporated. Our young people are over here to the side. Please welcome them. Jack and Jill has been around for 87 years, and it's dedicated to supporting the civic and social leadership of young African American children. So we are really excited to have you here for your lobby day / civic engagement day. And so if you have a chance and you see a young person, please say hello and share with them what you do. Thank you so much.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I could have your attention, folks, and after this, we would like to bring down the Capitol Choir for two purposes. We have a member with a birthday, but also today is the 100th birthday of an amazing woman who has done so much for Colorado and who's part of an amazing family, Joan Newsom. It's a Tuskegee Airman family, and Joan and her husband, let me just get the name right, Fitzroy, came to Colorado in 1970 after retiring from the Air Force, and he then went to work for Martin Marietta, and Joan went to work for Denver Public Schools as a special ed teacher. And happy birthday, Joan Newsom, 100 years old, amazing. And happy birthday also.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is also our lovely colleague from HD64, Dusty Johnson's birthday today. So let's get the Capitol Choir down to the well. Let's sing her a very happy birthday before we start our Friday.
Joan and Dusty.
Oh, who wants to kick us off?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Johnson. And Joan Newsom. Happy birthday to you.
All the names.
What a great way to start out our Friday. Representative Luck, you have a special guest today.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do. I have my son here with me today, as well as some folks from Fremont County. It's Fremont County Day at the Capitol, and so they're all up there, and we'll welcome them, please. Thank you.
Members, we are going to begin business for the day. Please make your way to your seats. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following House Bills 1005, 1094, 1154 as amended, 1174 as amended, and Senate Bills 24, 170, and 180 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Printing report.
The Chief Clerk reports
Printing
the
report
following.
will be printed in the journal. Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over Senate Bill 39 until Monday, March 10th, 2025.
Seeing no objections, Senate Bill 39 will be laid over until Monday. Members, one announcement. Representatives Sirota, Byrd, and Taggart will be excused at such time as needed so that the Joint Budget Committee can meet. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be added to the special orders calendar on Friday, March 7th, 2025 at 9:22 a.m. House Bill 1010, House Bill 1238, House Bill 1247, House Bill 1197, House Bill 1266, House Bill 1217.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar today, March 7th, 2025 at 9:22 a.m.
What's going on?
The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Members, I have another announcement. Representatives Garcia and Richardson will be excused at such time as needed so that they may participate in the Property Tax Commission when they meet. Representative Mabry. Seeing no objection, Representative Mabry will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request to have a bill read at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen. And on I legislate, bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 28 until after House Bill 1247, House Bill 1185 until after House Bill 1197, and House Bill 1208 until after House Bill 1217. Correction, Mr. Chair. Let me just start over. I move to lay over Senate Bill 28 until after House Bill 1247, House Bill 1185 until after House Bill 1197, and House Bill 1203 until after House Bill 1217.
Seeing no objection, the calendar will be reordered accordingly. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1010.
House Bill 1010 by Representatives Zokai and Brown, also Senator Weissman, concerning a prohibition against engaging in price gouging.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move House Bill 1010 and the committee report.
To the committee report.
The committee report, we made some changes to the bill, but we are bringing a substantive amendment that will address these changes and more. And so we ask the committee to reject the committee report, and we ask for a no vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is... Okay, members, I'm hearing that folks cannot hear me. It is too loud. Okay. Members, the motion before us is the adoption of the committee report from the Business Affairs and Labor Committee. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed say no.
No!
The committee report is not adopted. To the bill. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Colleagues, we all know that things are more expensive and that families in our districts are struggling to make ends meet. There are many reasons behind these cost increases. There are things like supply chain disruptions, rising fuel costs, increased interest rates, and all of these are real things that drive up expenses and make goods and services more expensive for our families. But it is ignorant for us to say that corporate greed is not also a factor. We would not be doing our jobs if we ignore that there are bad actors raising their prices well beyond their increased costs and prioritizing their bottom line over affordability for consumers. When it comes to necessities, this is especially egregious. They know that our constituents have no choice but to pay up, and they are squeezing them for every last cent. So let's be clear about what price gouging is and isn't. When a corporation passes on increased costs to make sure that they are not operating at a loss, that is not price gouging. But when a corporation says that costs are going up due to inflation or tariffs or bird flu, but is actually using those things as a smokescreen and raising prices to truly just pad their pockets, that is a deceptive trade practice, and that is price gouging. We have national and statewide reports that show that this is happening. They have demonstrated that prices are increasing far beyond what can be explained by inflation and rising costs. And we also see that in areas where there's less competition, prices are disproportionately inflated. This bill bars price gouging, and it's an extension of protections that we put in place during COVID. It gives our state the tools to hold bad actors accountable, and it levels the playing field for honest businesses that play by the rules. So let's keep in mind as well that those businesses can often be victims of price gouging by their suppliers and their wholesalers. In our districts, we have parents that are skipping meals so their kids can eat. We have older adults that are choosing between rent and groceries. We have students working multiple jobs while going to school and still not able to purchase the basic things that they need to get by. We have a duty to deliver for them, not for big business. Giant corporate interests are squeezing our families for their profits. They are spending billions on stock buybacks, and our constituents are struggling to put food on the table. Preventing the largest corporations from taking advantage of consumers will save people money. It will reduce the cost of essential items like food, groceries, diapers. It will make Colorado more affordable for everyday people and honest businesses. And I ask that you join me today in delivering a solution for them.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments of my co-prime sponsor and her leadership on this issue, and it is my honor to join her. At this time, I move L022 to House Bill 1010 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and that amendment is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Brown. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment states that upon a disaster declaration, certain protections against price gouging kick in. Let's be clear that price gouging is never permissible, whether or not it is a time of disaster. However, this bill will set some clear guidelines that make it easier for businesses to comply with the law. We are clarifying that a disaster is not just a natural disaster, but a market disaster as well. It means that things like tariffs, inflation, or other situations that disrupt that normal balance of supply and demand, that these things can also be grounds for a disaster declaration. And then upon that declaration, prices for goods and services are not to increase by more than 10% of their usual selling price.
Representative Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank my colleague. This amendment was heavily negotiated and we believe fixes many of the problems that many business interests had with this particular bill. We are pleased to bring it forward because, you know, over the last several years, the Colorado General Assembly has worked very hard to make sure that unfair price gouging, especially in the wake of a disaster, is a thing of the past. In 2020, we passed an important bill to prohibit price gouging on food and emergency supplies in the wake of a declared disaster. Last year, I was proud to sponsor legislation that prohibited price gouging on rent in the wake of a disaster, and this bill gives the governor the authority to declare that there has been a market disruption or even a trade disruption, and to trigger protections for consumers that will keep prices from increasing and making everyday necessities unaffordable. We would ask for an aye vote on L022.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the benefit of my colleagues who are just seeing this, I, who read slow, haven't finished it, so I'm just going to read the relevant parts here so that we're all on the same page as we engage in this conversation. So, as used in this Part 7, unless the context otherwise requires, disaster, and this is current law, means the occurrence or imminent threat of widespread or severe damage, injury, or loss of life or property resulting from any natural cause or cause of human origin, including but not limited to fire, flood, earthquake, wind, storm, wave action, hazardous substance incident, oil spill, or other water contamination requiring emergency action to avert danger or damage, volcanic activity, epidemic, air pollution, blight, drought, infestation, explosion, civil disturbance, hostile military or paramilitary action. Here is the new language: a market disruption, including a trade disruption or an atypical disruption in the market that affects production, distribution, or consumption of a product or service. Returning to current law, or a condition of riot, insurrection, or invasion existing in the state or in any county, city, town, or district in the state. All new law under a new section. If the governor declares a disaster emergency pursuant to section 24-33.5-704, subsection 4, and the disaster emergency declaration cites to this subsection 2.5, a price increase in the sale or offer for sale of any good or service listed in subsection 2 of this section amounts to price gouging if the price has increased by more than 10% of the price at which the seller sold or offered for sale similar goods or services before the disaster began, or if the seller did not sell or offer for sale similar goods or services before the disaster began, the price at which a similarly situated seller sold or offered for sale similar goods or services before the disaster began. While I have policy issues with this amendment, I will compliment the bill sponsors for removing what was done in committee. I served on that committee that day as a substitute, and some of the things in the committee report were very confusing as to what applied and how it was being expanded. And so I appreciate this new language for its clarity. I know that there are others who want to speak as to its substance. I will be back also to speak to its substance, but now that we're all on the same page, I think we can do that in a better way. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is yet another example of a disaster in the making. What we've done in this amendment here, I mean, what's already there and then changing it, adding to, is turning effectively everything into a disaster. And now all we have to do is have the governor declare it as a disaster, and you can pretty much find anything in that list and declare it a disaster. You could call this economy a disaster. How would you call this economy disaster? Well, we had to tap in order to balance the budget, we have to tap into our emergency funds. That could be a disaster. That's going to affect some level of, maybe it's not a blight, drought, or infestation, explosion, hostile military or paramilitary, but it is a market disruption, including a trade disruption. A trade disruption could be something like even the imposition of tariffs. So you have tariffs that are imposed as a normal part of trade. You can declare a disaster. Now, would a governor ever use the declaration of a disaster in order to claim and bring in an unlimited amount of power? Oh, yeah, the answer is yes. But it was supposed to be a rhetorical question, but the answer, of course, is yes. We could go from one disaster until another disaster. We had a market production disruption the other day. Market consumption. What's the market consumption? Oh yeah, Denver restaurants in 4 localities, in 4 municipalities are going out of business, 22%. That's a big disruption. We could have a restaurant disaster on our hands, 22% closed. Also, interestingly enough, 22.5% would be the inflation over the last 4 years. That's a disaster. That is a huge market disaster that affects, it's a market disruption, trade disruption, because what happens when you devalue your productivity, when you devalue your wages by 22%? Could we maybe say that there is a disruption or atypical disruption in the market? Is a 22% over, that is called unprecedented. The level of inflation under Bidenomics has been called unprecedented on every single level. That is a market disruption. That is a disaster. That is true, that is a disaster. I don't think the solution to that disaster would be creating another disaster of giving the governor unfettered control over our economy. When you ask the people to solve the problem that created the problem, you always get a bigger problem. This bill is demanding that the people that made the problem solve the problem. You will get a bigger problem. If the people that made the market disruption are in charge of solving this market disruption, you're going to foul up that market beyond anything recognizable, and we're already there. That has been a market disruption. Affects a market disruption that affects production, distribution, or consumption of a product or service, What would a... By that definition, this room is a disaster. Everything we do impacts those, and it impacts it in a negative way. So by the definition of this amendment, this room, the General Assembly, is a disaster. The policies that have been created by this room and foisted on the citizens of Colorado has created the restaurant disaster, the food distribution disaster, the transportation disaster, the housing disaster. We'll just move from one disaster to another, making the disaster worse, and then declaring it'll be a disaster. You're not going to solve any of these problems by turning more authority over to the people that made the problems. We had to balance the budget with the reserve, the emergency reserve. That's a disaster. Why did we have to do that? Because the General Assembly can't get its spending under control. And in case it wasn't covered in something as broad as a market disruption, including a trade disruption or any atypical disruption in the market that affects production, distribution, or consumption, product or service, we threw in not limited to. So not only is this an incredibly broad definition, but this definition, by definition, has no definition. We have no idea what a disaster is. A disaster is any reason the governor would declare a disaster for the purpose of taking power unto himself. And while I'm sure the current governor, we have nothing but good intentions, I mean, I fear for 2026. Who knows what we're going to get in 2026? This demands that the governor can insert himself into every aspect, not just insert himself, but become the supreme dictator of all things Colorado by the mere declaration of a disaster. We have a housing disaster, boom. We have a market disaster, we have a restaurant disaster, boom. This bill would make it so that we do not need the General Assembly, because every problem that the governor wants to solve, he could just declare a disaster. And this is to fix price gouging after a disaster. Price gouging, and then just by definition, what is price gouging? It's just whatever this room decides what price gouging is. And one of those things that price gouging has is, would be the price of water. How do we determine that? How do we determine what is, because a lot of people in this room are willing to spend $2, $3, $4 on something that's free. And it's packaged in packaged in less than a nickel's worth of plastic. Yet it costs $2. What are you paying for? You're paying for the distribution. So we'll talk about the price gouging, the price fixing. So this is not an anti-price gouging bill. This is a price fixing bill. This is to make the market even more. It's just to control the market with the, put a little emotive hook on there, and this body will swallow it to the sinker every time. Call it price gouging. Get everybody's emotions hyped up. And then sink the hook. Government control. Not just government control, governor control. This amendment, prior to this amendment, was just an invitation for the governor to be the supreme dictator of Colorado. This amendment just solidifies that. It's pretty terrifying. I'm not sure if the sponsors are familiar with the Constitution, but that would be something that I think that would be telling in this. So I think we need to, well, one, we need to get rid of this bill in general because it's declaring the General Assembly to be smarter than the market, and we know that has created disaster. And when the General Assembly creates the next disaster, or the continuation of the series of disasters that are being created, probably 600 times in this room this year, then we don't want the solution to be the governor's imposition. So I recommend a no vote on ceding all legislative authority to the governor. That's all this amendment does, is it just gives absolute control to the governor whenever he wants it. Whenever the governor wants it, declare a disaster. It could be in any one of these categories that covers absolutely everything. So as long as the economy, as long as Colorado is clicking around to whatever the governor wants, it doesn't have to be a disaster. As soon as it exits whatever the governor wants, I mean, what if the people don't? Then declare a disaster. This is declaring a dictatorial power over Colorado.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've already started down a road this session of giving more power to the governor. I don't think the governor should have more power, and you can quote me that now. You can quote me on that 6 months from now or 2 years from now. I don't think the governor should have more power. I think the governor needs less power, and I also think this body needs less power. We're steamrolling over the people, and we need to start putting the people first. This amendment gives more power to the governor. I don't understand that thought process. We just heard a couple of days ago that we're a republic and that we should operate as a republic. I agree with that. A republic is the people from the ground up being the ruling group within the state and within the federal government. So let's start working on making sure that the governor has less power. I strongly believe in that for this governor or the next governor. They need less power. So let's try to do the best we can to take these kind of statements out of law and put statements in like, this will limit the office of governor. This will limit how the governor looks at things. We did this with the pandemic on a bill a couple of weeks ago. We've got to stop this. The governor has too much power in this state already, and it needs to change. We talk all the time in this room how this room is the house of the people. It's not the house of the governor, and yet we obey the governor with these type of amendments, and we've got to push back against this and stop this. I strongly urge a no vote for the people, a no vote against this amendment, and a no vote to take more power out of the hands of the governor.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I sat, as I mentioned, on this committee during Business and Labor Affairs. It's not my normal committee, but I was subbing in and had the opportunity to hear this. In having an opportunity just now to more thoroughly review this amendment, I am kind of confused as relates to the bill sponsor's initial intention, because I don't see how what the bill sponsors initially wanted to capture is actually addressed in this. And I also don't understand how, and for everybody listening, what I mean by that is the bill as introduced contemplated creating a price gouging for all times. You didn't have to be in emergency times, it could be all times, that there would be an unfair and unconscionable price increase such that it would apply to anything. And we heard about things like eggs as example of that. But under this amendment, we're basically reverting back to the current law, which is kind of confusing to me because the governor already has this opportunity to do this, and we're not striking. We're not striking any of the things he currently has as opportunity to do. So for instance, let's just read it, and then we're all, again, on the same page. The General Assembly hereby finds and determines that under ordinary conditions, the pricing of consumer goods and services generally is best left to the marketplace, except that when a declared disaster results in abnormal disruptions of the market. The public interest requires that any unfair and unconscionable increase in the price of consumer goods or services be discouraged, and protecting consumers from price gouging is a vital function of the state's interest in providing for the health, safety, and welfare of the public, and declares that existing prohibitions on deceptive or unfair and unconscionable trade practices under this Article 1 should be clarified to ensure that price gouging has been and remains a violation of this Article 1. That's the legislative declaration. Getting into the meat. A person engages in an unfair and unconscionable act or practice when, during a disaster period and within the designated area, the person charges a price so excessive as to amount to price gouging in. And then it lists all sorts of things. Then we get to other sections, like a price shall not be considered unreasonably excessive if the seller can prove that due to the events that gave rise to the disaster declaration, the price charged by the seller is directly attributable to additional costs imposed by the seller's supplier or suppliers or other direct costs of providing the good or service sold or offered for sale by the seller. That's basically encompassing what this amendment, this strike below, is doing. So what I don't understand is why we're leaving that in if basically we're replacing it, because to me that's just going to lead to confusion about what is the standard under what situation. Because under current law, it's a price so excessive, but under this, it will be more defined related to 10% of the price, etc. So if really all we're talking about is times of disaster, when the governor has declared, because we have now eliminated the original part of this bill, which was to apply price gouging at all times, and do I need to clarify my question? Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to suggest is that this becomes now confusing because what is currently the standard is already the disaster declaration. We're not striking that from the text. We're adding another standard for disaster declarations, and we're eliminating really the basis of this bill. So if the bill sponsors can help me understand why we're now applying two standards to the same type of condition and why it was decided to eliminate the original goal, which was to apply price gouging standards at all times. That'd be great. Thank you.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to answer that question and clarify, existing law is a little more narrow than what we're doing here. And so if there is a disaster and it's in a confined disaster area, that standard still applies if it's excessive or unconscionable. And then to answer your question about the scope of this bill, I think it's important to understand the definition of price gouging and what that means. So price gouging is taking advantage of a certain market condition. So this is still accomplishing our goals here, which is to say that if there is a disruption in the market, you don't have that typical force of supply and demand, that if you are taking advantage of that to unfairly raise prices, that is price gouging. This narrows it to the governor's declaration, but it still is my exact intent of you cannot price gouge, which is taking advantage of market conditions.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate that, and I understand exactly what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree with it, though, because it seems that that is already the law. And it does require that added step of the executive branch declaring that disaster, which was not really what I understood to be the purpose when we were talking about this in committee. My understanding was at all times, regardless of whether this kind of disaster has been declared, that we would hold this standard. And so I appreciate your answer. I still, though, have a question related to the confusing nature of these two standards. So you have a declared disaster emergency in a particular zone where you're saying the current law applies, but now you have this other. So are you suggesting that this only will come into effect in the event that it's a statewide disaster emergency in order to square with what is already current law? So again, the section, as my colleagues discuss what their position is on this, again, the current law says that you cannot engage in price gouging during the disaster period within the designated disaster zone, which presumably, again, a disaster zone could be limited to one county in the case of a fire. It also could be limited to the whole state. So there's still seemingly a conflict of law such that I wonder if it would be better for the general public and for the execution of this if we strike what is currently the standard and avoid any and all confusion so that we know this has actually become the standard. Because when is it that we would argue that the person engaged in a price so excessive, and when is it that we could argue the 10% that is contemplated under this amendment? I don't know if we're going to get an answer, and are you, okay, thank you.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is upon the governor's declaration. So you can have a disaster where you have a fire in a designated area, and you can have prices that are excessive, and that standard applies. Or specifically, the governor can invoke this as is listed in our amendment, and then there is that 10% cap. So it is very clear which standard applies because the governor would make that clear.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for clarifying that. That makes more sense. Can I understand a little better as to why we're sticking with the 10% in this, and what you anticipate is the difference between a price so excessive and the 10%? Like, what is a price so excessive? What is that level versus why is it that we're at the 10% here?
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate my colleague from Penrose and her thoughtful analysis of our amendment. 10% is a standard that has been applied across the country in many different states, and so we've stuck with that in this particular case as well, and we've applied it into Colorado law. So that's why 10% is in there.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague for letting me just close this out. 10%, again, I just want to put this on this record for those who weren't in committee. 10%, depending on the market, is not all that big of a swing. And one of the folks that came to testify were the fuel industry, and they talk about how their prices can increase and decrease within a much broader range, even within the same day. So just wanted to put that on the mic. Thanks.
Representative Hartsook.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is rather interesting, especially when we start out at the very first line. It says disaster means the occurrence, that's a given, or the imminent threat. And before I retired from the military, I spent several years down at Northcom, Northern Command in Colorado Springs, and our function there was to go out and respond to disasters. I've worked with disasters here in Colorado, the numerous wildfires we've had, the flooding that we've had, where we bring in resources. There is existing law, has been across every single state in this union for disasters. Every governor has existing authority to respond to these things. All it says for widespread damage, injury, loss of life, property, on and on and on. This stuff all exists. The governor has that authority. This particular state, the governor's got even more authority than most states do, because this body has acquiesced their responsibility to the governor to give them that, to continue that declaration basically in perpetuity. That's not healthy. That is not good for the public. When disasters are declared, there's a whole sequence of events that are kicked into action, not only at the state level, but at the federal level. When a governor declares a disaster in their state, there are immediate resources that become available from the federal government by virtue of that declaration. There are immediate compacts that go into effect by the virtue of that declaration. This is with states all across the country. You will see this not only in firefighting, but when there's floods, when there's any kind of disaster. It talks about man-made disasters. This gets into a variety of not only threats, terrorist actions. This is all programmed in. The military has worked extensively with the states, all the other resources of the government at the state and federal level. Every agency is brought to bear when there's these kinds of disasters. When we talk about something that is man-made coming on in, that in general almost always is going to involve the Department of Defense, because most often state National Guard units will be overwhelmed. And there's a whole bunch of scenarios we can get into, and I can sit here for days because I sat there and I did this for years. Why are we giving more authority, more power to any executive branch? This is the legislative branch. We're the ones that are supposed to be responsible to the public. We're the ones that are supposed to be listening to our business people. We're the ones that are supposed to be listening to our consumers. There are so many authorities that already exist. This is adding to an overburdened plate that we are now again acquiescing our authority as the legislative branch to the executive branch. That's the last thing we should be doing. The absolute last thing. Because the more power that we cede from this branch of government to the executive branch bypasses what we are supposed to be doing out there for the public. All of these threats that are covered in this amendment have already, there's plenty of power to address them. It exists. It exists in every single state of the union. I've worked across the National Guard with the vast majority of those states. This is common. That's why so many states have compacts for disaster response. Different states have different resources. Different agencies will have those resources. All of that stuff goes into effect. And yet here in this amendment, I mean, we're even saying an imminent threat. That is incredibly subjective. Who decides what the imminent threat is? The governor? This body? A business? The federal government? The Department of Defense is responsible for protecting attacks against this country. That's what we look at. When we are looking outside, that is what we do. Law enforcement looks inside this country. That's where imminent threats come from. So now we're talking about declaring a disaster before something has physically happened. We've not done that. If it's an external threat, the Department of Defense will put up alerts. It will take a defensive posture. But we do not establish a disaster before something happens. That kind of authority is very extensive because it kicks so many things into action, not to mention the sheer cost of what it does, based upon what we deem to be an imminent threat. That's not how we've ever done business. That's not how we should do business. And that we clearly, this body should not cede that authority to the executive branch. I absolutely urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I have some questions on the amendment. So, as I'm reading the amendment, it talks about market disruptions. And I heard the sponsor talk about that could be a trade war, so tariffs, and right now we're looking at 25% tariffs on both of our top trading partners. That would certainly increase both your input costs as a business if you're importing something that you're perhaps fabricating or putting together for sale in our state. And a 25% increase is likely to be more than a 25% increase because by the time it filters to you, it's at least that, if not more. And so if there's a cap of 10%, that would still mean there's a 15% spread that you wouldn't be able to recover. So I was looking, this is in 6.1.730. This adds the 2.5, but then there's the subsection 3. And I just would like to know how subsection 3 and this new language in the amendment play together. Because subsection 3 says a price shall not be considered unreasonably excessive if the seller can prove that due to the events that gave rise to the disaster declaration, the price charged by the seller is directly attributable to additional costs imposed by the seller's supplier or supplies or other direct costs of providing the good or service sold or offered to be sold for sale by the seller. I would like to know how this language and the amendment actually interact together, because here, as the seller, I would be able to make a case. However, the amendment is saying there's a cap of 10%. And so which prevails? I mean, if there's a cap of 10%, can I make the case only up to 10%? Or is this actually now a tolling provision where, as a seller, I could toll the 10%?
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague for your thoughtful analysis. It acts as an affirmative defense. So if there are costs attributed to the disaster that are above 10%, that is a defense. We are not asking businesses to operate at a loss. We put that 10% cap, and then there is a defense if there are legitimate costs that you can pass through.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L22. Representative DeGraft.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's just a lot of undefined things here. The beauty of the free market is that it's free. When we start doing these sort of things with the formerly free market in the formerly free state of Colorado, we're just going to end up with larger problems. The government is, this body, this room, is probably the least able to respond accurately to what's going on in a crisis or a disaster. Getting this body out of the process is probably the absolute best thing in the case of a disaster. Most likely the disaster, given all of the examples, most likely the disaster is political. I mean, wave action. I don't know that Colorado has ever been in danger of wave action. If we're in danger of wave action, that would be a pretty extreme risk to life.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just checking in.
I appreciate that. I was just waiting. Assuming I'm not here for my health, this is obvious thing, but for my health. A price increase in the sale or offer for sale of any good or service listed in this section. So, prices go up and down by more than 10% on a daily basis. And that's just the market determining what the market will bear. The price of an object in the market is just what the market will bear. When we look at the price of things like art, just for example, nobody thinks that piece of art is worth $20 million. That's just money laundering. And price gouging. You could say that the art market is full of price gouging based on some disaster of a market disruption because that price went up by 10%. There's absolutely no limit to where this bill inserts itself under the guise of price gouging. And what does price gouging do? Well, price gouging in the free market, not advocating for price gouging, but in a free market, you have the exchange of good for good. Nobody requires somebody in a free market to buy a product. So what happens in a market? Now, this is going to be a surprise to some people that did not take Econ 101. But there's this basic Econ 101. It's called the supply-demand curve. If you have a fixed supply, and then the demand goes down, the price goes down. If the demand goes up, the price goes up. If you limit your supply and demand goes up, your price goes up. It's a way for the market to adjust. So what's called price gouging in this bill is actually just a market adjustment. And do you know the best way to have the market readjust? Is to allow the market to readjust. So let's look at what happens with price gouging in a disaster. In a disaster or someplace that might have wave action. Say Florida, a hurricane's coming. If you wait until after the hurricane, the price of water, price of dog food, the price of any food is going to be really high. It's going to go up by more than 10%. And what does that do? That limits people's ability to go in and buy out the entire store. So what that does is it creates an automatic rationing process for that area. It also precludes the arbitrage. So a lot of this would come from the idea of the arbitrage that happened during the pandemic when our market was Fauci'd up beyond anything recognizable. And there was a run on things like toilet paper, on hand sanitizer, on all of those things. And people ended up with garages full of hand sanitizer, and then they were putting it on the market. And that was all because of some arbitrage app. But what happened to the market? The market responded. Breweries in Colorado converted their output to hand sanitizer. Now, the state rewarded them for that ingenuity by suing them. So that might be a problem. There is no problem the government can't make worse with a solution, and that would be a perfect example. This would be another. So Econ 101, what this is saying is that the sponsors are saying that we know better than the free market forces that are in play. And one of the things when they put supercomputers against the free market to figure out what prices should be, they fail. Because the price of something has an emotive component, has a logical component, has a scientific component. Has lots of components that supercomputers can't handle, but the sponsors of the bill can. There is no problem the government can't make worse with a solution. This one is making it worse on steroids. So what happens in a disaster? When you know a disaster is coming in Florida, one thing that you're probably going to do is you're going to stock up on water, you're going to stock up on toilet paper, you're going to stock up on dog food. You're going to have a corner of your garage that is probably dedicated to those things that you're going to want in an emergency. Otherwise, why have them? Here's the other thing that an increase of price more than 10% does. Probably members of the JBC would recognize the market forces, the benefit. What else happens when water becomes really expensive in Florida? Well, people from the neighboring states go to Costco, load up their truck with water, and they drive it down to Florida. So they create, and what does that availability of water? If everybody drives, gets in their truck, fills up, rents a U-Haul, goes to the store, buys the water out of it that's not needed, and drives it down to Florida, do you think they're going to fill up their truck, rent a U-Haul, fill up their truck, if they can If the state is, in that case, or in Colorado, let's say whatever disaster might befall us here, do you think people are going to come to our rescue if they know that if they charge more than 10% that they're going to get sued by the state? No. They're not going to come to our rescue. Now, there's nothing in a disaster that requires you to buy an item. Nothing. When you exchange, if the price of something doubles, that individual is making the choice that whatever they have in their pocket that is good, then whatever is on that shelf that is a good, they make that determination. So the only way that price gouging actually works is if consumers are willing to pay that price. That's how a free market works. Free market, FUBAR market. We want the free market. We don't want the market that's fouled up beyond anything recognizable. That's what this does. Not only in a disaster, but anytime the governor has a whim to call a disaster. I listened to bills last night. I listened to multiple people say that we're in the middle of a climate disaster. We're in the middle of an atmospheric disaster. We tell people to come here for our clean air, and then we tell them it's an atmospheric hellhole. I don't know how that works, but it sounds like a disaster that the governor would probably like to get involved in. Maybe start fixing prices, fixing rent, fixing elections, fixing everything that needs fixing in the state. Just with an executive order. Now, for those of you who are concerned about executive orders are orders to the executive. They're not orders to you. They're orders as to how the executive branch should behave at the behest of the executive. That we've allowed it to become some dictatorial measure where we tape off kids' playgrounds. That was a disaster. What was a disaster of the COVID disaster was the experts. There was nothing more deadly than the experts. So this bill, with the emotional hook of being about price gouging and protecting the little guy, is really a dictatorial power grab and a complete usurpation of the free market. All in like one page. I mean, the efficiency of the sponsors to completely undermine the free market while granting dictatorial powers to the governor is really phenomenal. This is highly efficient in that regard. So, in regard to that, I move L022.
L022 has already been moved, and I thought we had been talking about how you didn't like it.
I have an amendment. I don't like
Okay.
it. I have an amendment. I have an amendment to the amendment, just to be clear. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify my clarification. I have an amendment, but it says L022, and what is this? Sorry about that. I move L023 to L022. I had my papers confused here. My apologies.
Okay, that is a proper motion, and that is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, this is amend the Brown floor amendment, House Bill 1010 L022, page 1, strike lines 8 through 18, substitute widespread severe damage, injury, or loss of life or property. Now, a lot of this is in current law, which is obviously templated from some other law, and plagiarism is the key to standardization. But wind, storm, wave action, hazardous substances, instant oil spill, other water contamination requiring emergency action to avert damage. I'm not sure how many oil tankers that we have on the inland lakes of Colorado, but apparently there are a few. And the reason for getting rid of this out of current law is because it's not only repetitious and redundant, it's duplicative. My colleague would like me to say that again. It's not only repetitious and redundant, but it's duplicative. Madam Majority Leader, one more time for you. It's repetitious, redundant, and duplicative. Thank you. It's a good thing I'm your favorite.
To the amendment, Representative.
So what we
Graff.
have, and the reason that I would like to amend this is because the example of mission creep is the example that's given in this amendment. Because you have this massive amount of law. The more the words, the less the meaning. I think that's Ecclesiastes. And then you add all of this stuff, and then it's really easy. It looks like it's just wafer thin, and you just add that in. It's wafer thin. It's just wafer thin. And then you barely even notice that you've added a market disruption, including a trade disruption or any typical disruption in the market that affects production, distribution, or consumption or a product or service. Any. Or a condition of riot or insurrection or invasion existing in the state. It's kind of funny. I mean, that's put in there. Civil disturbance, hostile, military, paramilitary, and then not tacked onto the end where it would go, or a condition of a riot, insurrection, or invasion, which would go along with paramilitary action. What it's doing, this amendment actually puts market disruption, including trade, in the same continuation of thought as paramilitary action, riot, and insurrection. So that's kind of interesting to me in general. But the point is that this bill takes the temptation of just inserting something else, inserting the absolute dictatorial power of the governor right in the middle of that, where you probably won't even notice. And I'm assuming this was coordinated with the governor. So I'm assuming the governor wanted complete and absolute dictatorial power over Colorado, because this would give it to him. This completely, so the purpose of House Bill, or Amendment L023 is to pare that down. And what we're going to do is we're going to resulting from any natural cause, because strike lines, because what does that leave? A disaster means the occurrence or imminent threat of widespread severe damage, injury, of loss of life or property. Now we're talking about the areas of life that the government has a rightful area to step in. To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. Which rights? Life, liberty, property. Then the governor could step in with an executive order for the behavior of his executive branch in order to protect those rights of the citizens of Colorado. Not before. Loss of life, that just kind of goes along the lines of the government's. We don't really need, because then it goes on, the bill goes on to say, from any natural cause or cause of human origin, whatever. Now we're getting into, it's not actually adding clarity, it's just adding noise. It's not from any specific natural cause or cause of human origin. It's from any cause. It's from any natural cause or cause from human origin. And then it goes on, because then it says, including but not limited to. So any cause, natural origin or cause human origin, including but not limiting to, I think that would be a prepositional phrase. On, above, below, including, with. I think that would be a prepositional phrase. And then so from from grammar, we could just strike that. Grammatically, we can just strike that. We don't need that. It does not add anything. It's just words. It's just words at that point, including but not limited to. So now we've just expanded that definition to whatever we want it to be. And it's only coming back and modifying this part that says property resulting from any natural cause or cause of human origin. Contamination required. So these are just examples. We don't need all the examples because they only include those examples. So the purpose of this is to clarify the law that the purpose of a disaster is anything that is going to be the occurrence or imminent threat of any widespread or severe damage, injury, or loss of life or property, or loss of life or property. That's it. Now we've reined in the government instead of expanding it, and now we can see when those who would expand the dictatorial powers of our governor. We are the party of the free market. So when the party of the dictatorial power of the governor, of the government, steps in, then we'll have a better idea of knowing what it is. Because a market disruption that affects production, disruption, consumption, or product, something like raising the minimum wage beyond a sustainable level or messing around with the other market, is not in line with a paramilitary action, or it's a condition of riot or insurrection. So what we want to do is we want to get rid of the superfluous noise out of that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to further limit the actions of the governor. Page 1, strike lines 25 through 33, and substitute this subsection, taxes and fees shall be suspended during the disaster period. So here's what the government can do. If the government wants to lower the price of materials during a disaster, then all the government has to do is say, during that time frame, the government will not charge taxes and fees. You want the price of gasoline to go down? Get rid of taxes and fees. You'd probably get rid of like 50 cents or more per gallon. You want the price of water to go down? Get rid of all the taxes and fees. Take off all of the taxes and fees. Instead, what the bill sponsors want to do is they want to limit and eliminate the most likely thing that there is to restoring the market and reestablishing lower prices. How would you do that? You bring in a lot of material. You bring in a lot of product. Why would you bring in a lot of product? Because the price is high. What does that high price do? Well, for the next disaster, it encourages people to go out and be prepared. So this bill not only would limit the market, it would not only limit the availability of material during a crisis, it would preclude it from coming in. So we want to get rid of that idea. We would like to, as painful as it is during that time frame, we would like to encourage people to be prepared. I would imagine that there's a lot of people that have some bulk thing of toilet paper stashed in their basement just in case the pandemic happens again. Probably have some water stashed away, maybe a couple gallons of gas for a generator. That won't work if you have electric heat, but whatever. You've got all this stuff. People have all these emergency supplies stashed away, and it's taking up room in their house. But why take up room in your house when you can just guarantee the price of the material? Oh, that's right, because the material won't be there, and you won't have any option of exchanging good for good, no matter how much of your good you want to exchange. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. If you want to have a disaster where nobody is prepared, this is the way to get there. If you want to live in Colorado that is going from one disaster to another, basically on the declaration of a tyrant, then this is your bill. So I'm trying to dial back the scope. Who knows what kind of tyrant we'll get in 2026? You should be thinking about that. If the governor declares a disaster emergency pursuant to section this, which would be going back up to here, disaster means the occurrent imminent threat, widespread severe damage. Page 1. So that part, instead of the government taking its good intentions and imposing them on the citizens of Colorado and messing up the market even more, what this is doing is it's just saying, hey, perhaps maybe the government could pare back its appetite just a little bit. Speaking of tyrants. Perhaps the government could pare back its appetite just a little bit and would strike this and say, taxes and fees shall be suspended during the disaster period. And before we get to that, I would like to move L024 to House Bill to L022 and ask that it be properly displayed. We'll do this one first. I withdraw that amendment for future
we have to
use.
get through this amendment first.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion?
No, this subsection of taxes and fees shall be suspended during the disaster period. So if the governor is going to declare a disaster, the surest way to make sure that the market not only functions according to the market, but at the same time we don't end up with price gouging, is for the governor during that taxes and fees shall be suspended during the disaster period. This is also a check on the governor's appetite for declaring a disaster because it is intentionally broad. Taxes and fees during a disaster, because that would apply to rent also. Taxes and fees during that time. During that time where there's a disaster, your property tax would be eliminated to zero, so you wouldn't need to declare every housing development a member of the Church of Woke and be able to eliminate the property tax there. You would just declare a disaster, property tax goes away for that time frame, and you're good to go. Rent goes down during that time. So this is really a broadly thought through bill because most of the problem on the market is the government. And so when we have a disruption, the best thing to do is take the government out of the mix. So this just eliminates worthless information from our revised statutes, clarifies, protects us from mission creep, and allows the prices to go down and be responsive to market forces during the time without penalizing the people that would be most able to affect that change, to reestablish the market. So if you want to have a response to the market that actually fixes the problem, this amendment, to fix the amendment, to eliminate the dictatorial control of the governor and to reestablish market forces is what you want. So I ask for an aye vote. I mean, unless you're in favor of having a dictator in Colorado. Some are. So we'll find out who's in favor of having a dictator in Colorado. But this amendment creates a dictator. The amended amendment gets rid of it.
Could we not impugn the motives of our colleagues?
Yes, sir. I have no idea why anybody would want a dictator in Colorado, so I won't speak to their motives. But this would preclude that event. This would also help to reestablish market forces, and it would also lessen the government's inclination to declare a disaster, because in the declaration of disaster, the government itself would have to dial back its appetite. And we know the government does not like to dial back its appetite. So I recommend an aye vote on this amendment to the amendment. So that's it.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate my colleague from El Paso County's commitment to the rule of law and to democracy. I look forward to working with him on pushing back against unconstitutional and illegal actions in the future. This particular amendment strikes existing law, and I think I'm kind of confused by it, to be honest with you, because I don't understand why we wouldn't want people to be protected from fires and floods and catastrophes and windstorms in the event that those happen, and that we wouldn't want people to take advantage or to be able to be protected from being taken advantage of when they have the only air conditioners or the only toilet paper that's available after a natural disaster. So it's difficult for me to understand why we would be striking such a critical consumer protection that prevents against disaster capitalism in existing law. So we ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify my clarification. So why would we do this? Grammatically, I already covered. Everything after including is redundant. It's unnecessary. It's examples. It is only examples of things that would be widespread or severe damage or injury to life or property. That's all it is. From any natural cause or a cause of human origin. Everything after the from has no meaning. It's an example. It's adding color. It's adding color to the sentence. It's not adding substance. That's all. Now, what my colleague doesn't understand, obviously, is the market. What we're trying to do, and note that he referred to it as disaster capitalism. The derogatory word, I think, sounds to me like capitalism. Under assault yet again. Why? What we have is a free market. We should have a free market. Until the government inserts itself, we have a free market. What you have with this bill would be a rigid capitalism where the only people that would have access to fixing the problem would be those that already have the existing supply chains going. So this would protect the existing supply chains no matter how unresponsive they are. This would be protecting the capital of those structures that are already in place. So it's kind of ironic that my colleague would decry capitalism while protecting it, while simultaneously undermining the free market that will solve the problem, that historically solves the problem. Again, if you want somebody to come and solve the problem, you need people from several states away to decide that they're going to go rent a U-Haul, a Ryder, or whatever other truck you want, because I don't want to give any preference to any sort of brand name, but they're going to go out and load up the truck or load up their own truck with a bunch of water and food and drive it. And when a lot of people do that, what happens is the price goes back down because then you have a surplus. A free market creates a surplus, fixing prices is an emotive mechanism that is shown to create shortages. This bill, in a disaster, will create shortages. And at some point, there are people that would rather have, they would say, you know what? I will trade you $10 for a bottle of water. It is worth that to me at this point because this piece of paper that says 10 on it has very limited value at this point, and so therefore I'm willing to trade it. And the person that has made that market investment is going to go home with some additional money as a reward for stepping outside and fixing the problem. Otherwise, what we'll have is we'll have water, the same price, within 10%. We just won't have any. But we'll feel good about not having any because the price did not go up. Now let's go back to the example. The only reason that the price would actually go up is because people are willing to pay for it, and they've made the decision, the conscious decision, to trade what they have in their pocket, whatever good that they have available to them. I mean, whiskey is a good commodity during times like that. I mean, if you want to have a level of currency, whiskey is usually the recommended one. But this will create shortages. So it really doesn't matter what the intent of the bill is. The fact of it is, in a disaster, this will create shortages, and so now we've come to the crux of the bill. The purpose of the bill is to create shortages in a disaster. I don't know why. I'm not speaking to motive. I think the motive is good. But it will, the reality of these bills, just like the reality of price controls on rent, is that it creates shortages. Rent control creates shortages and slums and higher prices. But that's just history talking. Price gouging rules create shortages. And then they create arbitrage. When you protect this within 10%, so the purpose of this is to try to preclude arbitrage. And again, arbitrage was when somebody went to Costco, and you see the pictures of them, or Sam's or whatever, every single store out there, and they buy up all the toilet paper, and they buy up all the hand sanitizer, and they buy up all the dog food, and they buy up all the cans of tuna, and then they sell them online for 1,000% markup because somebody is going to buy them. This bill will guarantee the viability of arbitrage. You say it can't go up more than 10%. That means whoever gets into the store first can go in and buy up as much as they want because it hasn't gone up. Then they can go home and they can buy that up. They can sell it online or they can sell it on the street corner. Why the sponsor wants to facilitate arbitrage and create those shortages, I don't know. I can't speak to that motive. But we know that's what's going to happen because that's what did happen. Those are the examples of what happens. This bill does not happen in a vacuum of the intentions of the sponsor.
Representative DeGraff, can we take it back to the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the sponsor said he didn't know why I would want to make it so that we can't respond to a flood or earthquake. There's nothing in this bill that would make it so we can't respond to a flood or earthquake. Because grammatically, those words in this part mean absolutely nothing. The only thing that means anything is talking about the occurrent or imminent threat of widespread severe damage, injury, loss of life. And then we have clarity. And we don't give the governor the opportunity to declare a disaster in Colorado every time there's a temperature inversion or a market disruption caused by this room. So we get rid of we want the price to go down. We want to encourage the market to respond, and I think that's an excellent, and the way to do that is to remove, one way to do that is to remove all taxes and fees during that time frame. Because if you remove all taxes and fees during that time frame, not only does the price of the product go down, or it might not go down, but you would still maintain that incentive for somebody else to fix the market, but their rent would also go down. And if their rent goes down, then they have the ability to buy more of what they need, while keeping the price in place to encourage somebody else to come in and fix the market. So there's all kinds of fees. We've looked at all the fees. I mean, it would be a great time to register your car during a disaster, because then there
Representative
wouldn't be a
McGrath,
fee.
I've been giving you a lot of latitude. Could you take it back to the amendment?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just trying to deal with what I felt
Nothing
was...
in this bill or amendment is about rent. You've talked a lot about rent.
No. I understand. I understand what you're talking about, Mr. Chair. I'm just saying that in this amendment, because it would, this declaration, this subsection, taxes and fees would be suspended during the disaster period. So we've covered the hundreds of fees that are present in Colorado because of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. The taxes and the fees are usurpations and end runs around the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. But during the disaster, those taxes and fees would go away. So prices would go down during a disaster. Prices on products would go down. Your rent price would go down. And this bill specifically addresses rent, so that during a housing shortage, all of a sudden you can't raise, the rent can't be raised, but this would be a way to lower the fees so that when you can't raise the rent, that people have more money in their pocket. If they have more money in their pocket, then they can purchase more of the good that they need in order to survive that, and if they can afford the good. So this is getting the government out of the way of disaster response. And the sponsor was asking why I would want to get in the way of disaster response when this amendment to the amendment to get rid of to preclude the dictatorial powers of the governor would allow the repair to the market to take place while simultaneously curbing some of the appetite of the government. Because if you limit the taxes and fees of the government, of this body, I suspect there's going to be less appetite for this body or the governor to declare a disaster. Because the extractions of taxpayers are the lifeblood of all the good intentions of this body. So there's a lot to this, and none of it is as the sponsor declared my intentions, that I would want to preclude disaster response for any of those things, because any of those things grammatically absolutely mean nothing. So I needed to speak to the impugning of my motives, make sure you understood that my intent was to allow in a disaster for the market to repair itself as soon as possible. And the way for the market to repair itself as soon as possible is always to get rid of the government intervention. The way to keep the market disrupted, the way to keep shortages, is bills like this. But it doesn't matter that this bill will actually prolong the disaster. The only thing that matters is whether this body feels good about it. And I can't speak to that motive, but I can speak to the facts. And the facts are that this bill will prolong a disaster, will prolong the suffering of a disaster. This amendment to the amendment reduces that possibility. So I ask for an aye vote on the amendment to not turn the governor into a dictatorial entity, and to not ruin the market, and to not limit the very thing that would limit the suffering. So if you want a dictator for a governor, say no. If you want the market to never be able to fix itself, say no. The original amendment will keep the disaster going and create dictators.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L23 to Amendment L22? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L23 to L22. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment fails. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L22? Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the whole issue we had in committee with this is just the issue doesn't exist in Colorado. It's a solution in search of a problem. We have no reports. There's one claim from the AG's office during COVID. And we heard that and we answered to that and spoke to that, but this still became something that we felt like we needed to address in legislating in a way that is just further opening the door for frivolous litigation against our businesses, further regulating and further fees and everything that are handed over to our businesses that then passes down to the customer, or another example of chasing business out of Colorado. All the while, we're legislating ways to help out and pad the pockets of trial lawyers. This is not something that we want to necessarily do to protect businesses in Colorado. Trial lawyers will do fine without any kind of legislation that creates more business for them while hurting and harming our local businesses in Colorado, especially our small businesses. We do have a free market. Our free market does work. And with that, we need to just find ways to substantiate our small businesses, substantiate our free market, not minimize and overregulate our small businesses to the point where they are chased out of the state, bringing more trial lawyers to our state. So if we're going to keep doing that, we need to be able to litigate in ways that help, not litigate in ways that hurt. And with all that we're doing for the trial lawyers, especially with this legislation, I think we need to at least, if we're going to be completely striking this and making it a completely different bill, we need to call it what it is. So I move L25 to, what is this?
We're on the amendment.
Correct, amendment to the amendment. I move L25 to L22 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So making this bill what it is and what we're doing, instead of helping and prospering our businesses, we're hurting our businesses, but we are helping trial lawyers. So if we're going to be doing that, let's call the bill what it is. It's the I Heart Trial Lawyers Act, and we can give it to get it directed where it needs to go, and who needs to see it that we're actually supporting. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L25? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L25. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Amendment L25 fails. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L22? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L22. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Amendment L22 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to talk about the bill. This was in our committee, and I would like to talk about farming in San Luis Valley. So the way that it works in the San Luis Valley, the potato farmers, which is, if you haven't had any of those potatoes, they are better than Idaho potatoes. And the way that it works in the San Luis Valley is you lose money 3 years, and then 1 year you make a lot of money. And that's just the way that it's been over the decades in the San Luis Valley. And so 1 year you lose, or 3 years you lose, and 1 year you make $1 million. And then you use that $1 million for the next 3 years to to fund your farm so you can make it to that next fourth year. This bill right here really, really hurts rural Colorado. My hay 2 years ago was worth $300 a ton. Last year we raised a lot of hay and my hay was worth $150 a ton. So my big problem with this is that in the bill it talks about necessities and it talks about 10%. I own an auction company. I'm an auctioneer. And when somebody asks me, what is something worth? And I tell them what something is worth is what somebody will pay for it. That is how you find the true value of something. This bill is a negative. When we talk about corporations, we don't have any corporations where we live. I want to tell you the only corporation we have where I live is government. Government is a corporation. Why can't we create a bill where we can only hold government? Well, if they raise our taxes over 10%, then that's where we should be getting the price gouging is government, not private enterprise, but government. Please vote no on this bill.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I sat on the committee for this bill, and honestly, this bill is a disaster. This is the disaster that we should be avoiding. Maybe it needs to be implemented here in this chamber instead of everywhere else and causing a disaster across Colorado. Let me tell you this right now. You guys need to understand what 10% is. 10%, simple math, of $10 is $1. That's going to basically put any business that raises their prices more than $1 on a $10 item red flagged for price gouging. It makes no sense. Price gouging isn't $1. Price gouging isn't raising something just 10%. Price gouging is raising it 200, 300, 400% in a time of crisis, not 10%. This is the part that I and literally everyone across Colorado, you should have seen how many people came and talked against this bill, against it. Your constituents spoke against this bill. 10% is absolutely ridiculous. You know, people who don't understand the market shouldn't be writing, in my opinion, shouldn't be writing legislation when they don't even understand what it is that they're actually doing to the people across the land. This is an absolute disaster of a bill, and I'm hoping that you guys will at least use simple math and vote no.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I do urge a no vote on House Bill 251010. I know it seeks and claims to prohibit price gouging on the sale of necessities by designating such actions as unfair and unconscionable. And while its intent is to protect consumers, or the stated intent is to protect consumers, it seems more likely to punish businesses. So while the stated intent might be commendable, the devil's in the details. Good laws crafted from good language, not just good intent. This is really a shoot the messenger bill. During committee, we heard witness after witness come in and not complain of price gouging, but just complain that prices are too darn high. And that's a message we can all get behind, but we're trying to shoot the messenger. The messenger is just the folks that are putting the prices on items, the storekeepers. They're not the ones that are driving up the prices. This bill goes after everybody, whether it's their fault or not. It goes after mom and pop shops that maybe just because they held their prices down, because they know everybody in their community is struggling, but they finally succumb to the cost burdens of global supply chain meltdowns, increased inflation, horrible previous national policies, overregulation by this body and the state, increases because of minimum wage increases, new benefit plans and requirements like the family plans, leases, property taxes, everything else going up, and they finally succumb to that and raise their prices even though they don't want to, and they can be accused then of price gouging. That's not fair, it's unconscionable. But there's a lot of badness and a lot of layers of badness in this bill. It's burdensome, and there's arbitrary compliance requirements. The bill imposes an arbitrary price increase threshold of 10%, forcing businesses to meticulously track and justify every single price adjustment, because it's not just a 10% price change, it's 10% over 3 months. That could be several sets of deliveries, several tweakings of price from wholesalers, but in case you might go over 10%, you still have to track every single price change and the reason, just in case you're attacked later legally. And it's arbitrary. Just hearing that several other states do it, well, that's not a good enough reason for Colorado to do it just because other states are doing it and they're doing 10%. So whether due to seasonal supply shifts, transportation costs, inflation, or supplier price hikes, businesses will be required to document and defend themselves against accusations of price gouging. This creates unnecessary administrative burden, and it diverts resources from serving customers and operating their stores effectively. Number two, guilt is assumed, and then you've got to prove your innocence. One of the most egregious aspects of the bill is that it assumes businesses are guilty of price gouging if they exceed this arbitrary 10% threshold. So instead of the government having to prove wrongdoing, the burden falls on the business to prove their innocence. This shift in legal standard is both unfair and un-American. The presumption of guilt without due process forces businesses to defend every price change, increasing legal risks and compliance costs, particularly for small businesses that lack the resources to fight such accusations. During committee, we heard proponents of this bill dismiss concerns about excessive legal challenges by stating that defending against legal actions was just the cost of doing business. That's shocking, and it's an unacceptable stance. Small businesses should not have to factor in legal defense costs simply for adjusting prices in response to market forces or regulatory forces. This bill encourages frivolous lawsuits, benefiting lawyers at the expense of hardworking business owners who are simply trying to keep their doors open. At the heart of this, and before it was amended to only apply during periods of declared disasters, it was brought to us clearly to apply 24/7, 365 days a year. Now that's been narrowed down. That's not a bad thing, necessarily. But what is still very concerning is it has changed what the definition of necessities is. Under the current law that we're looking at changing, price gouging protections apply to items needed for the preservation of the life of people and animals. That's the statement. Simply preserving the life of people and animals. This bill expands the definition to include anything needed to preserve life, health, and welfare. It's incredibly vague language and could apply to virtually any good or service. In committee, when asked if somebody was lactose intolerant and needed oat milk, is that a necessity? The discussion at the table from the sponsors and witnesses was that sort of, yeah, that could be necessary. So with that sort of discussion, this opens up every single item that might be on the shelves, every single service that somebody might provide. It's just the subjectivity is incredible. If oat milk can be a necessity, what about organic produce? Internet services, gym memberships, coffee. Now, coffee I might agree to is a necessity, but where does it end? The bill lacks clear guardrails, leaves businesses vulnerable to arbitrary enforcement, and it is going to be a struggle and just a regulatory minefield for small businesses. There are potential negative impacts to supply availability. Imposing strict price controls may inadvertently lead to shortages of essential goods. Suppliers facing increased costs may be unable or unwilling to sell products at the mandated prices, resulting in reduced availability to customers. And that's not what we're looking for, I don't think. And when businesses fear legal repercussions for price increases, they may choose to just limit their inventory, reducing supply and driving the very price spikes that this bill claims to prevent. there's lots of unintended consequences in this. It's just a bad bill. It's got arbitrary thresholds. It presumes guilt of our business people. It includes excessive legal and paperwork burdens. And it has vague definitions that could open up the application to any item of any type that's sold in this country or this state. So I would just urge a no vote. The bill is not what it was intended to be. It was clearly presented to us as something that should apply outside of the times of disaster. I don't know exactly what the sponsors are trying to get to other than to stop increasing prices, but it's not the stores that are increasing prices. It's the entire regulatory environment we've set in this state that is raising prices. So, thank you.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also concerned where this bill, HB 1010, takes us. It's strict regulation on private enterprise. It's not something we should be doing here. And that's why I'm going to speak, a little civics. When we think of a fascist government, the relationship between the state and private industry is a bit of a hybrid beast. It's not full-on control like you'd see in communism, but it's not hands-off capitalism either. Fascism historically leans on heavy regulation and coordination of private industry to align it with the state's goals, while still allowing private ownership to exist. The state doesn't typically seize the means of production outright. Instead, it strong-arms companies into serving ideological priorities. Take Mussolini's Italy as a classic example. His regime established the corporatist system where industries were organized into state-supervised corporations. Not like modern companies, more like sectoral councils. Private businesses kept their titles and profits, but the government dictated production quotas, labor policies, and resource allocation. The 1930s saw laws mandating that industries like steel or agriculture prioritize self-sufficiency over market freedom. Strikes were banned, and workers and owners alike had to toe the line. Nazi Germany did something similar. Big names like Krupp or IG Farben thrived under Hitler, but only because they played ball with the regime's war machine. The state set output targets, controlled raw materials, and even forced companies to use slave labor from concentration camps. Non-compliant firms could be handed to loyalists or crushed. It was private enterprise with a leash. Profit was fine as long as it served the Führer's vision. So yes, the fascist government controls private industry with regulations, but it's less about micromanaging every detail and more about bending the whole system to the state's will. Companies stay private in name, but their autonomy gets gutted. The state uses laws, decrees, and sometimes brute force to ensure compliance, all while keeping the illusion of a market economy. So for these reasons, I urge a no vote on this. Again, this is our state imposing control over the free market, and this is not what we're meant to be doing here. I heavily urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we prepare to bend the market to the will of the state on this next vote, the collusion between government and industry through regulation, I just thought it'd be interesting to, I'm not sure, I'd have to look at the clause as to when this would actually take effect, but I thought my recommendation to the retail owners of Colorado, especially if you're thinking that there might be a disaster in your area, like if say you live in a mountain area where the forestry practices are abhorrent and you're likely to get a big fire from that. But one thing I think you could do to circumvent this was to jack up all of your prices by 500%, make all of your list prices 500% higher than they are now, and then have 400% discounts on the site. You could, well, it wouldn't be a 400% discount. You would mark everything down by 80%. So you jack up the prices 500%, and then you mark everything down on a day-to-day basis for down about 80%, and then you have the availability to raise your prices if there's something that does happen in the market. So it would be a little confusing. I mean, you certainly don't have to do that, but you certainly could. So again, I just wanted to came up here and say, I'll miss the free market.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1010. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1238.
House Bill 1238 by Representatives Joseph and Camacho, also Senator Kipp, concerning requirements for gun shows.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 25-1238.
To the bill.
Colleagues, today we are debating the passage of House Bill 25-1238, a critical measure to improve safety and accountability at gun shows. This bill is not about restricting the right of responsible gun owners. It is about ensuring that gun shows operate with basic common sense safeguards to protect public safety. Right now, gaps in regulations allow firearms to be sold without proper oversight, creating opportunities for theft, illegal transfers, and risky safety risks. House Bill 25-1238 takes a balanced approach to closing these regulatory issues while maintaining fairness for responsible vendors and attendees. The core of this bill requires gun show promoters to implement security plans, obtain liability insurance, and establish video surveillance at these events. These measures will help prevent theft, unauthorized access to firearms, and other safety hazards. Just as we expect other large-scale events to have security protocols in place, gun shows should also take responsibility for the safety of their patrons and the surrounding community. We have engaged directly with stakeholders, including gun show promoters, to refine this legislation and ensure it works in practice. Based on this feedback, we will be introducing amendments to include allowing individuals to bring firearms for sale, barter, or consignment at gun shows, adding a petition clause so that citizens have a formal process to challenge provisions they find burdensome, provide exceptions for military members under 18 years old, recognizing their training and service, clarifying that curio and relic firearms can be brought and sold at gun shows, strengthening the legislative declaration to make sure that state laws already prohibit the sale of high-capacity magazines and unserialized receivers. This bill does not change those existing restrictions. We are also going to be bringing amendments that require the responsible separation of ammunition and firearms at gun shows to reduce safety risks, ensure that federal firearm licensees hold valid state permits and certificates of compliance, reinforcing accountability among vendors, removing fee restrictions for background checks, ensuring cost is not a barrier to conducting these essential safety screenings. At its core, this bill is about responsibility. Gun shows should not be an avenue for illegal or unsafe firearm transfers. By ensuring background checks, security measures, and vendor accountability, House Bill 25-1238 will prevent firearms from falling into the wrong hands, while allowing responsible gun owners and vendors to continue their lawful business. This is a common sense approach that balances the rights for public safety. Organizations like Everytown for Gun Safety, Colorado Ceasefire support and recognize that these reasonable regulations save lives. I urge my colleagues, I urge an aye vote. And I'll pass this on to my co-prime, Representative Joseph.
Rep. Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Co-Prime Camacho, Rep. Camacho. This is a great bill, members. As you know, I am from Boulder, and I mentioned that a few years ago we had a mass shooting in our community that negatively impacted us, our entire community, and I promised that, while I am at the legislature, I will work really hard to advocate on behalf of my community and support and pass gun violence protection
And I believe this bill is one of the tools in our toolbox to protect community members. You have heard from Rep. Camacho on some of the regulations. So again, this bill outlines regulations for gun show vendors and necessary guidelines they need to follow to maintain safety standards. The guidelines fall under general safety plans, which gun vendors must submit to law enforcement agencies who oversee the event. This includes having liability insurance, implementing proper safety measures for weapons and ammunitions, and restricting underage individuals from entering these events and ensuring compliance with the 3 days waiting period for firearms. Again, this is really good policy, and I ask a yes vote on this particular bill. And Rep. Camacho has mentioned some of the amendments that we have, and I believe the first amendment is a friendly amendment coming from my dear colleague, Rep. Clifford. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L002 to House Bill 1238 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative
Thank
Clifford.
you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is about making sure that some of the most fundamental things that you do at a gun show, if I wanted to take a firearm and bring it in for trade, consignment, or something like that, that this doesn't restrict people being able to bring their own guns to work with people at gun shows. This does not mean that they have to be an FFL. They do not have to be a dealer in order for you to come and work with gun show vendors as a non-vendor, or, you know, a firearm of your own. So that's what this amendment does, and I request an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L2? Okay, seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L2. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. L2 is adopted. To the bill. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With this bill is a little bit more convoluted. We do have a lot of people that don't understand the technicalities of gun shows, what actually is happening at gun shows, how they're regulated, how local municipalities, county sheriffs, and everything else already do things that are being regulated and over-regulated in this bill. To give people a better understanding, I request the bill be read at length.
Motion, the bill will be read at length.
House Committees, Senate Committees, State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs. A bill for an act. 101 concerning requirements for gun shows. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill requires a gun show promoter to prepare a security plan and submit the security plan to each local law enforcement agency with jurisdiction over the gun show. The bill places certain requirements on a gun show promoter, including requiring the promoter to have liability insurance for the gun show, implement security measures at the gun show, prohibit persons under 21 years of age from entering the gun show unless the person is accompanied by a parent. House sponsorship Joseph and Camacho. Senate sponsorship Kip. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Grandparent or guardian. For each customer who leaves with a purchased firearm, verify that each firearm sold at a gun show is delivered in compliance with the required 3-day waiting period, and post certain notices at the gun show. Violating any of these provisions is unlawful gun show management, which is a Class 2 misdemeanor, except that a second or subsequent offense is a Class 1 misdemeanor and, in addition to a criminal penalty, the promoter is prohibited from acting as a gun show promoter for 5 years. The bill prohibits a person from participating in a gun show as a gun show vendor if the person is not a federal firearms licensee, does not hold a valid state firearms dealer permit, has been convicted of a second offense of unlawful gun show vendor activity as described in the bill, or has not completed a gun show certification for the gun show promoter as required in the bill. Unlawful participation in a gun show as a gun show vendor is a Class 2 misdemeanor, except that a second or subsequent offense is a Class 1 misdemeanor. Before participating in a gun show vendor is required to certify to the gun show promoter that the vendor satisfies the requirements to be a gun show vendor and will comply with federal, state, and local laws while participating in the gun show. While participating in a gun show vendor shall display copies of the vendor's federal firearms license and state firearms dealer permit, keep firearms unloaded and securely affixed to the vendor's countertop or wall, secure ammunition in an enclosed display case or behind the vendor's counter or other customer access prevention device, and include with each sold firearm written information describing secure storage and lost or stolen firearm reporting requirements in state law. Unlawful gun show vendor activity is a Class 2 misdemeanor, except that a second or subsequent offense is a Class 1 misdemeanor and the person is prohibited from participating as a vendor at a gun show. The bill maintains the requirement in existing law that a gun show vendor conduct a background check for each firearm transfer at a gun show. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 3. Finds and declares that 4a. Gun violence remains a significant threat to public safety in 5. Colorado, causing harm to individuals, families, and communities across. 2. HB 25-1238. 1. The state as important venues for the lawful sale and 5. Transfer of firearms. However, these events present unique challenges for 6. Regulating the movement of firearms and preventing illegal trafficking. 7. While gun shows are lawful and cater primarily to responsible gun owners, they can also provide opportunities for firearms to be transferred. 9. Without proper oversight, potentially leading to unlawful possession. And 10. Misuse. 11. C. It is essential for Colorado to implement strong regulatory 12 measures at gun shows to mitigate the risks associated with unregulated 13 or improper firearm transfers. This includes the requirement for gun show 14 promoters and vendors to follow security protocols, conduct background 15 checks, and ensure firearms are stored and handled safely. 16. D. This legislation requires gun show promoters to develop and 17. Implement security plans, secure liability coverage, and verify that 18 firearms are sold or transferred in compliance with state and federal laws. 19. In addition, vendors are required to comply with mandatory background 20 checks and adhere to federal, state, and local firearm laws and proper 21 firearm storage practices. 22. E. By fostering responsible practices at gun shows, Colorado can 23. Reduce the potential for illegal firearm trafficking and decrease the 24. Likelihood that firearms will be misused in criminal acts or violence. And 25. F. Reducing gun violence and ensuring the safe and lawful 26. Transfer of firearms is a shared responsibility between the state, local 27 governments, and communities. This act represents a step toward 3. HB 25-1238. 1. Ensuring the safety of all Coloradans, while balancing the rights of 2 responsible gun owners. 2. Therefore, the General Assembly declares that regulating gun shows to ensure the safety, security, and lawful transfer of firearms is a 5. Both local and statewide concern, aimed at reducing gun violence, and 6. Promoting responsible firearm ownership practices throughout Colorado. 7. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, repeal and reenact, 8 with amendments, Part 5 of Article 12 of Title 18 as follows. 9. Part 5 10 Gun shows 1118-12-501. Definitions. Similar to former 18-12-506 12 introductory portion, AS used in this Part 5, unless the context 13 otherwise requires. 14. 1. Similar to former 18-12-506, 1. Collection means a 15 trade, barter, or in-kind exchange for 1 or more firearms. 16. 2. Similar to former 18-12-506, 3. Gun show means the 17 entire premises provided for an event or function, including, but 18 not limited to, parking areas for the event or function, except 19 for adjacent street parking, that is sponsored to facilitate, in 20 whole or in part, the purchase, sale, offer for sale, or 21 collection of firearms at which, 22, a, 25 or more firearms are offered or exhibited 23 for sale, transfer, or exchange, or 24, b, not less than 3 gun show vendors exhibit, sell, 25 offer for sale, transfer, or exchange firearms. 26, 3, gun show parking area means the parking area that 27 is on the same property as the gun show venue or that is. 4, HB 25-1238. 1. Adjacent to the venue and under control of the company that 2 owns or operates the venue. Gun show parking area does not 3 include adjacent street parking. 4. Similar to former 18-12-506, 4. Gun show promoter, 5 means a person who organizes or operates a gun show. 6, 5, similar to former 18-12-506, 5, gun show vendor. 7 means any person who exhibits, sells, offers for sale, transfers, 8 or exchanges any firearm at a gun show, regardless of whether 9 the person arranges with a gun show promoter for a fixed 10 location from which TO exhibit, sell, offer for sale, transfer, or 11 exchange any firearm. 12, 6, local law enforcement agency with jurisdiction over 13 the gun show means a town marshal's office, police department, 14 or sheriff's office whose jurisdiction includes the area in which 15 a gun show occurs. 16, 7, state firearms dealer permit means a state firearms 17 dealer permit described in section 18-12-401.5. 18-12-502. Gun show promoters, requirements, penalties. 19, 1a, for each gun show organized and operated by a gun show 20 promoter, the promoter shall prepare a security plan. The 21 security plan must include, 22i, a list of gun show vendors who will participate in the 23 gun show, 24, 2, the estimated number of attendees, 25, 3, the number of security personnel retained by the gun 26 show promoter to provide security at the gun show, including 27 the number of security personnel who are certified by the Peace. 5, HB 25-1238. 1 Officer Standards and Training Board created in Section 224-31-302, and 3, 4, a floor plan or layout of the event that includes 4 information about the location of the entrances and exits and 5 the location of video cameras that provide video surveillance 6 of the gun show. 7b, pursuant to subsection 2a, 2, of this section, a gun 8 show promoter shall submit the security plan to each local law 9 enforcement agency with jurisdiction over the gun show. 10, 2a, for each gun show organized and operated by a 11 promoter, the promoter shall, 12i, have in full force and effect a liability insurance 13 policy that covers losses or damages of at least $1,014 to all persons, arising from an incident that results in 15 injury to a person other than the insured, while the person is in 16 attendance at the gun show. The liability insurance policy must 17 be from an insurer authorized to do business in Colorado or a 18 non-admitted insurer, as defined in Section 10-5-101.2. 19, 2, no later than 14 days before the gun show, 20 submit the security plan required by subsection 1 of this 21 section to each local law enforcement agency with jurisdiction 22 over the gun show. 23, 3, prohibit a person who has been convicted of violating 24 any provision of this Article 12 or any state or local law 25 concerning the sale of firearms from participating as a vendor. 26 in the gun show, except that a promoter is not required to. 27 prohibit a vendor from participating as a vendor in the gun show. 6, HB 25-1238. 1 after a conviction for a first offense of unlawful gun show. 2 vendor activity pursuant to section 18-12-505, 2, 3, 4, obtain, at least 3 days before the gun show, and 4 retain for 6 months after the gun show a certification from 5 each gun show vendor that complies with the requirements of 6 section 18-12-504, 7, v. Ensure that all entrances and exits, including fire 8 exits, are either guarded by security personnel or equipped with 9 an alarm system. 10, 6, provide video surveillance of the gun show parking 11 area and of the main entrance and main exit during the entire 12 time a gun show promoter has access to the venue, including 13 during vendor setup and takedown, and maintain recordings of 14 the surveillance for 6 months after the gun show. If the venue 15 conducts video surveillance of the gun show parking area, the 16 gun show promoter is not required to provide additional video 17 surveillance, but the promoter must retain the video 18 surveillance recordings for 6 months after the gun show as 19 required in this subsection 2a 6. 27. Ensure that each firearm brought into the gun show 21 by a person other than a gun show vendor, security personnel, 22 or the gun show promoter is checked and tagged. The tag must 23 state that all firearm transfers between private parties at the 24 show must be conducted through a licensed dealer. In order to 25 bring a firearm into a gun show, a person must sign the tag, and 26 the tag must remain on the firearm for the entire time the 27 firearm is at the gun show. 7, HB 25-1238. 1.8. Prohibit a person under the age of 21 from 2 entering the gun show unless the person is accompanied by a 3 parent, grandparent, or guardian. 4.9. For each customer who leaves the gun show with a 5 purchased firearm, check that the firearm was delivered in 6 compliance with the waiting period required in section 18-12-115.7 by requiring a person leaving the gun show with a purchased 8 firearm to demonstrate that the waiting period was complied 9 with or that an exception applies. And 10x. Post the following notices at each entrance and 11 conspicuously at locations throughout the gun show. 12a. A notice that states, no one may transfer a firearm. 13 without first obtaining a background check through a licensed 14 gun dealer if any part of the transaction occurs on these 15 premises, including the parking facilities. Section 18-12-506, 16 Colorado Revised Statutes, and 17b. A notice that a firearm left in an unattended vehicle. 18 is required to be secured in the vehicle in accordance with 19 Section 18-12-114.5. 20b. A gun show promoter who violates a requirement 21 described in subsection 2a of this section commits unlawful 22 gun show management. Unlawful gun show management is a 23 Class 2 misdemeanor, except that a second or subsequent offense 24 is a Class 1 misdemeanor and, in addition to a penalty imposed in 25 accordance with Section 18-1.3-501, the promoter is also 26 prohibited from acting as a gun show promoter for 5 years, 27 beginning on the date of the conviction for the second or -8, HB 25-1238. 1 subsequent offense. 218-12-503. Gun show vendors, federal firearms license and 3 state firearms dealer permit required, penalty. 1A. A gun show for vendor must be a federal firearms licensee and hold a valid 5 state firearms dealer permit. A person who is not a federal 6 firearms licensee and does not hold a valid state firearms 7 dealer permit shall not participate in a gun show as a gun show 8 vendor. 9B. A person who has been convicted of a second offense 10 of unlawful gun show vendor activity described in Section 1118-12-505 shall not participate in a gun show as a gun show 12 vendor. 13C. A person who has not completed the certification 214 the gun show promoter described in Section 18-12-504, including 15 attaching a copy of the vendor's federal firearms license and 16 state firearms dealer permit to the certification, shall not 17 participate in a gun show as a gun show vendor. 18.2. A person who violates this section commits unlawful. 19. Participation in a gun show as a gun show vendor. Unlawful. 20. Participation in a gun show as a gun show vendor is a Class 221 misdemeanor, except that a second or subsequent offense is a 22 Class 1 misdemeanor. 23. 18-12-504. Gun show vendor certification. 1. A gun show 24 vendor shall certify the following to a gun show promoter, in 25 a form determined by the gun show promoter, 26 gun show vendor 27 certification of compliance. -9, HB 25-1238. 1 is a vendor of firearms or firearm 2 components at the gun show operated by 3, promoter's name, to be held, date or dates of gun for show, in, city or town, if applicable, _________5 County, Colorado. I certify to the promoter of the 6 gun show that 7 I am a federal firearms licensee and I am 8 permitted by the state of Colorado to sell firearms 9 at retail. 10 I will display a copy of the federal license 11 and state permit at my booth at the gun show. 12 I have never been convicted of illegal 13 activity involving firearms. 14 I will ensure that all firearms and frames or 15 receivers of firearms sold by me at the gun show 16 will be preceded by a background check of the 17 purchaser and comply with the 3-day waiting 18 period required in state law. 19 I will not sell or transfer any weapons or 20 ammunition that I am prohibited from selling 21 pursuant to federal or state law, including, but 22 not limited to, 23 ammunition magazines that allow for more 24 than 15 rounds of ammunition. 25 firearms that have fixed magazines that 26 allow for more than 15 rounds of ammunition, 27 ammunition that is not in an enclosed display. -10, HB 25-1238. 1 case or behind a counter or other customer access to prevention device, 3 firearms or frames or receivers of a firearm, for including unfinished frames or receivers, that are 5 unserialized, and 6 dangerous weapons, as defined in Section 718-12-102, CRS, and illegal weapons, as defined in 8 Section 18-12-102, CRS, unless the transferee 9 presents a valid permit for possession of the weapon. 10 Furthermore, I am aware of additional 11 prohibited items in the city or town and county in 12 which the gun show will be held, and I will not 13 engage in the sale of those items. 14 I understand that if I sell prohibited items or 15 conduct sales in dangerous or illegal weapons 16 without the transferee presenting a valid permit, I may 17th be subject to criminal penalties under federal, 18 state, or local laws and may be prohibited from 19 participating in future gun shows in the state of 20 Colorado. 21 vendor printed name _______________________ 22 vendor signature ______________________________________________________________________________________________________________ ______________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ 23 2. A gun show vendor shall attach a copy of the vendor's 25 federal firearms license and state firearms dealer permit to the 26 certification. 27 18-12-505. Gun show vendors, requirements, penalties. -11, HB 25-1238. 1. While participating in a gun show vendor shall, 2a, prominently display a copy of the vendor's federal 3 firearms license and a copy of the vendor's state firearms for dealer permit at the vendor's primary place of business at the 5 gun show. 6b, keep all firearms in the vendor's possession unloaded. 7 and securely affixed to the vendor's countertop or wall by use. 8 of a plastic tie or electronically monitored wire. 9c, secure ammunition in an enclosed display case. Or 10 behind the vendor's counter or other customer access. 11 prevention device, and 12d, include with each sold firearm the following 13 information, in writing. 14 firearm storage and reporting requirements. 15 firearms must be responsibly and securely stored. 16 when they are not in use. To prevent access by 17 unsupervised juveniles and other unauthorized 18 users. Section 18-12-114, CRS. 19 firearms left in an unattended vehicle must be 20 stored in accordance with state law. Section 21 18-12-114.5 CRS. 22 If a firearm is lost or stolen, the owner of the 23 firearm must report the loss or theft to a Law 24 enforcement agency not more than 5 days after 25 discovering that the firearm has been lost or 26 stolen. Section 18-12-113 CRS. 27 2 A gun show vendor who violates this section commits. -12 HB 25-1238. 1 Unlawful gun show vendor activity. Unlawful gun show vendor 2 activity is a Class 2 misdemeanor, except that a second or 3 subsequent offense is a Class 1 misdemeanor and, pursuant to 4 Section 18-12-503, 1b, the person who has committed a second 5 or subsequent offense of unlawful gun show vendor activity is 6 prohibited from participating as a vendor at a gun show. 7 18-12-506. Background checks at gun shows, records, fees, 8 Notice posted by promoter, penalties, definition. 1a, similar to 9 former 18-12-501, 1, before a gun show vendor transfers or 10 attempts to transfer a firearm at a gun show, the vendor shall, 11i, require that a background check, in accordance with 12 Section 24-33.5-424, be conducted of the prospective transferee. 13 and 14, 2. Obtain approval of a transfer from the Colorado 15 Bureau of Investigation after a background check has been 16 requested by a licensed gun dealer, in accordance with Section 1724-33.5-424. 18b, similar to former 18-12-501, 2, a gun show promoter. 19 shall arrange for the services of 1 or more licensed gun 20 dealers on the premises of the gun show to obtain the 21 background checks required by this section. 22c, similar to former 18-12-501, 3, if any part of a firearm 23 transaction takes place at a gun show, the transferor shall not 24 transfer the firearm unless a background check has been 25 obtained by a licensed gun dealer. 26d, similar to former 18-12-501, 4, a person who violates 27 this subsection, 1, commits a Class 1 misdemeanor. -13, HB 25-1238. 1, 2, similar to former 18-12-502, a licensed gun dealer 2 who obtains a background check on a prospective transferee 3 shall record the transfer, as required in Section 18-12-402, and 4 retain the records, as required in Section 18-12-403, in the same 5 manner as when conducting a sale, rental, or exchange at 6 retail. 7b, any individual who knowingly gives false information 8 in connection with the making of the records described in this 9 subsection, 2, commits a Class 1 misdemeanor. 10.3, similar to former 18-12-503, for each background 11 check conducted at a gun show, a licensed gun dealer may 12 charge a fee not to exceed $10. 13.4, similar to former 18-12-504, a gun show promoter 14 shall prominently post a notice, in a form to be prescribed by the 15 Executive Director of the Department of Public Safety or the 16 Executive Director's designee, setting forth the requirement for 17 a background check required in this section. 18b, a gun show promoter who violates this subsection, 4. 19 commits a Class 2 misdemeanor. 25, similar to former 18-12-505, this section does not apply. 21 to the transfer of an antique firearm, as defined in 18 U.S.C. SEC. 22-921, 16, or a curio or relic, as defined in 27 CFR SEC 178.11. 23.6, similar to former 18-12-506, 6, as used in this section. 24 unless the context otherwise requires, licensed gun dealer. 25 means any person who is a licensed importer, licensed 26 manufacturer, or dealer licensed pursuant to 18 U.S.C. SEC 923, 27 as a federally licensed firearms dealer. -14, HB 25-1238. 1.7, similar to former 18-12-507, the General Assembly 2 shall appropriate money as necessary to implement this section. 3 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 18-12-406, amend 4 as it will become effective July 1, 2025, 3a, as follows, 5-18-12-406. Requirements for firearms dealers, training, 6 securing firearms, sale outside of business hours prohibited, Rule 7, penalty. 3. A dealer shall not sell or transfer a firearm, 8a, outside of the dealer's posted business hours, except that a 9 dealer may sell or transfer a firearm at a gun show, as defined in Section 1018-12-506, Section 18-12-501, outside of the dealer's posted business 11 hours, or 12 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-37-103, amend 13, 6, as follows, 1439-37-103. Definitions. As used in this Article 37, unless the 15 context otherwise requires. 16, 6, firearm or gun means a firearm as defined in Section 1718-12-101, 1, B.7, and any instrument or device described in Section 1818-1-901, 3, H, or 18-12-401, 1, A, or 18-12-506, 2. 19 Section 5. Applicability. This Act applies to gun shows held 20 on or after the effective date of this Act. 21 Section 6. Safety Clause. The General Assembly finds, 22 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 23 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, or for appropriations for 24 the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state 25 institutions. Dash 15, HB 25-1238.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L009 to House Bill 1238 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note this bill has stakeholding done on it, and based on the stakeholding conversation, we're lowering the age of entry from 21 to 18. So we are lowering the age requirement, and also for active duty personnel, so we understand someone can join the military when they are 17. So we just wanted to make sure that if you're active military, you have the opportunity to attend a gun show. And I believe this particular amendment was stakeholdered by Rep. Camacho. So I'm grateful to have him as a co-prime sponsor on this bill because of his expertise, and we ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you guys for this. I know this came out of the conversation in committee. Just really quick, I'm wondering how do you, and maybe it's to the bill and not to the specific amendment, but how do you contemplate the gun shows being able to identify if somebody is with their parent, grandparent, or guardian in specific?
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We think most people are honest if they say they're a grandparent, they're with a child or someone who's under 18, and we take their words for it. Do you have any particular solutions you'd like to discuss, Rep. Locke? Thank you.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I almost called you Madam Speaker. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing from your perspective, but I almost gave you more authority. I think perhaps it could be something such as the person is accompanied by an adult over the age of, right? Something that could be verifiable via an ID, but in this day and age, you know, my son's last name is different than mine, and so how would one know whether or not you are actually the parent, guardian, or grandparent?
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to agree, that kind of had a concerning verbiage to me when we're running legislation like this. If we believe that people are honest, why do we think people are being dishonest that are selling firearms in a location that's already highly regulated? So if we're working on an honor system for something like that we're putting in this bill, why are we running this bill? If it's simply relying on honesty for somebody to display, I'm this person, or I'm a child or sibling or whatever to this person, if they aren't asking for proof for that, what are we running this legislation for on an honor system, period? So this opens up a lot of concerns.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I hear the concern from my colleagues, but I would point back to the purpose of this bill is to make sure that gun show promoters are following the law. So if this requirement would be for those under 18 to be with a parent, guardian, or grandparent, it would be up to the promoter to figure out how to determine that. So we'd ask an aye vote.
Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, I think that also provides concern. If the promoter is the one responsible for verifying that, the promoter, local law enforcement, municipalities, counties that are holding these gun shows should be responsible enough to have that ability to determine whether these are valid gun shows or valid attendees or anyone that is claiming to be the child, grandchild, or whatever of said attendee. If we're doing that and we're relying on the promoter, why are we running this legislation? This is concerning.
Okay, folks, just a reminder, we're on L9, which is about the military active duty exemption for the entry into the gun show. Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while I appreciate the attempt here to put in and to include our active duty military, we have several veterans who are being absolutely left out of this. We have veterans who serve 2-3 years. They get out, and now a veteran who served our country, who put their life on the line, can't even enter a gun show. We've said that they can buy ammo. We said that they're exempt from, but they're not exempt from actually going into a gun show. Really? Veterans who have served our country, who put their life on the line, and you're going to leave them out as well? I vote no on this. It's incomplete.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is getting funnier as we go. So now, a 20-year-old that's been in the military for 3 years, I went in when I was 17, has to try to, first they can't get in the gun show, and then according to this, when I went in 17, I had to have Nana with me so that I could go into the gun show, and then the gun show is responsible for grilling my Nana so that they can prove that she's my Nana. This is getting bizarre, goofy. This is not only a bad bill to begin with, this amendment just literally goes right off the cliff. Are they gonna be frisking Nana for proof that she's my Nana if I'm 17 and already in the military? This makes no sense. But this is the epitome of this type of legislation. It's bizarre, it's goofy, it's silly. It actually is trying to hurt people and shut down gun shows, but we're gonna say it's safe for the people. So you're frisking grandma because it's safe for the people. This makes no sense.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the comments. I would encourage my colleague from El Paso County to actually read the amendment. The amendment says is if you were in the military, you'd be excluded from this, which is what I understood exactly what you were talking about.
Representative Kelty.
Anybody who can, thank you, Madam Speaker. Anyone who can read can see it says active duty. It leaves out our veterans. Veterans who are under the age of 21, believe it or not, can't go into a gun show. They have to ask mommy or daddy so they can actually go into a gun show and uphold their Second Amendment right. This is not what it says. It's black and white. It says active duty. Active duty is active duty. You're leaving out a huge portion of our veterans who, again, have served our country like I have, like you, like one of the sponsors has. They've served this country, and you're leaving them out of something very important that to their lives. That is not what it says, black and white. Words matter, and that is not what it says. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we want to be sure that we're careful here. Okay, after Guardian, add except that a promoter may allow a member of the United States Armed Forces or Colorado National Guard who is on active duty and who is under 18 years of age. Okay, active duty has a number of things. You can be on, so a member of the National Guard is not typically on active duty. Active duty is a status. It could be Title 10. You could be on Title 32 if you're an active guard and reserve. That would be Title 10. That would be Title 32, excuse me. Or you could be on Title 10 active duty, where you are. But typically, a guardsman, if they are a traditional guardsman, is not going to be on active duty. They might be actively in the National Guard. They might be actively in the National Guard, but this would basically potentially limit. So I'm in favor of the idea. The sponsor said read the amendment. So reading the amendment, I'm just trying to get my head around that it's a guardsman below the age of 18, which could happen. Not likely, not terribly likely, but on active duty. So they might be active duty during basic training. They might be on active duty, but that would probably be orders, so that wouldn't be on actual active duty status. That that would be on just a continuation. So there's a whole point scheme. So I do appreciate the sponsors trying to carve out this, but it would have been helpful to have the conversation beforehand, because it's a very confusing space. It's a very confusing space. I mean, I spent 17 years in that regard. So on the various pay statuses. So not knowing the actual intent of the sponsor, this could actually just turn around and limit the person while feeling like it's allowing a guardsman below the age of 18 to enter. It could actually preclude them because they don't have active duty, so they would have to have active duty orders. It has been about 7 years since I was in the reserve, about 18 years since I was in the Guard, so a little bit different. The reserve and the Guard are not the same. Active would be to, if you look at some of our bases here in Colorado, they could be, say, Peterson Field. They have active duty, which is active duty. They have Guard, which could be technician, could be traditional Guard, Air Reserve technician, and then you also have the reserves. Now, if you want to get really confusing, the Guard and the reserve are both part of the reserve, but only the Guard is the Guard. One has state obligations and the other has federal. So I think the wording on, I think it's well intended here, but I think we would need to go back and look at what the actual intent is and then how to word it properly.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate this. One of my colleagues actually entered into the military at 17 years old. And you can be medically discharged anytime after that. So you go to fight for your country, you go for the training that we talk about in this building all the time, firearm training, and you made it through basic or boot camp, and you get out, and you're injured, or you could have been injured in action. And if you're not active duty anymore, what happens there? And then, I don't know if you all watch, well, I doubt you do, but I watch hunting shows and shooting shows where they actually take these veterans from the military that are wounded and injured, and they take them hunting and they take them shooting. So if you were active military at 17 years old, something happened, you were medically discharged, you were able to be sent over to seas for fight for your country, put your life on the line, and after being trained, which we talk about in this building all the time is being trained, then you come home and you can't go to a gun show? Well, the amendment is well intended because I love my veterans too, and I'll fight for veterans any day of the week. But I want to fight for all veterans when it comes to this. I think that it's a good opportunity to say, hey, there are some guys that might get hurt at 17 that are well versed and trained in weapons, and that they should be able to have that hobby. As a veteran, other veterans that I've talked to, they talk about all the shooting sports and hunting that they're involved in. So I think it would be nice just to be able to allow somebody and expand this amendment just to make sure that we covered somebody that might have started at 17 and been medically discharged. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on amendment? Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate the amendment. It's a great amendment because it actually does recognize our veterans and those who serve, but I think more so it highlights the muddled mess that the underlying bill is. Everybody 18 and above, most people in this nation have rights, and these are stepping all over them, but I want to speak to the amendment itself. At age 17, with or without a guardian, at age 16, with or without a guardian, at most ages, with or without a guardian, you can walk into Big R, Murdoch's, other places that are engaged in the sale of firearms, and there's no restrictions on that. Gun shows are places where firearms are bought and sold. It's not that different. We're trying to make it different. We're trying to build boogeymen. It's an unnecessary amendment because it's an unnecessary bill.
Any further discussion? Representative Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And speaking to this amendment, I'm wondering, just for clarity on the definition, I'm wondering what the definition of guardian is. Is that a legal guardian? Could it be someone's uncle or aunt that's there with them that day? I think that also should be clarified. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing that this also neglects is the fact that we have the National Guard, and then of course you get into the Guard and Reserve, and you get into the idea of a standing military, posse comitatus. That creates some issues. We've kind of worked our way around those or ignored them. But one thing that this bill ignores, so it really should be possibly, if you're going to look at the Constitution of the United States in Colorado, is that every able-bodied male from age 17, I think, to age 45 is automatically enrolled in the unregulated or the National Guard, or the militia, unregulated militia, excuse me. So this, ironically, would limit somebody over the age of 17 that is part of the militia as called for by the Constitution of the United States, and it would like the intent of the I like the intent of it. The wording is a little problematic with active duty because again, a guardsman or a reservist not necessarily on active duty, even though they're actively in the Guard or Reserve, and then also
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like some clarification from the bill sponsor on this. I got thrown off a little bit when I saw this amendment because of the military language in there, and I was thinking back to the ammo bill that we had a couple weeks ago about exempting only people in the military who are 18, 19, and 20. So if I could just get some clarification from the bill sponsor that by striking 21 on page 8 and replacing that with 18, we're talking, if this amendment passes, 18, 19, and 20-year-olds, even if they're not any affiliation with the military, they will now be allowed. So we're just getting rid of that 21 requirement. And the reason that you have the military subsection in there is because what you're trying to clarify is that you can join the military when you're under 18, and then for that you would be exempted. So if we could just get clarification on that, I think it would settle some concerns. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L9? Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my good friend from El Paso County who read the amendment. And yes, that is the intent of this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L9, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L9. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the bill, Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L015 to House Bill 1238 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That amendment has been displayed. Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So during the process of stakeholding, it came to our attention that folks who deal in curio and relic guns should have some special account or some special consideration for them in gun shows, and that is exactly what Amendment L015 does for those specific categories of people or weapons that are participating in gun shows.
The question before us is the passage of the question before. Any further discussion on L15?
I would urge an aye vote.
Great. Any further discussion on L15? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L15. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L15 is passed. Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L11 to House Bill 1238 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That has been properly moved and is displayed. Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L11 amends the legislative deck to include statutory language prohibiting high-capacity magazines and unserialized receivers. And I would ask an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L11? Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the concerns I have with this amendment is some of the language on the amendment, especially as it pertains to magazines. I think when we're talking about magazines and the sale or transfer of anything with a magazine, we should be using correct language on how we're titling and labeling magazines. So I move L30 to L11 and ask it to be properly displayed.
We believe the amendment is to the bill, not to the amendment. Will you withdraw your motion, Representative?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I withdraw Amendment L30.
You can move that and we can talk about it as soon as we finish doing L11. Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd ask an aye vote on Amendment L001, or 011.
Committee will stand in a brief recess. Committee will come back to order. Is there any further discussion on L11? Representative Armacost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L30 as a substitute amendment to L11 and ask it to be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion, and that is displayed. Representative Armacost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, in talking about magazines, when we're saying anything more than 50 rounds is a large capacity, I also hear the language high capacity or anything like that. Anything 30 rounds of a magazine is a standard capacity magazine, so I would like to see some better language in here to describe things as they are when we are talking about firearms and proper nomenclature, as well as titling and names of the nomenclature of firearms. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
The question, any further discussion on L30? Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do greatly appreciate my colleagues' points, but I would respectfully ask a no vote.
Any further discussion on L30, a replacement amendment for L11? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L30. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Back to Amendment L11. Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a yes vote on Amendment 011.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L021 to substitute L011 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
Amendment 21 is properly displayed. Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, because this original amendment was trying to clean up some language in the legislative declaration, my amendment takes issue with the entire legislative declaration. So, I am looking to strike the legislative declaration, and I'm just going to go through a few parts of it here and explain the issues I have. So, starting in section 1, on the bottom of page 2, line 2, it declares that the General Assembly finds and declares that gun violence remains a significant threat to public safety in Colorado, causing harm to individuals, families, communities across the state. And then it goes on to declare that effectively addressing gun violence requires a comprehensive strategy that includes both preventing illegal firearm transfers and ensuring responsible ownership practices. I kind of feel like it's talking about ensuring responsible firearm ownership practices, and what this bill is doing is regulating gun shows and not promoting responsible firearm ownership practices. So I take issue with that language on page 3, line 3. It does state effectively addressing gun violence requires comprehensive strategy, and I don't disagree with that statement. I don't think it's related to this bill as far as regulating gun shows, just for the simple fact that I tried to do some research on this issue. So I went to the trusty internet and I tried to look up gun violence at gun shows in Colorado, and I could not find a single instance going back at least 15 or 20 years. I couldn't find a single story even about just a discharge, an accidental discharge. If you actually go to gun shows, they clear all the guns before you come in already. That's a thing they already do. And so we don't even have accidental discharges there, which wouldn't actually be gun violence because the word violence has intent behind it. And so, the legislative declaration declaring that gun violence is an issue, sure, I think we all agree gun violence is an issue, but to this bill itself, which is regulating gun shows, they don't go together. I would say that addressing gun violence, starts with responsible gun ownership and practicing with your gun and teaching your kids responsible gun ownership. Then it moves on to page 3, line 4. Gun shows serve as important venues for the lawful sale and transfer of firearms. That part of the legislative declaration I actually do find true. Moving on to the next sentence, it says, however, these events present unique challenges for regulating the movement of firearms and preventing illegal trafficking. I take issue with the fact that it presents, we're declaring that it presents unique challenges for gun shows, and I don't understand what the unique challenges is. It's unclear, it doesn't specify what unique challenges are for the movement of firearms at a gun show. And it says, again, it moves on to things that's just not happening. So the end of that sentence says, preventing illegal trafficking. Again, if you go back right now, there's no evidence in Colorado that illegal firearms trafficking is happening in Colorado at gun shows. There's literally no stories that I could find doing the research on this. And so I don't understand why in the legislative declaration, we are declaring as a General Assembly that gun shows present unique challenges for gun trafficking when it's not happening. And if it is, I would love to see the evidence for it because I couldn't find anything. So a part of this amendment, L021, we are striking page 3 of which this is on, page 3, lines 5 and 6. Moving on to line 7. While gun shows are lawful and cater primarily to responsible gun owners, I agree with the beginning of that sentence. Gun shows are lawful. And then it moves on to cater primarily to responsible gun owners. Again, I need to see the evidence that they're not catering, that they are catering to a different branch of people. Because when you say primarily, you're implying there that they are catering to other people. You're just saying primarily it's responsible gun owners, but there are other people they're catering to. And again, I don't see the evidence of that. I couldn't find a single instance where we were catering to anything other than responsible gun owners. So I do take issue with the wording of that sentence. And they also say that same sentence, so we're on lines 7 and 8 for those following. They can also provide opportunities for firearms to be transferred without proper oversight. Now, that's such a vague statement that we're declaring there. Gun shows can provide opportunities for firearms to be transferred without proper oversight. That applies to everything. If we use such a broad phrase, everything, me owning guns provides opportunities for firearms to be transferred without proper oversight if they're stolen. Again, and there's just no evidence of this. Cannot find any evidence of anything at a Colorado gun show, which I have a fun fact about Colorado gun shows coming up here in a couple lines, that this is not happening. And so we're making some really broad declarations. And this is important because the legislative declaration is declaring why we're doing this bill. And like my colleague from Berthoud, I think I pronounced Berthoud. No, okay. Okay, so my colleague over here standing to my right said earlier, this bill feels like a solution looking for a problem. And there's no other way to say it. And I will tell you, just for those, the millions listening at home and in the gallery here, is I have a red flag that goes up when I read a legislative declaration and I don't see statistics, because we are very good, when we're really trying to push a point here, we put statistics in there about how serious this issue is. 80% of XYZ is happening, and that's why we're doing this bill. If you start in this legislative declaration that my amendment is looking to strike at the bottom of page 2, and then you follow it all the way through page 3, which we're looking to strike as well, and then you follow it down on page 4, there's not even a number. I don't even see a number. There's not a single statistic that says that this is a problem in Colorado and this is a problem that we need to address, and it doesn't justify why we actually need this bill. Again, it is a solution looking for a problem. Moving to lines 11 on page 3, it says, it is essential for Colorado to implement strong regulatory measures at gun shows to mitigate the risks associated with unregulated or improper firearm transfers. It's saying it's essential. It's saying the definition of essential is that we must have it. It is that important. And we must implement, and the wording of this legislative declaration is implement strong regulatory measures at gun shows to mitigate the risks. Again, implementing strong regulatory measures at gun shows to mitigate risk. There's always going to be risks. And so we're talking about mitigating risks when we don't even have examples of it being an issue. And so I take issue with that part in the legislative declaration. I think it should be struck. What I previewed earlier, so the first documentation of a gun show in Colorado, I can't say the name, they're still around, they're the biggest ones in Colorado, but that started in 1964 in Denver, ironically. 1964 was the first documentation of an actual gun show that I could find here in Colorado. There may have been some before, but the company that started there is still around today and still does a lot of gun shows. But ironically, they don't really do them in Denver anymore, at least not that I could find. And so gun shows for over 50-something years, 60 years, and I'm having issues finding actual examples of where this is a problem. The only thing I could find is in 1999, which was a different kind of situation and not something that this bill is looking to do. So this includes a requirement for gun show promoters and vendors to follow security protocols, conduct background checks, and ensure firearms are stored and handled safely. So again, my issue with this legislative declaration, it's declaring things that are not actually a problem, and then it's making declarations of things that we already do. There are already laws. So if you're following along on page 3, line 14, it specifically mentions that this includes requirements for gun show promoters and vendors to conduct background checks. I believe it was the year 2000 is when this body passed the universal background checks, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it was 2000. But the point is we already do that. And so we're making a declaration here that it's important that they do that, and they do. So again, this is redundant, it's duplicative. We don't need that in here. Moving down to line 16, this legislation requires gun show promoters to develop and implement security plans, secure liability coverage, and verify that firearms are sold or transferred in compliance with state and federal laws.
Representative Caldwell, is that it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, the amendment is to strike the entire legislative declaration, so everything I'm reading here is in the legislative declaration, and I'm outlining the issues that I have with it. Thank you, ma'am. Again, so if you've ever been to a gun show, there's already security plans. the gun shows don't own these buildings, right? These buildings are owned by somebody else. The gun show company goes around and rents these facilities. They have the coverage. The gun show people already have the liability coverage. I ran a nonprofit. We didn't even have a facility. We didn't even really do events, and we had to have liability coverage. So this is something they already do and they already have. Moving down to line 22, by fostering responsible practices at gun shows, Colorado can reduce the potential for illegal firearm trafficking. Again, solution looking for a problem. This is not a problem going on right now in Colorado. And so we're just putting this on gun shows and their vendors for no reason. If it was a problem, then I would understand if we're trying to address it. So moving down towards the bottom of page 3, line 25, reducing gun violence and ensuring the safe and lawful transfer of firearms is a shared responsibility between the state, local governments, and communities. That's a very broad term for this because this is about gun shows. This is about regulating gun shows, but we keep talking about gun violence. This is not a bill to say increase the penalties for firearm theft, because we know firearm theft leads obviously to black market guns a lot of times, which leads to gun violence, which is a bill we are doing and is bipartisan here. That is actually a bill to reduce gun violence. Regulating gun shows and the way we're trying to regulate them is not something that reduces gun violence. And I'll point out just in the last 10 to 15 years, we've had something like 40 new gun control laws, and I don't think the stats bear out that gun violence is being reduced. And this bill certainly will not either. The last thing I'll get to here is that in page 4, paragraph 2, it says, therefore, the General Assembly declares that regulating gun shows to ensure the safety, security, and lawful transfer of firearms is of both local and statewide concern. Again, this part of the legislative declaration is not to what this actual bill is trying to do, and I take issue with it. And then at the end, the very last line, promoting responsible firearm ownership practices is what it's declaring that we're trying to do here. But that's not what this bill is trying to do. What we're trying to do is regulate gun shows. We are not promoting responsible firearm ownership practices. There's nothing in this bill that talks about responsible firearm ownership practices. And so I ask for I vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do greatly appreciate the comments from my colleague from El Paso County. And there's a few things that he said that I found really persuasive. If gun shows are already meeting these requirements, then they should encourage this bill, because what it really does is level the playing field for those who are not. So if you already have insurance, if you're already checking and making sure you follow the laws, then you should welcome this, because there are some gun shows that are not. But more importantly, this amendment L021 has not been stake held, so I respectfully ask for a no vote.
Representative Richardson. We're on Amendment 21.
Yeah, the sponsor did mention there were gun shows that do not, and the offer of the amendment asks for some facts. Do you have examples of gun shows in Colorado that have not followed the proper procedures specifically that are addressed in this bill?
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing a slight detour from the purpose of this discussion, which is Amendment 021. But I would point to my colleague and say, during committee, we had very robust discussions and witness testimony about how there were very blatant issues at gun shows, from selling high-capacity magazines to ghost guns to doing illegal transfers in parking lots, which is all illegal under Colorado law, which is why this regulation is necessary. Again, I would urge a no vote on Amendment L21.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of some of the information that was presented at committee, we had our minority staff look into some of the details. We also had a legal memo prepared by the Office of Legislative Legal Services to help us with some of the questions that were raised. I do want to note that there were a variety of folks who testified to seeing capacity magazines that were above what the legal limit is on sale. And it is possible, actually, under state law, for them to sell, so long as they're selling to those people or categories that were exempted under House Bill 131224, which can include someone who is not a Colorado resident. I will also note that there was a statement made about weapons being stolen from a parking lot. We contacted a variety of different law enforcement agencies from the surrounding area and asked them to verify that indeed there were guns stolen from the parking lot of a gun show, and none of them had ever heard of it and could not, in fact, verify. And we're quite surprised to learn of this story because I guess there are different internal reports that they send to each other when such things take place, and they have not received anything and did not know of any of that. So there is some dispute as to the veracity of those stories that were presented in committee. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the very good dialogue from my colleague over here and the bill sponsor. And I want to point out that in your comments, you talked about your stakeholding and that you had heard about issues with selling high-capacity magazines and gun thefts and parking lots and things like that. I just want to reiterate that those things you listed are already illegal. There are already laws on the book. I don't see how this bill regulating gun shows and forcing a whole bunch more burdens on them is going to address guns being stolen in parking lots and things like that, because we already have laws about safe storage in your vehicle. So this just, it seems redundant, which was to my original point. I also still haven't heard an example of this being a problem at a single gun show in Colorado, which I think was the original question, so thank you.
The question before us is Amendment 21. Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And going back to what the bill sponsor just mentioned a moment ago, if he wouldn't mind letting us know, because I wasn't on the committee, I didn't hear exactly everything that was going on, but if he wouldn't mind letting us know which gun shows in Colorado this is really actually a problem with.
Representative Camacho.
I would ask for a no vote on Amendment L21. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L21? Seeing none, the question before us is Amendment L21. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Back to Amendment L11. Is there any further discussion? Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would urge a yes vote on Amendment L11.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L11? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L11, which we should probably display while we vote on it. All those in favor of L11, please vote aye. Please say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the bill, Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L012 to House Bill 1238 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That has been properly displayed. Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As all these amendments are really a product of our robust stakeholding on this bill, we receive feedback that it's really hard and difficult for some folks to comply with the bill as originally introduced as it relates to ammunition that ammunition at gun shows. So Amendment L012 adds additional language that says, be accessible to a purchase or transferee without the assistance of a vendor. So this really addresses the issue of whether or not this ammunition needs to be held within a more secure area. This would just provide some more flexibility for those gun show vendors to show their wares. We urge a yes vote.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another issue. I think whole purpose of gun shows is not like people are bringing glass cases and everything to display things from. Everything is done usually on a table that's provided to you by the venue. If you're displaying and selling something, a product, it's going to be there. It's going to be there to where it's going to be visible and accessible to the customers so they can see what they're buying. There's no issue with something walking off when you have security at these events that access, or at the access points, entry and exit to the facility. No one's going to be walking away with something. This is not something that's relevant to the purpose and the abilities of a vendor at a gun show. If somebody's selling ammunition, you're going to want to see what you're purchasing before you purchase it. There's no way of doing that if you're making it inaccessible to a customer that is going to be buying something, especially pertaining to ammunition. I encourage a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L12? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 12. All those in favor say aye. Oh, division. Okay, one moment. Committee will be in recess. The committee will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L12. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment 12, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Yes, all those in favor of the amendment, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Jazz hands don't count. You may be seated. The amendment 12 is passed. Passed. Oh, got it. I'm sorry. False. It is passed. It's last. The last thing to be passed. Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for calling that last amendment correctly. We'd like to move Amendment 013 to House Bill 1238 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That has been properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 013 is also a product of our robust stakeholding, and it therefore requests that, or it adds that if you have a federal firearms license, you can, and a valid state permit, you can complete a certificate of compliance. The intent of this amendment is to remove some of the onus on promoters to know if a vendor is compliant or not, which is a common sense thing as a product of our stakeholding. So we would ask a yes vote on Amendment 013.
Any discussion on Amendment 13? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 13. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Representative Camacho? No? Representative Amagas?
I think that was Armagas. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have a lot of issues with the bill, but I mean, there are just certain things that come off right off the bat. I don't see why this is something that needs a safety clause. So I just think that we need to address those things as they come up. This is something that really has no reason to be anything as a safety clause. There's no immediate threat to anything. This is stuff that's already regulated, stuff that we should be able to give the citizens the opportunity to petition. So I move L33 and ask to be properly displayed.
That has been properly displayed. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This simply changes it from a safety clause to a petition clause, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L33? Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment 33? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 33. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is failed. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. No. Yes? The ayes have it. The amendment passes. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Representative Armagas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another issue I have is the section on page 14 where we are talking about fees for background checks. This presents an issue simply because there are different vendors that do different things as far as charging for background checks. Some of the vendors, some retailers waive the fee for background checks. They may not charge a fee at all. Some do because of all the fees and restrictions and excise taxes and everything else that we put on these retailers of firearms. So I think we need to be careful when we're trying to tell them how they can charge for background checks for something that is already mandated. So I move L14 and ask it to be properly displayed.
Thank you. That is properly displayed. Representative Vamagas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So all this does is strikes that line 10 through 12 on page 14, thus removing the restriction for fees on background checks. We do need to obviously make sure background checks are happening, which they are. That's already regulated under law. There's no reason why we need to be telling people what to charge for background checks, so I encourage an aye vote.
Representative Camacho.
I would also encourage an aye vote on Amendment 014.
The question before us is the passage of Amendment L14. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 14 is passed. Representative Barone. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify we're back to the bill. Yeah, we're here again talking about another bill that's pretty common in these walls, I believe. But of course, I'm up here standing against this bill. It's limiting what this country's freedoms have been given to the citizens of this country and of the state. And I strongly, strongly against this, to a point where this is just, I don't see any gun violence happening at gun shows. I've been to plenty of them, I've taken my 9, 8, 11-year-old kids when they turn those ages to gun shows to show them gun safety, show them what guns are. I teach them the value of life. That's what we need. We need to teach these kids the value of life and the safety of guns. They grow up knowing this. They grow up being taught this from their parents. And this is just another law that's going to limit that from happening. It's something that we honestly don't need. There's nothing that's happening at gun shows. A lot of people have guns at gun shows. That's why nothing happens there. Nobody dares to go there to do their crazy stuff. That being said, I move L026 to HB 1238 and have it properly displayed, please.
That has been properly displayed. Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment here basically just makes it so local governments control the regulations of gun shows. The local governments do have the right to be able to control those regulations. And since they are happening in their localities, in their local municipalities, and their local counties, and I believe that everything should be stayed to those areas. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this bill has been stake-held many, many times, and this particular amendment here has not been stakeholdered, at least not with us and not with the stakeholders that we have engaged. So we please ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L26? Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a really good amendment. I tell you what, we have gun shows in the 8 counties that I represent every year, and we sell everything. We sell tractors at the gun shows. We sell them little furry ball things that I don't even know what they're called, but people like them. We sell those balls that you squeeze. What do they call those things? Stress balls. And so we sell so many different things at the gun shows, and we need to take a broad brush and swipe it. What you're doing is and what an experience. Take the kids in there, you're taking them with the stroller, and it's part of our heritage. It's a good amendment. I would suggest voting yes.
Any further discussion? Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask a question. Can you please clarify who your stakeholders were? Because I think the counties, municipalities would actually say this is a good amendment.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note that it may not be appropriate to list all our stakeholders right here, right now, but I'm happy to have that conversation to you after, because just not putting them on TV, since I don't have their permission to share that on TV. So, but I'll be happy to have that conversation with you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issue, and something I can definitely assert with a fair amount of confidence, is that the stakeholding that did happen was not bringing anyone in the law enforcement, the municipality, or the county level to agreement on this or to any support. This is something that in every county, every municipality that holds these, I know this because I have many gun shows in my district, these counties and these municipalities are not part of this. If they are part of this stakeholding, they're not in the stakeholding to where they're being heard or attended to on the needs that they're requesting. Because I worked for the county sheriff that had these in my county. We knew that the county was working out what the requirements were for those gun shows before they were even in place. That's why we have regular gun shows that do weekly, sometimes monthly gun shows, because they have that memo of understanding, they have that agreement with the municipality and the counties that they're working in. There is standard and effective and efficient already in place levels of security. Everything is done legitimately. No county is going to be like, yeah, do whatever shady stuff you want to do here, we're good with it. Of course, they're already having that stuff. If we're not letting this just be a simple opportunity of leaving this in local control for our counties, for our municipalities, our police chiefs, and our sheriffs, why are we telling them what they have to do on a state level? If they're not already doing this effectively, I can understand that, but they are, because this is happening in our counties. Again, another solution in search of a problem, we have to leave this in the hands of our local governments. We have to leave this in the hands of our county commissioners, our municipalities, our municipal leaders, our sheriffs, and our chiefs. We don't need to tie their hands and tell them how to do their job. They're doing it very well. They're not letting strange things and illegal activities happen in their municipalities and their counties. This needs to be something to be considered. I encourage a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, are we talking Colorado citizens, just people from Boulder? What are for stakeholding on this? You know, a beautiful thing that we have about our system. One, we have the individual is sovereign over government, and the purpose of government is to secure the rights of the individual, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Life, liberty, property should not be deprived without due process. The right to keep and bear arms should not be infringed. But we have this system, and one part of that system is just on the level of states. And we probably need to be more diligent at that level, but not just imposing all of the rules at the federal level. We don't want all of our laws imposed at the federal level. We would like to have some level of state control. So we have this level of state sovereignty, but then we also have the municipalities. We have home rule. So we have constitutionally, we have certain things that are, if it's not specifically outlined in our Constitution, that it is a federal thing that has to be applied to everybody, then it is applied and it's at the state level. And the state is offered certain things that it can regulate. And if it's not specifically to the state, then it's something that is back down to the municipalities. And then ultimately, those things that are not allowed to be just regulated because the individual is sovereign, we're not looking for a government to spread its web of good intentions over all of us. We have this thing called home rule. And then we violate it every single day out of here with the road to hell, AKA the good intentions. And we could have a level of experimentation, not just at the state level, but we could have a level of experimentation at the municipality level where they can try out variations and they can see what works for them. Because unless you're just going to say Colorado is a one-size-fits-all kind of state, the problems that are created in our larger population centers are not problems that are created in our more dispersely populated areas. Yet this bill comes down and says those of us from our concentrated population areas know better about what to do in our dispersely, our less concentrated population areas. And I just think there's a level of arrogance to that when this body comes in and says we are going to legislate from the state level, and there's a big problem with legislating from the state level, and the big problem with legislating from the state level is if you get it wrong, like this bill, you impose wrong ideas on the entire state. And when you impose these wrong ideas on the entire state, everybody suffers. Instead of your county, because they can vote you out. Or they can vote you in and say, we like to have these restrictions. We love these infringements on our person and on our property. But not everybody does. And certainly, the citizens in my county do not consider that Boulder has very many good ideas. Maybe one. I'm being generous. So, when representatives who are supposed to be representing the entire state come to the legislation and become legislators instead of representatives, then I think we have a real problem. So this bill is legislative. It's not representative. And what this bill is saying to the citizens of Colorado is we don't trust you. We don't trust you. We don't trust you with we just don't trust you. And if the government is going to say to the citizens of Colorado that we don't trust you, then why should the citizens of Colorado trust the government? What is it that the government is doing that the citizens of Colorado should not trust it, besides, in this case, infringing on the Second Amendment, which the Declaration of our Bill of Rights says shall not be infringed? This bill is an entire list of infringements. And the justification for the infringements is to say to the citizens of Colorado that we do not trust you. Now, we don't have any examples of We don't have examples of all kinds of gun show violence, but this bill is about saying we need to get involved in the regulation of gun shows to prevent violence. To prevent violence against who? Why would the citizens of Colorado trust this body that does not trust them? And we're told repeatedly there are words that we cannot say. We cannot lump certain groups of people into, and we cannot generalize. Unless it's about gun shows and gun owners. Then all of a sudden it's okay to generalize and say gun owners, they are a crime risk. So gun owners are a crime risk, and I'm trying to figure out like how many law-abiding gun owners are out there running around not abiding by the laws. This bill does not have examples of, I mean, we should have had all of the examples of places where, the biggest transfer of firearms to cartels was done at the federal level several administrations ago.
Representative DeGraff, the amendment is about county regulation of gun shows.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would you speak to the amendment?
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to because I'm just very. This body of legislators has ceased being representatives, and now we are legislating on instead of representing. This is government to the people instead of for the people. We have counties that can regulate this stuff, yet we have legislators in this body that are broadly reaching into all of our 65 House districts and saying, I do not trust you. We do not trust you. This body does not trust you with the law. This is a matter of trust. This amendment is reestablishing some level of that trust. It's just to say the General Assembly is okay with some of these House districts, with these municipalities going in and saying, we trust the citizens of Colorado, especially when there's no reason to not. You're not trusting, you're convicting all of our municipalities of a dereliction of duty. You're convicting our municipalities, the elected governments of our municipality of a dereliction of duty based on no evidence. You've just reached in and said, you are guilty. You are not doing your job. You are not protecting the life, liberty, or property of your citizens. We will take that authority from you. That's being a legislator and not a representative. I think we need more representatives in this room and fewer legislators. We need people that are out there looking to secure the rights instead of usurp them. This bill is about usurping the rights, and not only usurping the rights of the citizens, but it's also about usurping the rights of our local governments. And if you have such a dim view of our citizens and of our elected officials, why would we expect them to have any sort of positive view of this body? Because what this legislation does is say, we don't trust you, we don't trust the government you wrote in on. I think we should take this amendment. I think the legislators in this room ought to consider that they're supposed to be representatives, that their purpose in being here is to secure the rights of the individuals of Colorado. Not look for ways to mold them into your image. We get pegged. You like to have in the narrative that we're just about guns, guns, guns. That might not be entirely untrue, but what we're looking to do is we're looking to protect and preserve some level of our representative republic. not taking every facet of the citizens' lives of Colorado and molding them. Because if the government is the appropriate arbiter for all of these things, then what is it not an appropriate? What decision is not appropriate for it? I think at this point we're saying the legislation, the legislators in this building, whether paying attention or not, mostly not, are saying to the citizens of Colorado that we know better than you. We don't need your opinion. We don't care what you think. Now, I don't know why you don't care what they think. This is an easy amendment to tell the people of Colorado that we at least trust you enough to trust the governments your local governments that elect you elected. We trust you a little bit, as opposed to we don't trust you at all. This entire bill is we do not trust or respect the people of Colorado at all. This amendment will step that back and say we at least trust you enough. We at least trust a different level of government. Because this legislation does not trust the individual. It tells the individual that you do not care what they think, you do not care. And I don't know why that is. But the good intentions are irrelevant. There are reasons. These type of gun registrations, these types of registrations are historically a very bad way to go. Every single time. It's a bad way to go. History bears that out. History is a warning from the future. Every time we go down this road, historically, bad things happen. Why do you want to go down that road? Why do you not trust the citizens of Colorado? Why do you not trust the local governments of Colorado?
Representative DeGraff, I do believe we understand where you're going with this. I just want to be cautious that you don't talk to the motives of our colleagues, whether or not we care about our neighbors or each other. So I do believe you've made your argument. I think it's getting close to motives.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, getting close to what?
When you
Motives, got it.
Yeah, with
got
motives.
it.
Thank you.
My colleague thought it was motifs, and I just thought, I can't even. As a representative body, we need to trust the citizens. If we cannot trust the citizens, we should expect that the citizens will not trust us. Our job in here is we took an oath to represent the Constitution, to protect the Constitution. Some of us took an oath to support and defend the Constitution. The Constitution, the Bill of Rights, shall not be infringed. This is a document of infringements. We have a document of infringements. It's a complete violation of our oath. It's a complete violation of a military oath. And then it's saying to the citizens of Colorado that we do not trust you. You're not old enough to take care of yourself. You're not old enough. Submit, submit, submit. That's this bill. That's just another version of this bill. This bill is another version of the submit to our will because we are the omnipotent rulers elected into these government positions. Maybe elected. That's disputable.
Thank you, Representative McGrath. Let's get back to the bill. Thank you. Oh, Representative.
Local control, some semblance of it. We have home rule, not because we just wrote in there home rule, but home rule is home rule. Not home rule when it's convenient. Not home rule unless you have a better idea. Not home rule unless it doesn't give you the warm fuzzy that you're looking for being the nanny state. This is a nanny state bill. We need to stop it. We need to recognize that the citizens of Colorado can be trusted. The local governments can be trusted. This bill undoes all of that.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment because I believe this amendment would provide economic development to my counties. The reason for that is requires some background. So in the 73rd General Assembly, the state passed a law to eliminate preemption. And preemption said that whatever was the state law related to this topic, towards firearms, was the law. But in the 73rd General Assembly, I'm pretty sure it was 22, may have been 21, there was a bill that said, nope, we're going to remove preemptions, and we are going to provide to the local governments of all levels, special districts, water districts, park districts, county commissioners, everybody, the opportunity to regulate in this space, so long as the regulations were an increase of regulations, not a decrease. So the state at that point became the base, the foundation. You couldn't give more freedom than what the state had provided, but you could take away more freedom. And so this amendment should be seen by the bill sponsors as protective, because you can't have a county that would lessen the standards. You do, however, have the opportunity with this bill, combined with that 73rd General Assembly bill, to allow for greater regulation in this space for particular counties. So why do I think that will then allow for economic development in my district? I see it that way because right now a number of the gun shows are in the Denver metro area. And I anticipate, based off the constituency of the Denver metro area, that there will be increased regulation on these gun shows by the local level if this were to pass, such that it would become a better market for them to do business in my district, where they wouldn't face that increase in regulation, because we have a friendlier community towards this particular industry. And so I rise in support of this, believing that if it were to pass, one, the bill sponsors in the regions where they are concerned, where their constituencies rest, would still be able to accomplish their mission. But those of us who live in communities that don't want to embrace that particular layer of regulation won't, and they will therefore attract more gun shows into their region, thereby increasing all sorts of things related to gas sales and convenience store sales and restaurant sales and all of the things that come with having a big event in a particular community. And I will just note that we have a growing number of community facilities in my district where these things could be held. Just to note for anyone listening. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. And I don't understand why we need a state law. If you stakeholdered, you probably could have gone to your county commissioners to vote on regulating gun shows in Boulder County. I don't understand why we need a state law to regulate what's happening in Douglas County. And I'm wondering if the bill sponsors went to some of the safer counties and asked them how we're doing it so right, because in Douglas County, we're doing it so right. So I'm just wondering, if there's a problem in Boulder, why didn't the county commissioners of Boulder say, let's run an ordinance, or let's pass legislation in Boulder? I'm just kind of tired. We're the 6th most regulated state. Like, why can't we do stuff at the local level? We talk about local control all the time, then tell Boulder to pass legislation. If gun shows are so violent and crazy in Boulder, then pass legislation on Boulder. But don't come down to Douglas County where we're doing it right. There's no reason to do that. We don't have violence. I couldn't find violence at a single gun show that has happened. I couldn't find straw man purchases from gun shows. I couldn't find anything. So why we're legislating this on the whole state is wild to me. Now I got to hold my kids' hands to take them into the gun show so they know that they're with me. But back to the amendment, this should be local control. Douglas County has safe, reliable gun shows, family gun shows. And you know why? Because we're fierce defenders of the Second Amendment, and so is our law enforcement, and so are our DAs, and we prosecute crime. So our crime rates are consistently low. So find a way to put criminals in jail. And go to your districts where you have the problems and keep your hands off of my districts. And that's what this amendment will do. And let me just tell you, top 10 safest cities in Colorado based on FBI crime data. This factors in rates of violent crime, which are murder, rape, and assault, and property crime. The safest city in Colorado that offers excellent security as well as quality of life for students, Lone Tree, that's what I represent. Castle Pines, that's what I represent. Castle Rock, I represent part of it, and another great representative. So why are you trying to legislate on my district that has the safest cities in it? Regulate on some of these unsafe cities, because Douglas County, we're doing it right. Maybe come to the table with them and you'll learn a thing or two. There's no proof of illegal guns being purchased or violence happening at these gun shows. In fact, 0.0 or 8% of guns bought by criminals are at gun shows. And I promise you, it's probably not in Douglas County. This is a local control issue. We either trust our elected officials, our county commissioners, our sheriffs to do the job, or we can stand here and say we know better. And I think that's completely disrespectful. Our county commissioners ran for election. Our sheriffs ran for election. They're doing their due diligence. They don't need 65 legislators down here telling all of them what they need to do. They're just as good as we are. We need to leave local control alone and run your ordinance for your districts that are having issues. Why do we keep usurping governance, their governance, and tell them we don't trust them? And your county doesn't trump my county. Boulder County doesn't trump Douglas County. Doesn't trump it. Stop regulating my county. We're doing it right in my county. We're safe. In fact, so many people are moving to Douglas County, we might explode at the seams because we're so safe. Take this amendment. Let our county commissioners do what they're supposed to be doing. And if you have a problem in your districts, stop running state laws on all of us. Run ordinances for your districts. Leave our districts alone. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and want to preference exactly what my colleagues have been saying. We need to focus on local control. Let me take it a step up and then I'll go a step down. We are the United States of America because each state has its authorities, and that's why it's just not all of America. That's why we have 50 states. Now let's go to Colorado. We have 64 counties. It's not one county of Colorado, it's 64 counties of Colorado because they want that respect to govern their communities as they see fit within their regions and their areas. I am blessed to have 7 counties, and they do not like a one-size-fits-all of all those 7 counties, let alone the state saying we now have to fit what the bigger counties, the metro counties, are trying to tell us to do. We, as the Colorado, put faith into our local community governments, whether that be county commissioners or city mayors, because the people are closest with them, because they have the hope that those, and they respect the fact that these local control leaders know what's best for their communities. Why are we allowing other communities to tell communities how to operate? This is NISBE. Not in my backyard. We're not in your backyard. Let my rural communities operate how they see fit, and if this is an issue in your home districts, go to your local governance and tell them this, instead of trying to do a broad, reaching scope that tells everybody we have to be the same. In this, well, we talk about how we're not the same, be it different communities, be it the urban-rural divide, be it the western slope to the metro area to the eastern plains. We are different, and that's what makes Colorado great. But let us be different and operate how we see fit. Gun shows out in my area operate way different than the bigger areas. And we see a ton of people come out our ways because they like how we're doing it. In fact, we are seeing growing populations out my way because they are getting tired of the overreach of government in their urban areas. If it's working so well, why are citizens leaving that area to come out to rural Colorado? Why are they fleeing? Please let local control be the voice. And it is honestly astounding, it's infuriating that we have to beg at the well to say what you all should be already doing, what we should already be doing. The fact that we're not seeing this, we have lost the way of we the people. We have lost the way of what we're actually supposed to be doing under the Gold Dome. I encourage a yes vote because this puts the people back in respect of their local communities. And guess what? It does say cities right there. So if you're in a bigger county, and the whole county can't agree, go to your respective city. This allows for options. We talk about options under here all the time. Vote yes on options, vote yes for the people, and vote yes for local control.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote. In the bill on page 5, it talks about some of the gun show promoters' requirements and submitting a plan to your local municipality. So there is within the bill cooperation with local ordinances. And also I wanted to note that, again, we've done a really, really good job stakeholding this bill. When Rep Camacho and I sent out our stakeholding list out to over 100 stakeholders in the state of Colorado, and municipalities did have the opportunity to offer us feedback, and they did not bring this particular amendment to us for consideration, so we ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Okay, Representative DeGraff, I guess.
That is very gracious inside the state requirements to allow municipalities some level of how they will comply, how they will submit, how they will cow to the state. That is tell us how you are going to submit to the state. That is the point to which we have, this body has degraded local control. 100 stakeholders. 100. Think about that. 100 stakeholders out of 6 million. There are 6 million stakeholders involved in this. 6 million. Now, why would all the 100, I don't know if all 100 stakeholders who were given the notice for this responded. I would imagine some of them didn't because they absolutely no trust for the stakeholding process. 6 million. 100 is not even a decimal. And where were all those? And how many of those stakeholders were vendors? How many of those stakeholders were lobbyists? How many of those stakeholders had a stake? I guess we could look at it. I'll go back and look at the lobbyist page, see who is involved there. Probably lots of anti-gun legislation. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's a neat number, actually. Let's see, 0.00001. We could round that up to 2. Let's round it up to 2, almost double it. 0.00002. So we could multiply that by 100. 0.002% of Colorado was afforded the opportunity to weigh in on the usurpation of their Second Amendment rights. The usurpation, the infringement. You cannot get around that these are infringements. There are reasons that our Declaration of Independence precludes infringements. To the sponsors, I think you should be representatives of all of Colorado. And I can tell you, my part of Colorado does not feel represented in this bill. And a beautiful thing about El Paso County, in the matter of home rule, my county commissioners don't come to me and ask me to solve their problems. They solve their own problems. We just spent hours listening to a bill the other night asking us to save Denver from Denver. And yet we give the greatest representation to the parts of the state that the rest of it just sees as in utter collapse. For those counties, this body takes a stance soft on crime, and then it's hard on counties who are not soft on crime. And then the solution to the crime that goes up because of the party, your object is to take away their means of self-defense. You make crime go up, you decriminalize it, and then you take away the means of self-defense, and then you criminalize the people, in this case. You besmirch them, you question their motives, you basically call them criminals. Make it look like this Second Amendment, this activity, a trade show of the Second Amendment, you treat it like a crime syndicate. And I don't know why. Is it to appease our California transplants? Offering the municipalities only the level of self-determination of how to comply with the heavy hand of government, with the boot on the face of the citizens of Colorado, that is not home rule. That is the boot on the face of Colorado. This bill is the boot on the face of Colorado. Offering Colorado the chance to give some color as to how they will comply.
Representative Graff, just a reminder, we're on the amendment, not the.
We are, yes, sir. Yes, just want to make sure it didn't change while I was up here.
Nope, you're good.
This is about establishing some level of home rule, not just telling the citizens of Colorado they get to choose a little bit of how they're going to comply. Get the boot off the face of the citizens of Colorado.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to kind of follow up on what my colleague from Douglas County was talking about here a little while ago, as far as from a Douglas County perspective, and speaking for Douglas County, I also could not be in stronger support of allowing this to be regulated through counties. Douglas County is very safe. In fact, Douglas County, we just left the 18th Judicial District because we felt like we needed to ensure that we had a stronger legal presence that represented Douglas County in a better fashion than what we're able to get by also being in a district with a very large county that has a lot of crime. So we have recently formed the 23rd Judicial District. There are 23. We are the newest judicial district since, I think, like 1960s. We have a fantastic district attorney, and we will prosecute crime. If there are bad actors in our district, we are going to go after them. We are going to find them. We are going to put them in jail. We have a fantastic county sheriff. Douglas County Sheriff's Office does a fantastic job. So yes, I stand in alignment with my colleague from Douglas County that actually does not represent part of Castle Rock. I'm all of Castle Rock. So I'm going to claim all of Castle Rock as a top 10 city, the safest city. And the other piece of this is that we've got to look at it as the multiple districts within Douglas County. My good colleague from Douglas County represents District 39. I represent in Douglas County District 45. We have District 44 as well. These districts are distinct, but yet all part of Douglas County. I can say with absolute certainty, District 45, which is exactly where the Douglas County Fairgrounds sits, is very safe, and we're very capable of being able to run these gun shows in an adequate, safe, secure, legal manner, and we deserve the opportunity to continue to do so. I live literally down the street from the Douglas County Fairgrounds. District 45, which is Castle Rock, is very safe. We have the Tanner Gun Show there every year, and we do not have problems with that show. We do not have problems in District 45. I absolutely encourage enforcement on a county level and encourage local control. Thank you.
The question before us is the passage, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L026. All those in favor of L026, please say aye. A division has been called. The House will stand in recess. The House will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of L026. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of L026, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Please be seated. L026 is lost. To the bill. Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment L024 to House Bill 1238 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right. That is the proper motion. It is properly displayed. Please describe your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In opening comments, we heard one of our colleagues talk about this is an issue that was faced in their district, and they wanted to come to represent their district. Constituency is different around the state, but when you represent your district, it spills over into my district and many other districts within inside this chamber. I think as we look at some of these issues, we look them through a more populated lens, and every district is different. When I look at a lot of gun shows in my district are for veterans. They don't have facilities like you have. A lot of these people, they get the money donated, or they don't even get money donated to them. They have it at a veterans hall. They have it at other areas. This just adds more burden onto them for something that isn't happening in our districts. What you're trying to curb is happening in your district, not House District 47. But what you do spills over into my district. So what this amendment does is ask for those people that we represent who wouldn't be in favor of this. She didn't give up, she's getting lunch. Who wouldn't be in favor of this, them a chance. It goes back to my colleagues' arguments earlier. Every area, oh, I hear well. Every area is different. Every area is different in this state, and every constituency is different. And we are being overregulated. If you have problems, you do you, let us do us. I fervently fight for my district here. I fight for House District 47. But my badge doesn't say House District 47, it says Colorado State Representative. Just like your constituents, I respect the fact that your constituents send you up here to fight, but my constituents believe different, and they're constantly being pushed down, constantly being pushed down. We talk about it at the well all the time. I try to bring up heritage because we talk about heritage in this building all the time, unless it's rural Colorado heritage. We talk about culture in this building all the time, unless it's rural Colorado culture. I mean, at some point, is there not give and take in this building other than take? My constituents are tired of being overgoverned, they're tired of being overregulated, and we're tired of talent being told we have problems that we don't have. Just unfortunate. Because I have to go home and go on an apology tour when I leave this building until I come back again. And my constituents are saying, if we don't have a problem where we're from, what are they trying to solve? Why can't they solve all of their own problems without it affecting us? And I guess I don't know what to tell them. I guess it doesn't matter. That's what I'm coming to find out. It doesn't matter what the constituents of House District 47 think about this stuff. Because we all talk about stakeholders. Did you all stakeholder with one constituent in my district out of 9 counties? One constituent? One group? I mean, I think that's important. I mean, I don't know how many times, like, me and my colleagues will bring a bill and right away we're asked, well, who did you stakeholder this with? And it's like if we don't have a list of organizations we didn't stakeholder. Well, I stakeholdered with the people in my district because I don't think I need an okay from everybody outside this building to do something. I just need an okay for the 80,000 that sit in House District 47 to run a bill. And I respect the fact that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have that thought in their mind too. But I'm just asking, be mindful. I think that sometimes I come up and say these things, and I would hope that I don't say them too much to where you ignore me, but enough to where you'll understand. That's all I'm asking for. Give and take. If you want to take care of this problem and you see an issue, take care of your problem. But when it spills into my district and it spills into these other districts up here that our constituents elected us on a platform, just like your constituents did, and our platform is to defend the Second Amendment. I heard other testimony yesterday on another bill, well, there's only this many people hunting now. There's only this many people doing this. So we're protecting a minority of people that use their culture and heritage to do things that are under constant attack by this building. That I urge an aye vote.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I cannot say anything more eloquently than my good representative, my good colleague just did, so I will keep my comments very short. I will just please direct your attention to line number 6, 8th District in House District 45, Castle Rock absolutely supports this amendment, absolutely supports our ability to be able to govern ourselves and to take care of our own issues as they arise, as we need, and not have the fix here from the state capitol. I am absolutely in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since House District 22 is one of these 22 districts, I'm in favor of this amendment. I think my local government is doing a pretty good job taking care of those responsibilities that it's supposed to, without coming to say, Mother may I to the nanny state. Mother may I, Mother may I. The form of government that I was referring to before is called a permissive government. Just wanted to make sure I had that right. Now, permissive government sounds like you have permission, but it's kind of the opposite. What a permissive government is one that to which you must ask permission. And this bill is clearly, the permissive state is clearly what I would say the sponsors have in mind, a permissive. You must ask permission of the state. States are permitted to exercise those powers to which the national government permits them to exercise. This bill allows municipalities to exercise those parts of the law that the state allows them to exercise, permits them.
Just a reminder, Rep. DeGraff, we're talking about L024, which is about state house districts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the reason that these state house districts are on here is because they clearly do not believe, by the nature of their elections, they clearly do not believe that there are only 23 districts in Colorado. 22 independent thinking, independent acting, and one conglomerate. One conglomerate house district. We wonder why there's more and more, because everything that this body does is permissive in nature, a requirement to ask permission. All of our house districts are required to come here, our house districts, our Senate districts. Everybody is required to come here and ask the nanny state, Mother, may I? As opposed to the 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution, to which we all took an oath, which our Constitution is not supposed to violate, except that we have this really weird thing where we assume that everything that is done in this room is constitutional unless ruled otherwise by a court of law. Can't imagine a more backward system than that. The 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution, ratified in 1791, states that any powers not specifically granted to the federal government by the Constitution are reserved for the states or for the people. Just like the powers in our Constitution that are not reserved, that are not explicitly given to the state, are reserved for the municipalities and the people. And if it's not specifically given to the municipality, it's a matter of the people. So one thing that I have not seen in here, in this violation of our Second Amendment, which would be a violation of our Constitution, a violation of our oath to uphold the Constitution, is where that's allowed. So not only are we going, I don't know if you'd want to call it upstream, because we're a union of independent states, but as a union of independent states, we coordinate with each other for the protection of the rights, of our citizens, and then we bring in legislators who override that and bulldoze it completely and say, your rights are irrelevant. We know better.
Representative DeGraff, I don't think that anyone in this chamber is saying that people's rights are irrelevant. You are kind of out of bounds there. So let's talk about the amendment, L024.
The bill is an infringement on the rights of the citizens of Colorado and to anybody who visits Colorado from our Union of States. So for House District 22, which is capable of self-government, which is capable of doing these things on its own, which is capable of not needing the nanny state to hold its hand through gun shows, I'm in favor of this amendment. I understand why if your districts are not able to exercise independent control. They've elected, I get it, they've elected you, they've elected the nanny state to take care of them and hold their hand. So hold their hand. Just recognize that not every locality, not every House district in Colorado needs their hand held. Let those counties go. Hold the hand of your county. That's what of your municipalities. That's what they elected you to do. I got it. But let my people go.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in strong support, so is House District 63, strong support of this amendment. We put a badge on every single day. It says representative. Representative means we are representing by representing the voices of the people who voted us in to be their voice of each respective district. All 64 House districts have 88,800 approximate voters, people, constituents that we are supposed to be the voice of. And that is why we have 64 counties, because that is a ton of people. So let me rephrase that. We have 64 counties, all approximately having 88,800 that they are responsible to be the representative by representing their voice, representing why they are coming from their districts here to the Gold Dome. That means for my 7 counties, I am coming here to represent their voice from the plains, from rural Colorado, because oftentimes rural Colorado is left out of the discussion. And I am tired of not having our voices heard because there are claims of stakeholdering. House District 63, because it was not brought up to me, was not stakeholder in this conversation. I believe stakeholdering is for and by the people. This is why we are the people, we the people, and thing that we took an oath to for both the state constitution and the US Constitution. And so all of us are respectively the voices of our individual unique districts. And by that, we as members need to be stakeholdering each other, because that is where the voices of the people come from. We are I'm going to say it one more time. We are representatives. That means we are representing by representing the voices that put us here today. So the fact that this stakeholdering hasn't happened to every one of us means there were districts left out, people were left out, rural Colorado was left out of the stakeholdering on this bill. This is a strong ask to put the people first by putting their voices at the front, not individual motives. Let this stand alone that there are 64 counties, 64 unique voices that makes us unique under this Gold Dome in this green chamber. And let's stakeholder each other so we are actually looking at the people if we're going to have a governance by, for, with the people. Let us not forget representatives are representing by representing the voice of the people. Do not let those go silent. I urge a strong vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a strong no vote on this amendment because on the face of the amendment, it goes against the intent of the bill first. And again, when we draft bills and have deliberation in this body, it's for the entire state of Colorado, not just one district. And I wanted to respond to a comment that was made earlier. Our bills are posted on our Colorado General Assembly website. And that also serves as notice. It serves as notice to all 5.8 million people in the state of Colorado, and even broader to the entire United States. So again, this idea that no one knew of this bill or have not had opportunities to engage, but also most of you, if not all of you, are aware that when I do this job here, I strive myself to be a representative who is open to conversation and to engagement. So if you feel as a representative that you have not had that conversation with me or with my co-prime on this bill, you need to ask yourself why. Because again, I do strive my very best to engage all of you on the bills that I do, and we take amendments, we have conversations, and we engage. So again, I ask for a no vote on this particular amendment because it's essentially carving out communities out of the bill. For instance, as a representative from Boulder, Colorado, we have colleagues who are neighboring districts who would be carved out of this bill, and that would not be fair to members of their community. Again, this is a great bill. I ask for a no vote on this amendment because it would create patchwork around the state when uniformity is very important. And also when we talk about closing the urban-rural divide, we're talking about uniformity. And I think this particular amendment goes against everything that we stand for within this dome. Thank you.
Let's see. Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House District 58. House District 58 is 8 counties on the western slope. The majority of the people that I represent are for this bill. And the reason that for this amendment, they are definitely against the bill. And the reason that I would say that they are definitely against the bill is about what I have witnessed since I've been up here. So I have been up here now living 24/7, except for 4 days in Denver, 2 blocks from the Capitol. And I can tell you what I have not seen in the 2.5 months that I have lived 2 blocks from the Capitol, and that is a cop. I have not seen one cop on Broadway. I have not seen one cop on 12th Street. I have not seen one cop on 8th Street. I go home, I see sheriffs, I see cops. There is a reason why we have a problem here. We don't have any cops. The second thing, why this is so important about this is our heritage. This is the way that we roll down where I live. You guys are creating, this is what happens here. We try to create these laws to prevent crime. I can tell you in the 2.5 months, there is not one law that we have did that prevents crime. The only thing that the laws that I have seen that we have done is grow government. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Get in line. 5.8 million people. Colorado, you are on notice. You've been put on notice by a website. 5.8 million people have been put on notice by a website that there will be 700 out of 500 bills presented and over 600 bills out of 500 passed. You need to read all of them.
Representative DeGraff, I assume you're talking about the amendment here, which is about State House Representatives districts and not our state website?
Well, sir, I'm responding to the sponsor, responding to my response in support of the amendment.
It's a lot of responses.
That's a lot of responses.
Let's keep to the amendment, but thank you.
Here's a general rule of thumb for these 22 counties or House districts. You don't need to go ask if infringements on their Second Amendment or their First Amendment or any of their other amendment rights is okay. The answer is no. Because that wasn't clear is why I'm up here. The answer is no. Infringements, Second Amendment, it's written in the amendment, shall not be infringed. The answer is no. It doesn't matter what kind of nanny state that your district needs, House District 22 does not need a babysitter. The answer is no. Does House District 22 need somebody to come down and compel its speech? The answer is no. Does House District 22 does House District 22 need the nanny state to come down and tell it whether it can or cannot exercise its Second Amendment rights? Tax Liberation Day is mid-April. That's pretty much because of this building. People don't have time to go to websites and figure out what's going on and how the government, how this body is trying to usurp every single one of their rights. So the answer is no. House District 22, you don't need to ask House District 22 from now on if usurping their Second Amendment right is okay. The answer is no. That is the stakeholder meeting. These 22, the answer is no. Stop infringing on the Second Amendment rights. You took an oath to support the Constitution. The Constitution shall not be infringed. The answer is no. The answer is not no unless you have a good intention. The answer is just no.
Sorry. Thank you. Rep. Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I truly appreciate amendments like this because they do something that's very unique to the state, in my opinion, which is if we think one size fits all for the state of Colorado, we are doing a disservice for everybody that we represent. House District 51, the city of Loveland, multiple times has gun shows. And as far as I'm concerned, everything that's happened, we have not been consulted, and we don't know where this is coming from. All this does is impede my businesses in my community. This hurts my city. We are the cornerstone of the 25 corridor going up to Wyoming. And again, with the deficit that we face in this state, we are going to tell businesses that are just trying to make a living, no, not here in this state. I agree with this amendment. I would respectfully ask for a carve-out for the city of Loveland. Not in our backyard, please. Please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us. Oh, there's more discussion. Yeah. Members, reminder to be in the well and not off to the side. Okay, go ahead. Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All this talk about stakeholding, and I was just reprimanded for not appropriate stakeholding because the good representative from Penrose came and said no. Penrose doesn't just say no. Penrose says hell no to infringing on the Second Amendment. I stand corrected. I apologize for my lack of stakeholding as an example.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L024. All those in favor of L024 say aye. All those opposed say no. L024 is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L020 to House Bill 25-1238. and ask it to be displayed properly.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this just simply on page 8 strikes, so there's a sentence at the bottom of the page here. The promoter is also prohibited from acting as a gun show promoter for 5 years. This will strike the prohibition from acting as a gun show promoter for 5 years. Obviously, these vendors have employees, and the current bill, if there's a mistake made, they're prohibited for 5 years, and I just think that's too extreme, and this will strike that line. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to back up my colleague here and urge an aye vote on this. In this bill, there's a lot of new laws here, new misdemeanors being created. And one of the things, it's as simple as just wrongly or not posting a sign on the front of the door. And that can lead to a misdemeanor, which then can lead to losing your ability to be a gun show vendor for 5 years. Now, keep in mind, in Colorado, we have gun show vendors who, that is what they do. That is their entire job. And so why would we want to strip them for 5 years? That seems like we're just trying to, it seems like we may unpurposely kill the industry. So, thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
I think my colleague is overly polite. I don't believe there are any unintended consequences to this bill. The deprivation, life, liberty, or property without due process, somebody comes in and then you create a crime, bring me the man, I'll give you the crime. That's where we're going. It's not a good place. Being a permissive state is not a good place. Making everything a crime is not a good place. This is the exact kind of stuff de Tocqueville talked about. Spreading this web of rules and regulations so you can never escape it, you can never move, you can never thrive. You're just under this web, this icky, sticky web that's being created every day in this room. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. Since it's not with consent of the governed, and it's not a matter of preserving life, liberty, and property, I can only get to the point where this is an unjust power, and this is an unjust act. Doesn't mean it's not a good intention. It just means it's unjust. Our role is to protect, represent, and protect the Creator-endowed, self-evident rights of the people of Colorado. If there's criminal activity, deal with that. But we've been told repeatedly, to the point where we're not even allowed to say something like illegal alien, that you cannot classify a group of people. Yet this bill classifies.
Representative.
That was an example.
You've made, I'm not taking issue other than the fact that you're not talking about the amendment. So please just talk about the amendment, which is about misdemeanors in this particular case.
Just making another crime to put on top of the people of Colorado without having any example that there's criminal activity going on. Just the fact that somebody's sensibilities in some county are being offended. When I look at, well, that'll probably come up later. I want to make sure I talk to the amendment. why are you, so intent on making everything into a crime?
Representative McGrath, again, no one in this building is trying to make everything into a crime. Just talk to the amendment, please.
This is making an amendment to the making of a crime. What this amendment was talking about is not a crime currently. So it's going to be a crime. And unless this bill is being brought to us accidentally, then it's purposed in the creation of a crime. It's not speaking to motive because I don't know why the sponsors want to create another crime. I wish they wouldn't. I'm trying to talk them out of it. But we know these bills are delivered to the General Assembly via glitter-powered unicorn on the rainbow of good intentions, and it'll pass. It'll pass. And the citizens of Colorado will have one more crime to which they are subject.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L020. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L020 is lost. To the bill, Representative Caldwell. And if you talk about unicorns, man, I'm sorry. I'm gaveling you down. No, I'm joking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L034 to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative. All right, it's displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment here, what it aims to do is the bill itself creates a whole bunch of misdemeanors for crimes that just frankly, they're not crimes, and that's part of the problem. So what we're looking to do is to amend the bill, remove these Class 1, Class 2 misdemeanors, and just make them civil infractions. And what I'll get to here in a second, you'll see it's pretty silly to make this a misdemeanor. You know, I do sit on judiciary, and I hear a lot of talk about we over-criminalize stuff all the time, and that we're funneling people in and out of the jail system and the prison system, and prison for profit and all that. And so, I'm kind of dismayed to see that we're just going to create a whole bunch of misdemeanors that will allow us to lock up people who maybe unintentionally broke these new laws. And so, just to go through a couple of the examples here, the beginning of this amendment, we're looking at page 8, lines 23 and 24. So what it says is a gun show promoter who violates a requirement described in the subsection. And when you look in the subsection, for example, it talks about unintended vehicles and properly securing your firearms. That's already a crime. And so I don't even know why this part's in here. So we should have that removed. Page 9, line 20. So a person who has not completed the certification, because that's a new thing, completed the certification to the gun show promoter described in sections 18, 12, 50, including attaching a copy of the vendor's federal firearms license and state firearms dealer permit to the certification, if they're in violation of not putting up a certificate, what that leads to is the next paragraph, which is unlawful participation in a gun show as a gun show vendor is a Class 2 misdemeanor. So again, we're creating misdemeanors for things as simple as not properly displaying your firearms license. For perspective here, a Class 2 misdemeanor is a maximum of 120 days in jail for not posting a piece of paper. That seems super unreasonable here. Again, I always hear in Judiciary Committee that we're over-criminalizing things and locking people up and for non-violent crimes. not posting a piece of paper in a window seems like a pretty nonviolent crime that I think is pretty ridiculous that you could do 120 days in jail for. So what this amendment does is looks to just change that to a civil infraction, which I think the maximum penalty for that's $100. So if you accidentally or purposely do not display a piece of paper saying that you're a firearms dealer, it's a $100 fine, not 120 days in jail, because that's ridiculous. Moving on, page 13, there's a lot of stuff in here that we're making crimes. This actually starts on page 12. The amendment talks about 13, but you need to go back to page 12 if you want to see what it's actually referring to, the actual crime. And the wild thing here is it says if a firearm is lost or stolen, the owner of the firearm must report it, yada, yada, yada. That's already state law. That's already crime. So we're just saying remove that civil infraction. There are some class 1 misdemeanors in here, and class 1 misdemeanors are up to 364 days in jail. Almost 1 year in jail for maybe accidentally violating something in this new law. Seems very unreasonable. Now, I will say there is actually something that I'm not totally in disagreement with, if I understand it correctly. On page 14, line 9 of the bill, and this is the last part of the amendment that I will speak to, so excuse me. Yes, page 14, line 9. It talks about if you falsify records, then that is a misdemeanor. Now, if you notice, page 14, line 9 is not in my amendment to change the misdemeanor, because we're actually talking about a willful, intentional crime being committed. You are falsifying records. So I don't feel with this amendment we're being unreasonable. I'm saying it's unreasonable to lock somebody up for 364 days for accidentally violating something in this new law. But what I'm also conceding is that if you are intentionally doing things like falsifying records, that is a crime that can be punishable by, I believe it's a class 2 misdemeanor. So I am trying to be reasonable with this. I'm not just saying remove all misdemeanors. I'm saying if you actually are intentionally doing things, then you should be held accountable. But for the other things like not posting a document in a window, I do not think you should spend 120 days for that in jail. So I certainly urge an aye vote on this.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the amendment sponsor and his bringing of this amendment. I also rise in support of it, but more than that, I wanted to speak to the amendment sponsor, seeing as he is a new member to this body, and maybe he doesn't yet realize, but the first part that he spoke of, as relates to page 8, on the filing or misfiling or lack of filing of a piece of paper, I just want to give you notice that in this building, the bureaucracy will have its flesh, and that dealing with red tape and paperwork is of the utmost importance. And so if indeed this is requested to be no, it may be because of the power of the bureaucrats. Thank you.
All right, Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too actually came up here to address my colleague from El Paso County. And he had asked a question earlier, and I kind of have an answer, or at least what I believe is a correct answer for that. He asked why would anyone want gun shows to be in trouble, or to have like this amendment misdemeanors, and a bill like this has complete and absolute intentional consequences. Bills like this are aimed at shutting down gun shows with intent, without care. Bills like this are aimed at getting them into trouble so they are shut down for 5 years. And I believe a bill like this is absolutely intentional, and why we need amendments like this so everyone in Colorado can see what this bill is actually trying to do, which is shut down gun shows. They don't care why or how. They are not fooled. The people of Colorado will not be fooled. They will see what this actual intention is, and it will eventually show up in 2026.
So
Thank you.
Just representatives are reminded that to talk to the bill on the amendment, please. Representative DeGraff.
Just had to go back and look at the sentence that my colleague mentioned, 120 days in jail. That's also the sentence for stealing, shoplifting, up to $1,000 from a store. For depriving somebody else of their property, the state will, realistically, unlikely, put somebody in jail for 120 days, because we just had a bill the other day about municipalities having control of their own sentencing, because this group of legislators does not like sentencing criminals, but it clearly likes people who appreciate their Second Amendment. People who practice the Second Amendment, that's who this legislature thinks should be in jail, not shoplifters.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L034. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L034 fails. To the bill. Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move L023 to House Bill 1238. Ask it to be properly displayed, please.
Give us a second. All right, it is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Very simply, for anybody, obviously, that was in the Business Affairs Labor Committee, you probably already know that I had made an effort to get rid of some duplicative laws that are impacting FFLs. This is very much along that same line. It's basically to remove duplicative language, strike state firearm dealer requirements. There's already a firearm dealer requirement at the federal level. This is pleased to simply remove the state firearm dealer requirement because it is already covered. We already have that in. At a federal level, it starts, if you wish to follow along at home, page 5 with lines 16 and 17. Everything else that follows through the amendment is simply to go through and also remove that state requirement language. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L023. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L023 is lost. To the bill, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I came down here because there's some provisions of this bill that I would argue are highly unconstitutional and are likely to be struck down. One thing that is common language to include is a severability clause, so that if a part of the act is struck down, the entire act would fall as well. And with that, I move Amendment L018 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is exactly as I just described, that if any part of this bill, should it become an act, were to be declared unconstitutional by the courts, the entire act would then fall as unconstitutional to not allow the courts to sever out one provision. And the reason for this is everything within this bill is so integral to a gun show, that it's so interrelated, that to have part of a provision not be there and the rest still intact, it's actually kind of mind-boggling to figure out how that would actually work, because the mechanics of the bill work together in such a fine-tuned manner that we just want to make sure that we don't have a greater mess left after the courts have reviewed the bill and, for example, struck down a provision of the bill. And that's why having a severability clause is incredibly important here, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on L18? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L18. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L18 is lost. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I move Amendment L022 and ask that it be displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment strikes specific security requirements, which will leave the bill as just the organizer creates the security plan and then shares the plan with local law enforcement. This is a very reasonable approach and one that certainly still respects local control, but also still respects the fact that the person who's organizing the gun show has a lot of responsibility. And they need to understand that with all the responsibility, whether we're talking about theft or vandalism or who knows what could go awry, that they have actually thought about that and have taken on the liability. And they may actually want to do a lot more than what the bill envisions, but it may be another area, like my colleague from southwestern Colorado described, where there's a lot more going on than just gun sales. It could also be tractor sales, farm implements. There could be just a lot more than perhaps what is envisioned by the bill's authors. And this would allow that security plan to be derived by the organizer and for them to have to think about what all would be needed to ensure that the vendors within the show itself are set up in such a way that they're not going to have their products damaged or stolen, but that those who are attending the gun show have the opportunity to have a good time and to be able to hopefully make some purchases, although they wouldn't be able to pick it up for 3 days. But this certainly respects that, and I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rep. Soper. However, we ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L22. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L22 is lost. To the bill, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In a former life, or earlier in this one, I did a lot of event planning. Events of small, intimate groups at small venues and international events with hundreds of people coming into large conference centers. And never have I engaged a facility that would allow for what is contemplated under this bill. So on page 7, lines 10 through 19, there is a requirement that the facility provide video surveillance of the gun show parking area and of the main entrance and main exit during the entire time a gun show promoter has access to the venue, including during a vendor setup and takedown, and maintain recording of the surveillance for 6 months after the gun show. If the venue conducts video surveillance of the gun show parking area, the gun show promoter is not required to provide additional video surveillance, but the promoter must retain the video surveillance recordings for 6 months after the gun show as required in this subsection 2A6. So what is contemplated here? I get it. There is a desire to know what is going on in the parking lots of these particular events. But that is outside of the scope of what an entity contracts for. If there is a parking element in a contract, it often is for a certain set of spaces that would be reserved for that particular event. But venues are not keen on allowing for equipment to be set up on their property or affixed to their property such that would be required under this bill. So imagine you have a parking lot, a parking area, and if the video was not made available by the venue itself, then these gun shows would actually have to put up video cameras throughout the entire parking lot, possibly affix them to the building of the venue to be able to get the right angles. That would likely require for drilling into buildings, putting up different types of equipment in the actual parking lot in order to capture that video. And I don't know of, and I asked in committee whether it was reasonable, whether there was, any sense that the venues would actually allow for this to happen. And it wasn't responded to in a way that convinced me that, in fact, this would be a meetable term. And so I move Amendment L032 and ask that it be displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment seeks to strike this requirement. If we're wanting these gun shows to operate in good faith, I believe that we should also be operating in good faith and provide for them terms that they can actually meet. If we don't do that, we are in essence saying, you can't operate here. I know that there is a provision that suggests that we'll just have the venue turn over those tapes. But venues, especially if you're dealing with hotel conference centers where there are things that go on and people who come in and out who may want some privacy, who may not want to be able to turn over those videos to a third party without things like a warrant, they would probably object to having that video made available to the gun show vendor for the purpose of actually having in their cache of resources in the event that someone would to inquire under this law from law enforcement. And so I really encourage that the bill sponsors help us to make this bill something that the gun shows can actually implement so as to allow for them to continue operating. Thank you.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my colleagues, my colleague from Penrose's comments. I think most people would recognize that everyone in the 64 counties of this state can handle their contracting business to comply with state law. Therefore, we would urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that, and I agree. In fact, I would love if this body would allow for more private contracting instead of getting into micromanaging public or private contracts. But in this instance, I do not believe that the vast majority, if any, of the venues will actually permit for this term to be met. And so then the question becomes, does this bill actually contemplate just eliminating all gun shows under the guise of reasonable regulations?
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would encourage my colleague from Penrose to read the bill. There is no requirement to contract for video surveillance. That is up to the promoter of the gun show. I would urge a no vote.
Is there any further, Representative Luck?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. But there is a requirement that the gun show provide this video surveillance. And as part of contracting for a facility, it is a term that would have to be contracted in. How do we do this? Can we affix cameras to your building? Can we affix or set up cameras in the parking lot so as to take certain spaces? Or can we have access to you, the vendor, the venue's cameras that are pre-existing? That would all have to be part of this conversation in these contracts. And so it is actually us infringing upon that. And so I would ask again for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As my colleague from Penrose pointed out, there's at least 3 ways you can comply with this. not limited to those three, so I would urge a no vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just in conclusion, I noted that in a former life, I was an event planner. In a former life, I was also conversing with others, such that this reminds me very much of a younger age. So thank you.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In my current life, I deal a lot with contracts, and I know this is doable. I would urge a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that's doable with the contract. There's also a lot that's doable with security plans. And if you're going to have a security plan, one thing about a security plan is that you would want to keep it secure. So I was a little curious on this. I've forgotten about this part. A floor plan or layout of the event. And of course, this is an infringement in and of itself because, not that there's any unintended consequences to this bill, but these are things that are going to have to be approved. And anything that must be approved is something that can be disapproved. And so you can create, and we had this the other night, we had this discussion about, now it was about building codes, but the regulations and the restrictions were so onerous that nobody knew how to move forward. Nobody could move forward. Nobody could actually comply with the state's requirements. And this is another area where you create, it is difficult to believe that the intention of this is not to eliminate, gun shows. And if you're going to make a security plan for something that you're saying as serious as this, one of the things that you're not going to want to do is you're not going to want to post and you're not going to want to share the location of video surveillance devices, especially with a government that's hostile. And this government is hostile to gun shows. This government is hostile to gun owners. This government is hostile to those who exercise their Second Amendment rights. So just going in there and saying, hey, in order for you to have a permit, in order for you to come and for the government to give you permission to execute your Second Amendment rights, you need to tell us where all of the security cameras are. That is a horrible security idea. That's just a horrible security idea. So there's no salvaging this bill.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate my colleague from El Paso County's comments, and I think I listened to almost 30 minutes about how very many of his House district and the law enforcement in his district know how to follow the law. So if that is the case, then they should have no issue approving a plan that complies with this law. Therefore, I urge a no vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the committee I was listening to, because I was presenting a bill that day, and what was just said is absolutely false. You cannot put in data centers into temporary locations. My field is IT. There is a whole bunch of criteria that has to be met to even come close to even getting a facial recognition or a license plate. Are you talking about 4K or 5K? Are we talking about 200 megabits? There's no requirement from the building to have a modem, to have a firewall. Talk about a leak of data. I have colleagues from the other side of the aisle that are literally in the same field as I, and I'm shocked that they have not come down yet to express how impossible this is to enforce. If you want to come into this well and be an IT professional, information technology is at the forefront of what you know and you can do, then we can have a discussion. But pretending that this can even be done by small entities is the falsehood of crushing businesses with a loophole. The way to store data in 3 days. What you heard in the committee was the same thing I heard, which was every single IT professional that was within the industry come and tell you this cannot be done. I am trying to figure out why we pretend in all of our different fields and expertise, we pretend to come down here and know what else is being done in that field. And when it comes to information technology, this is not practical and cannot be enforced. The bill by standard is dead on arrival. You are going to put unburdened hardship on businesses that are creating revenue for all of the policies being passed through this chamber. And you are now pushing them into the ground. Understand, when you are trying to force people to do things they are unable to do, we immediately, by standard, have a bad bill. I would appreciate a response.
Representative Bottoms.
So I was in committee, and we heard many IT companies, IT people come and say the exact same thing that my representative friend from Loveland said. And this is not doable, and we know it's not doable. These IT people are saying, hey, we know the business. The bill is designed to shut down gun shows, but they know the business, and this is not a possibility. You can't do this. The idea that somehow then you save it for 6 months and all those silly little things that just make it worse and worse and worse. This is designed to attack gun shows. This has nothing to do with safety of people or any of the stuff we've already established over and over. That's not what this is about. So we do ask for a yes on this amendment. It makes no sense what this is trying to accomplish. All of the things that were said at this, and this is another thing with this whole what was said and who's representing and all of this other stuff. We saw people represented in the committee that were saying that all these illegal things were being done in committee, and you could tell they actually didn't know what they were talking about because they were calling things that were not illegal, illegal. Well, we're trying to say you're going to try to set up all these cameras and do this, and this is another thing that I said in committee, which the left really likes to laugh at this because they don't understand the people of Colorado. The people of Colorado do not want to go into a gun show where cameras are set up everywhere. It is nobody's business what they're doing in a gun show. It is nobody's business. I say this over and over in this house. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not, but left, it's none of your business what guns I buy at a gun show. It is none of your business if I buy a Dragon at a gun show. They sell those a lot. It's none of your business. It is not right to set up these East German video surveillance, these Russian surveillance, these Chinese, North Korean surveillance mentalities in gun shows. It's not your domain. Get out of the domain. This is the domain of free people. Get out of the domain. This is the domain of Second Amendment people. Get out of the domain. It is none of your business. Stop trying to record everybody doing lawful things because someday you want to raid their homes and take things bought lawfully. That's what this is about. You don't like the gun show, so you want to shut them down, and then you want to video everybody going to the gun show. This is not constitutional. It's extremely unethical, and your only goal is to shut down gun shows because you know that's what will happen. And so I strongly urge a yes on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
I am confident in my county's ability to follow the law, except where you make an unjust law where you make an unfollowable law, where in the military parlance, you'd be talking about an unjust order. Then you have an unjust law. And then you're talking about forcing that. So my county can follow the law. I also represent all of the other counties in Colorado. Again, we are called to be representatives for all of Colorado. We are considered Colorado representatives. We're not representatives of a wealthy little niche class in some community. We are to be representatives of all of Colorado. So yeah, I'm confident that my county can, but we're also talking about creating a surveillance state. You're asking people to surveil their fellow citizens, which comes into some completely very, very problematic issues. And then you want to make a maintainable record, not like something that would be like most surveillance tape is on like a 2-hour loop or something like that. So if there is a crime, it can be caught and you can have that, but you're not creating a permanent record to load up into some database someplace at some giant data center in Aurora so it can always be accessed. I'm the party that used to stand for some level of freedom and is in opposition to law enforcement has become the surveillance state. I mean, this multiple bills, AI to monitor and sell your data for traffic. Now, keep track of anybody who's engaging in Second Amendment activities. It's a brave new world.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L32. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L32 is lost. To the bill, Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard this bill in committee and had several questions in committee and continue to have more questions. I'm going to pull something that the good representative from, I don't think he's from El Paso, but somewhere around there. Going back to the ledge deck, you know, when I look at the ledge deck, I always check for, when they write a ledge deck, statistical evidence, and there's zero in here, just a lot of assumptions. It is essential for Colorado to implement strong regulatory measures at gun shows to mitigate the risks associated with unregulated or improper firearm transfers. We had someone that came in from a major anti-gun organization that I'm sure the sponsors stakeholdered a lot with, that said on the record that 16 guns were stolen from an Adams County gun show. Not true. We talked to law enforcement, we looked through all the local papers, we Googled, we searched, we dug, we had legislative services look through it. Didn't happen. 16 guns were never stolen at an Adams County gun show. Just trying to push their narrative forward. By fostering responsible practices at gun shows, Colorado can reduce the potential for illegal firearm trafficking and decrease the likelihood that firearms will be misused in criminal acts or violence. Where's the data on that? Where are the statistics on that? We're writing a law that is going to regulate a big part of the industry. No statistics, just words, just word after word. We're supposed to believe it. Look it up. No evidence of illegal trafficking of firearms. Where are criminals buying their guns? 0.8% of criminals are buying them at gun shows. Not happening, just another piece of legislation to add to the 6th most regulated state. This act represents a step toward ensuring the safety of all Coloradans while balancing the rights of responsible gun owners. How? Got like 40 gun bills and we're second least safe state in the country. One state above us that is worse than us. And we legislate and legislate and legislate on law-abiding gun owners. And we let criminals run wild. So let's go over some statistics. Since there was none in the ledge deck, I will enlighten the good people of Colorado on the statistical evidence of what is happening at these scary little gun shows. On average, just under 40,000 people each year die across the country in gun-related death. The majority of firearms used in criminal activity are obtained illegally. Whoa, we should definitely regulate legal gun owners because we're the ones responsible. Criminal activity are obtained illegally, said David Shanice, a correspondent at Law Enforcement Today, published author and former New York Police Department detective. Stricter or additional gun laws do not reduce gun violence. Man, we are seeing that here in this state, aren't we? It just freaking goes through the roof, but law-abiding citizens keep getting their hands tied. 2019 survey conducted by the Department of Justice found that some 43% of criminals had bought their firearms on the black market. Why don't we regulate that? 6% acquired them via theft, and 10% made a retail purchase. 0.8% purchased a weapon from a gun show. Let me read that one more time. 0.8% of criminals purchased a weapon from a gun show. The vast majority of gun owners say they obtained their weapons in transactions that are documented and for the most part legal. People like me, we go through background checks. We have to wait 3 days now. We've changed age requirements. We've done it all. And it's just regulating the people that are not committing the crimes. So why don't we go after the people actually committing the crimes? When asked where and how they acquired their most recent firearm, about 64% of cross-section of American gun owners reported buying it from a store, where the clerk would have conducted a background check and documented the transfer and permanent record required by federal law. The importance of the informal, undocumented market in supplying criminals is suggested by the results of inmate studies and data gleaned from guns confiscated by the police. A national survey of inmates of state prisons found that just 10% of youthful, aged 18 to 40 male respondents who admitted to having a gun at the time of their arrest had obtained it from a gun store. The other 90% obtained them through a variety of off-the-book means, for example, as gifts or sharing arrangements with fellow gang members. While criminals typically do not buy their guns at a store, all but a tiny fraction of those in circulation in the United States are first sold at a retail by a gun dealer, including the guns that eventually end up in the hands of criminals. Only a tiny fraction. If a gun ends up in criminal use, it is usually after several more transactions. The average age of guns taken from Chicago gangs is over 11 years. Most are stolen. Crime is at an all-time high because we keep decreasing it in the state. So why aren't we targeting the criminals, and why do we keep attacking law-abiding owners and imposing harsher penalties to the law-abiding gun sellers? Colorado Springs is at a 5-year high of firearm theft, 820 stolen firearm cases, 2 thefts pending, 55 stolen from a home, apartment, garage, or yard. It is loud in here. %39 taken from someone's car. Unless the theft of property is worth more than $2,000, it's a misdemeanor. And again, less than 1% of guns are stolen from gun shows. So why do we need this legislation? Why couldn't we just do local control? We brought it forward, the bill sponsor said no. Less than 1% of guns are stolen from gun shows. You know where they're stolen? By criminals from our cars. Doesn't matter if there's a firearm case. Doesn't matter how they're locked up. They're stealing them from our cars. So why don't you go after the criminals? You're passing legislation for less than 1% of guns stolen from gun shows. And, you know, unless the bill sponsors have data that these less than 1% of guns that are stolen from gun shows are committed in mass shootings, it's interesting to me. More regulations on Second Amendment, more regulations on gun shows. Crime's going to continue to escalate. It doesn't matter if we pass 50,000 gun bills in here. Criminals are still gonna get guns. Criminals are still gonna kill people, shoot people. And law-abiding citizens are gonna continue to obey the law. Another study, an estimated 287,000 prisoners had possessed a firearm during their offense. Among those, more than half had either stolen it, found it at the scene of the crime, or obtained it off the street or an underground market. Again, this study of almost 300,000 prisoners found that 0.8% obtained it from a gun show. You are not going to read those statistics in the ledge deck, are we? 0.8% of criminals get their guns from gun shows. But we have a bill in front of us concerning requirements for gun shows. It's laughable to me. If we're going to be honest and stop the violence, then go after the people committing the violence. Because it's not the law-abiding gun owners that are doing it. NRA came and testified. Federal government studies show that criminals got guns from gun shows was less than 1%. No data that they are being bought at gun shows. There's no articles that they're being bought at gun shows. There's no gun violence at gun shows. There's no reason to not allow kids to go to gun shows. You know what these kids need? They need mental health therapy. Hurt people. It doesn't matter what weapon they have. If they don't have mental health therapy, a knife will do the trick. A car will do the trick. No one in here seems to want to get to the root of the problem. We're in a mental health crisis. Guns are not the problem. Law-abiding gun owners are not the problem. So maybe you cut the snake's head off, but you don't do it with bills like this. Because I will be back at the well next year. Crime will continue to go up, and it's not because law-abiding gun owners are doing it. I urge a no vote on this ridiculous bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to sing, but I'm not going to. How safe are gun shows? There's 1.4 in a million chance of being shot at a gun show. To put that in perspective, a randomly selected citizen of the United States is 21 times more likely to be shot by a cop than they are of being shot at a gun show. Any random citizen is 873 times more likely to die in an automobile accident. Gun shows are frequently implicated in trafficking investigations, yet 2% of felons incarcerated for crimes involving guns had acquired those guns themselves at gun shows. Others may have used surrogates instead. There's a lot of reasons that you've heard to vote against this bill. Bad bill, vote no.
Representative, which one? Representative DeGraff.
I think if we're looking at deaths in Colorado, we probably ought to look at 16th Street because more people have been killed on 16th Street this year than in gun shows. So if you're looking, the pretending of being concerned about people dying, look at 16th Street. Look at the streets of Colorado, of Denver, because a lot more have been killed there than in gun shows.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we have had a lot of debate today, a lot of discussion over something that I think was, and as you've heard from many people, a form of unnecessary legislation. The only thing that we can do here in the minority in something like this is to simply try to make the improvements we can to reduce the damage that it's going to do, reduce the unintended consequences and circumstances. And we need to make sure the language is correct so that we aren't further wrongfully harming people that are simply trying to do the right thing for their livelihood, for their self-protection and otherwise. So in doing that, there was some language that we found in here that seemed to be a little harmful for somebody attending a gun show that can unintentionally or otherwise just incidentally be seen as something that they're not. So one of the pieces of this bill and some of the amendments is the exhibitor idea, how somebody can be seen or labeled as an exhibitor simply for displaying a firearm. If they bring a firearm in and they're not a vendor, they're not an exhibitor, but they have that firearm tagged and everything else, as according to law, they would be, could possibly be labeled as an exhibitor. So I want to make sure we are protecting people in doing that. And the best way to do that is through this amendment. So I move L37 and ask it to be properly displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Representative Arbogast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we have done here, there's a lot that we had in conflict in trying to do this that could be in conflict with current law and otherwise something that can, in trying to reduce a loophole that can unintentionally harm somebody, it can also be a loophole in the law. So we want to make sure we're doing it as clean as possible. The best way to do that is before any of the words of exhibited, exhibit, or exhibitor, we want to make sure that there's that line drawn that we're talking about somebody who's publicly exhibiting something rather than privately or in their own personal display of their firearm. So in being able to add that publicly before those words helps kind of draw that line and help define exhibitor or what actually is exhibiting a firearm. So with this, I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Clifford.
This is a friendly amendment for the sponsors. We urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L37. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L37 passes. To the bill, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1238 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1238 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1247.
House Bill 1247 by Representatives Stewart Kay and McCormick, also Senators Robertson Simpson, concerning expansion of the county lodging tax.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
All right, friends, what this bill does is it gives... thank you. I move House Bill 1247.
To the bill, Representative Stewart.
Thank you. So what this bill does is it allows counties with voter approval to up their lodging tax from what it's been set at for since 1987, which is 2%, and use that extra lodging tax for buckets like childcare, law enforcement, fire districts, all that good stuff.
Representative McCormick.
Yes, it actually adds some good stuff to those allowable uses for the lodging tax, considering the impact that tourism and visitors have on a particular county, depending on what is offered there for tourists. So looking at public infrastructure maintenance and improvements, because that can have a lot of burden from all the visitors, preserving natural landscapes and wildlife habitats, and also enhancing public safety measures by adding additional funding for local law enforcement, fire departments, emergency medical services, and more. The original uses of this money did include advertising and marketing for local tourism, housing and childcare for tourism-related workforce, and facilitating enhancing visitor experiences. So we're not touching any of those. We're just adding some more availability for these funds to go to some of the services that are really impacted by heavy tourism use in our counties. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Stewart.
Do I have to move the amendment? Yes, I move L002 to House Bill 1247. And ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment.
They need the whole packet.
It is properly displayed. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this amendment does, it removes 2 of the allowable uses and reduces the allowed tax rate from 6% to 5%.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L2. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L2 passes. To the bill, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L005 to House Bill 1247 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment.
This is also language from.
It is properly displayed. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we also found that we needed to fix some language from 1987 having to do with when elections can occur for counties on tax issues. So this amendment clarifies the language in the bill to bring that language in line with other local governments, lodging tax authorities, and when tax increases can be allowed to be on the ballot. And so this amendment does that, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Richardson.
Just wanted to lend my voice to this. This is a good amendment. It makes this bill Tabor compliant. It should be something that everybody supports. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L5. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L5 passes. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We urge an aye vote on the bill.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I come to here with a commissioner background. I was a county commissioner for 8 years, and I want to explain a little bit how the lodger's tax works. So the lodger's tax is collected from your hotels, your Airbnbs, and this lodger's tax was set up here in this room quite a while ago, and the purpose of the lodger's tax was to raise funds to help promote tourism, to increase the tourism business. That is why the lodger's tax was created. I'm also come from a position of local control, and so that's why this is very difficult. However, I also come from a position of lower taxes. This is taking a 2% tax, it's taking it to a 5% tax, which is not what the constituents in Colorado want. They don't want their taxes raised. And it is also taking something that was very specific. It was very specific for marketing for tourism. And now what we have done, what I have seen done here in this room quite often, is you pass a law, you make it specific for a certain reason to raise funds, and then all of a sudden you take some from it, like our severance tax. You take some from it and you take it to another thing. My concern about this bill is we are going to take away the intent of the lodger's tax in the first place. In the first place, for Montezuma County, for example, it was around $120,000 a year. The county commissioners elect a board that oversee. The board is usually made up of hotel owners and people that are in the tourism industry, and then they come up with how they want to spend the $120,000 for that given year. After they come up with that, they come up in front of the Board of County Commissioners, and the Board of County Commissioners either approve or move the funds around to another entity. What is very interesting about the lodging tax, and most people don't know, is the majority of the funds go to the Chamber of Commerce and to the visitor centers. So in the Montezuma County's case, it had 4 municipalities, and it had 4 visitor centers, and it funded probably 90% of those, the visitor centers and the Chamber of Commerce. And so now what we have done here is we have created a law to rob and steal from the intent of the lodger's tax in the first place, and I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
It just seems so appropriate. Taxes land, taxes bed, tax the table at which he's fed, taxes tractor, taxes mule, teach him that all taxes rule, taxes work, taxes pay. He works for peanuts anyway. Taxes cow, taxes goat, taxes pant, taxes coat, taxes tie, taxes shirt, taxes work, taxes dirt, taxes tobacco, taxes drink. Tax him if he tries to think, taxes cigars, taxes beer. If he cried, then taxes tears, taxes car, taxes gas. Find another way to tax his anatomy. Tax all he has, then let him know that you won't be done until there is no dough. When he screams and hollers, then tax him more. Tax him till he's good and sore. Then tax his coffin, tax his grave, tax the sod in which he's laid. Put these words upon his tomb, taxes drove me to my doom. And when he's gone, do not relax. It's time to apply the inheritance tax.
Representative DeGraff, to the bill, please.
The bill is about tax. The poem is about tax.
The bill is in regards to the expansion of the county lodging tax, so perhaps you could talk specifically about that.
They do vote on it. It's just a note that this body, our legislative body, should probably get its act together and figure out how to spend its money wisely instead of all of the pet projects and then going back to the taxpayers, and especially not just going to our guests and that are coming to visit us in Colorado and saying, we're just going to, thanks for coming, we're going to tax you some more. So let's, since we're not getting our budget under control, let's not take it out on our guests.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To my colleague's point from Montezuma County, we share Montezuma County, and I have heard from their county commissioners that they need additional revenue streams. They are asking for this.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Representative Sukla, in the future, you do need to be in the well.
They are asking for the additional revenue because the state of Colorado quit drilling, and half of their revenue comes from severance tax. And so they put so many restrictions on the counties that they can't drill anymore, and that's why your severance tax is dropped by $100 and some million in this place. And to be honest with you, there is so much fluff in every local government, they can find a way. If the citizens have to tighten their belts, then why don't the government tighten their belts as well?
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1247 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1247 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 28.
Senate Bill 28 by Senators Colker and Winter, also Representatives Hamrick and Taggart, concerning a requirement that the Public Employees Retirement Association implement certain risk reduction measures.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 25028.
To the bill.
This bill strengthens the financial oversight of PARA. It requires PARA to conduct actuarial experience studies every 4 years, starting in 2025. It requires PARA to conduct actuarial audits every 4 years, starting in 2026, and ensures that audits incorporate findings from the previous experience study. It also mandates that the Pension Review Subcommittee conduct an independent review within 3 months of each audit's release. I ask for an aye vote for Senate Bill 25028.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 28. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 28 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1197.
House Bill 1197 by Representative Smith, also Senator Amabile, concerning requirements related to electrical assisted bicycles offered for sale in the state.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
And I have a co-sponsor, Representative Taggart. He is in JBC meeting. I move HB 25-1197 and the committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ended up striking out the original bill. This bill is about e-bike safety for youth and for batteries that are explosive. HB 25-1197 has two goals: to enhance safety of e-bike riders, especially those that are under 16 years of age, and I will call these youth. The second is to protect riders and property from harmful explosions or fires caused by uncertified batteries that power some e-bikes. E-bikes are a great way to get youth out of the parents' cars and transporting themselves to schools, friends' homes, or other places in their community, providing myriad benefits to youth health and the environment. However, today there are so many choices of e-bikes in the marketplace, and not all of them are legal for those under 16 of age to ride. For parents and guardians, it might be difficult to know which e-bikes are illegal for their youth to drive on public streets. As I learned in my significant stakeholding with bike dealers and manufacturers, there are bikes that I say masquerade as e-bikes. These are often the problem bikes that many of us have seen youth riding too fast in a reckless manner, and that's why I decided to put this bill together, and many, many, many of my constituents are glad that we've done this. E-bikes are typically sold as class 1, 2, or 3, especially in brick and mortar bike stores. However, many models come with settings that make them illegal for youth to ride on public streets. For example, some class 2 e-bikes can be switched to an off-road mode, turning them into a low-power scooter capable of reaching 35 miles per hour. I never knew these existed. I have an e-bike. My bike doesn't do that. And I bet many parents don't know these bikes are illegal for their children to ride on city streets. From my conversation with bike store dealers, these are usually sold online and give e-bikes a bad name. The first part of the bill puts some teeth into selling these types of masquerading e-bikes, which are often targeted to youth online. First, it adds a definition in the section of state statute where the classes of e-bikes are defined. It states what electrical assisted bicycles does not include. Second, it adds a section that stipulates a person will not sell in a store or online a vehicle that is not an electric assisted bicycle if the vehicle is falsely labeled as a class 1, 2, or 3. If this person does that, they are engaging in deceptive trade, which could have legal consequences. Third, the bill adds one more labeling requirement on e-bikes to state statute, which accounts for the multimodal aspect of some models, which did not exist back in 2017 when e-bikes and their classifications were defined. The second part of the bill is the reason why Representative Taggart wanted to join with me on this bill. It's in regards to the battery safety on e-bikes. It turns out that many of these problem or masquerading e-bikes often don't have batteries that have been inspected by a certified laboratory, and they sometimes catch on fire or blow up. Representative Taggart wanted to be a co-prime because he has seen instances in his own community in Grand Junction where these have exploded and caught garages on fire. The bill requires bikes sold in brick and mortar stores or online that sell an e-bike with a lithium-ion battery must show proof that it has been certified by an accredited testing laboratory for compliance with a battery standard referenced in UL 2849 or EN 15194. I ask for a yes vote on the committee report as amended.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Energy and Environment Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Energy and Environment Committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Smith.
I move HB 25-1197.
To the bill. Representative Smith.
I just explained the purpose of HB 25-1197, e-bike transparency and safety. It passed unanimously in the Energy and Environment Committee. I ask for an aye vote on HB 25-1197.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1197. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1197 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1185.
House Bill 1185 by Representatives Froelich and Wilford, also Senator Weissman, concerning court proceedings for a parent-child legal relationship when the child was conceived as a result of a sexual assault.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1185.
To the bill.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We passed a bill in 2013 that was bipartisan and hugely popular that talked about victims of sexual assault being forced to co-parent with their assailant. It was well supported and terrific, put some systems in place that not one survivor has been able to utilize. This bill attempts to rectify that, and we think it does a good job, and we ask for a yes vote.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L003 to House Bill 1185 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment fixes a couple of technical issues that were identified for us by the county attorneys, and then finally changes throughout the bill, finds sufficient information and aligns it with a better definition of fines based upon a preponderance of the evidence throughout the bill, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L3? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L3 passes. To the bill.
We ask.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1185 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1185 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1266.
House Bill 1266 by Representatives Stewart Kaye and Garcia, concerning the establishment of Colorado American Indian Recognition Day as an observed state holiday.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1266 to the Committee of the Whole.
To the committee report. Representative.
We amended, didn't we?
Oh, can you move the committee report?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Representative Garcia.
Forgive me, I move the committee report on state affairs to House Bill 1266.
To the committee report. Representative Garcia.
Thank you. Members, what we did in committee is we just updated the numbers in the ledge deck, and we also added the words "at least" because there are really, we only know at least 46 or 51 federally recognized tribes that have graced this beautiful state. And we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the committee report. Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the State Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The State Affairs Committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a really exciting day where we all get to shout at the top of our lungs our acknowledgement and appreciation and recognition of American Indians in Colorado. We are establishing the Colorado American Indian Recognition Day as an observed holiday that will take place on what used to be considered Columbus Day. This has been something that the indigenous community has tried to accomplish for many, many, many years. Pueblo is still trying and hasn't been able to achieve it. And now is our chance to do so, especially with the threats that have come from the federal government towards the treaties that recognize these lands as tribal lands. And we ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree that we should honor our tribes on a special day. As you all know, though, Columbus Day can be seen as a day that
brings division amongst our communities. Even in Pueblo, there's a lot of division because you have a very strong Italian community in that city, and so there's frustration or just unnecessary conflict related to this. And so I listened to this bill in committee, and I did vote yes, and I stand by that vote. That said, I went to talk to the chairman of one of the tribes who came to testify, and in that conversation, I was told that he didn't have any real say in this bill. That, as with a lot of bills in this building, it is presented after it's already on paper. And because this was in committee yesterday and not in, it's on the floor today, we didn't have the opportunity to connect with, we've reached out to, but we didn't have the opportunity to connect with the chairman to see what they thought about the idea of changing the date from the second Monday of October to the third Monday of March. The third Monday of March would be chosen because in the tribal history, they celebrate the bear dance in the middle of March. After the first thunderstorm, it is their major celebration. It is during the school year, and it would be wholly their history that we're honoring. It is not convoluted or distorted or clouded by all of the conversation around Columbus Day. And since this is a day to honor Colorado American Indians, we thought it would be worth at least extending to them the question about whether they would want a day that honors their particular history, a special part of who they are as tribes, and not this day, as I mentioned, that has more national significance or understanding or conversation. And so we did approach at least one of the bill sponsors about this idea, and we're told that actually the leadership of the tribes wanted this particular day, and so there is confusion there about what is and is not actually the case. But I did want to put it on the record for my people, especially those in Pueblo who want to preserve Columbus Day, that I do think it is important to honor our tribes and to honor the American Indians within Colorado, and that while I support that, and this bill does that, I wish that it could be on a day where we could honor them without all of the other conversation going on. And so with that, I just put on the record that I hope that can be part of the conversation moving forward. Thank you.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move HB 1266L002 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment.
This is an amendment that would...
One moment, Representative Sukla.
Excuse me. I forgot.
Thank you. Okay, it is properly displayed. Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All this amendment does is it strikes the second Monday of October, and it substitutes and puts it to the third Monday of March when we have our great celebration, bear dances, for both Ute Mountain tribes. Thank you.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment, and I'm going to tell you why. So there was extensive stakeholding done for months, and I'd like to thank Representative Garcia for doing that. The Southern Ute Indian Tribe was at every meeting. The Ute Mountain Ute chairman was at the very first meeting. I had a conversation with Chairman Hart just earlier this week talking about this bill. There is support. In fact, Vice Chairman Pinnacoos of the Southern Ute Indian Tribe flew up specifically yesterday to testify in support of this bill. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think deconflicting these days would be a great idea. Obviously there's some good intentions behind the bill, but then it's hard to see that there's not some nefarious intentions of erasing another part of history behind the bill. in paving over something else, which is Columbus Day. Now, I know there's a huge misinformation, disinformation, malfeasance to history that goes on around Columbus, and I would encourage the people to actually get some legitimate history around Columbus and what actually happened and about his life. So instead of creating instead of just doing, to do something on a day that actually honors the day as opposed to just, oh, here's this individual we would like to erase from history, and now we're going to superimpose your day on top of it. That, as far as I can tell, maybe it does. Maybe there's some significance to that day, but two people on our side have said no, so it's kind of difficult to see that this is not just a mechanism to pave over something that you don't want. So this then becomes an ideological tool using somebody else's history to forward an ideological agenda. And I don't think the taint of that is actually honoring to the agenda, to the tribe, to use a history, to use a day, and to say this is to honor you, but we are going to use this thing that we're saying to honor is to honor you to forward our ideological agenda. I think it's actually a bit insulting. So I think using a day that actually has some meaning as opposed to just a day that you would like to, and instead of using something maybe it's not, but it sure looks from casual observation that this honoring is being weaponized against ideologically.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I think if any of us went to school, we know the significance of why it is vitally important to replace Columbus Day with Colorado American Indian Recognition Day. We created a day honoring Italians in Colorado. That is Mother Cabrini Day. That was intentional to recognize the Italian community in this state. What we are doing here is we are acknowledging the fact that there is a history of genocide, there is a history of boarding school, there is a history of rape, there is a history of slaughter amongst our indigenous communities, our American Indian communities, and we cannot forget that. This day will be a day of recognition of the contributions of the past and of the current contributions of American Indians. And if you want to consider that ideological, if you want to consider our history ideological, go ahead. But this is about reclaiming and acknowledging what really happened in the past. It's about acknowledging that this community has only experienced a complete and massive disservice from this country. And we have to come back and we have to give back. And this is a tiny, tiny, tiny sliver of what we really should be doing as a country for the American Indian communities, for these tribes, for these sovereign nations. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I could not ask for a better confirmation of the ideological agenda behind this. Now, yeah, there's a lot of mal history. There's a lot of poor history around Columbus. Nobody is perfect. If you want to talk about like the events of the Trails of Tears, the progressive Andrew Jackson, yeah, I think that's terrible. I think it's great that you're acknowledging that. But you don't have to misrepresent history And I would say it sounds like a lot of the history that you're speaking of is misrepresented, because you can't also go into the history of any of the indigenous tribes and not find examples of there's examples of war. There's examples of brutality, one tribe to another. We don't focus on those things, but we can't just say that they don't exist. And we look at history so we can learn from history. And if you want to pretend that everything in this country before the arrival of the white man was all painting with the colors of the wind, then go ahead, but it's not true. No, the history was brought up. The reason for the choosing of this date is to replace another date. It's taking a date that seems to have no significance to the tribes and using it as an ideological weapon as stated by the sponsor. That's all. The sponsor is the one that has stated that this is an ideological agenda. And the ideological agenda is using the guise of honoring. But the true agenda is replacing. The solution has been presented to use a day that is actually, that does not create a conflict. Now, if you want to get into if we're going to have some sort of historical battle, then we should probably have some actual history going on here instead of what you learned in school, because I can pretty much guarantee that was wrong on many levels. Yeah, history is erased by those who are looking to repeat it. Written by the victors, remembered by the vanquished, erased by those looking to repeat it. I am all for the sovereignty of these. I wish we could act like we recognize the sovereignty of our own citizens. Yet we've just spent all morning bulldozing the sovereignty of our own citizens. So you can't act like sovereignty is some sort of ideal. The purpose of the only thing is the purpose of the choosing of this date is an ideological agenda, and I don't think you should use the guise of recognizing as a tool. I just think it's disingenuous. Recognize the contributions. I'm all for it. I'm all for recognizing the contributions, but not using, not erasing their history. We need to recognize that the history is the history of people that were in this country before, whether it be wars, whether it be genocides, whether it be slavery. Those things all happened in this country before white people arrived. All of them. And if you want to pretend that they didn't, then that is disingenuous history. But you can't just say, well, white people came in here and were bad. There's bad stuff that happened across the board.
Representative DeGraff, to the amendment, please, which is the switching of the days.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment cleans up the conflict and doesn't say to our friends in Colorado that we are going to use you to forward an ideological agenda and thereby put you always in conflict with everything else that's going on. We just separate them completely. We have a way to separate them completely instead of imposing an ideological agenda at their expense. That's it. Don't use our friends as a tool to forward an ideological agenda. That's what this is. Choosing that date is forwarding an ideological agenda. There's just no way about it. There's no two ways about it. You've basically said that, you have said that this is a long time in coming, that we need to get rid of Columbus Day. This is just a good excuse to finally do it. I think that's reprehensible.
Representative Bacon. Amel Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to acknowledge a few things. First, I do believe that our good colleague who brought this amendment has been a great partner for our tribes. And I do believe that the indigenous people of this state are very protective of their history and would disagree with some of the things that we just heard. And I just want to separate some of the conversations that may have been solicited from this amendment from what I believe intentions are in support of this community. Now, if this is something that the indigenous community wants, we have not been in a place to ever preclude that. I would offer on behalf of many of us who this is the first time we have heard of this suggestion that we are willing to meet with the community and support in an observance of this date. But through a floor amendment where many of us have not seen it and we would like to honor as well, and quite frankly, be in agreement because we have the same type of information, I think many of us are willing to do. However, I want to acknowledge the intention to which we do that and say here on the microphone that we are not in a position or interested in questioning whether the indigenous community's articulation of their pain is real or ideological. And so, again, I'm going to also support a no on this amendment, a yes on the bill. Many of us want to support the communities, including, and I believe this, and I just had an opportunity to speak with the good representative, that we are willing to support if we would like to move to this, just not here today through a floor amendment. But thank you very much for raising the awareness for many of us. I learned something from you today. And with that, again, I'm going to urge a no vote on this amendment, a yes vote on the bill.
Is there any further sorry, were you done? Okay, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is is the passage of L2. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L2 is lost. To the bill, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1266. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1266 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1217.
House Bill 1217 by Representatives Soper and Titone, also Senators Catlin and Roberts, concerning protections for consumers who utilize funeral services and in connection therewith, distinguishing transportation protection agreements from pre-need contracts and establishing a violation under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act and under the Mortuary Science Code for a funeral director who commits theft of a client's money.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1217 and the House Business Committee report.
To the committee report.
In the committee, we changed 2026 to the year 2027 from last year's licensing bill as a technical change.
Is there any further discussion on the Business and Labor Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Business and Labor Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative
Okay.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are once again on a funeral bill, and after all, I mean, it's in the afternoon. We're all a little bit tired, as you can see, so we aren't mourning people.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
It's a tough crowd.
Yeah, it's a tough crowd, yeah. I know it's the bill you were all dying to hear, but this concerns pre-need contracts, so that's pre-planning on your funeral. And you can engage in a plan with a local funeral home. It will include the burial services and merchandise like the casket. But one thing that we want to make abundantly clear is that this does not include the transportation agreements. And these are transportation service agreements that they're not included in the pre-need contract. You can separately contract for a transportation protection agreement, but this says that it's explicitly clear, not part of the pre-need plan. And then the other element of the bill is it makes it an offense under the Consumer Protection Act and the Mortuary Science Act to steal, as a funeral director, to steal the client funds from the pre-need client account. So that's to be kept in a trust, and it just says that it's an offense to steal those funds. And this is in response to what has happened at Penrose, at Sunset Mesa, and 20 other funeral homes across Colorado.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the interesting thing about pre-need contracts is it appears in another bill. Soper and I are actually running together as well, just so happens. But you know, these pre-need contracts are kind of rehearsals, in a sense, for rehearsals for the funeral. But the transportation protection agreements do not need dead ends, and that's why we're here, to be sure the protections are in place for the customers who are getting these contracts. So I would say that a no vote would be a grave mistake on this bill. So please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1217. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1217 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1203.
House Bill 1203 by Representatives Winter and McCormick, also Senators Pelton, R., and Mullica, concerning cell-cultivated meat and in connection therewith prohibiting the misbranding of cell-cultivated meat as a meat product and requiring cell-cultivated meat to be clearly labeled as cell-cultivated meat.
Representative AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my honor to bring House Bill, oh, sorry, it's been a long day. House Bill 1203, and do we give our own? Right. I'd like to move House Bill 1203.
To the bill.
It's an honor to bring this bill. Sorry, it's been a long day. You know, this bill does many things. I'm great to have my great co-sponsor on here because we found a place in this building where we could connect and find two ways to solve one issue, and I'm appreciative of that. I'm bringing this bill because we see huge competition in the meat market in rural Colorado, and it's harder and harder for those folks to make a living. And as we see the introduction of cell-cultured meat, it's just more competition on top of them. And they're not afraid of the competition, and that's the beautiful thing about this bill. They don't want them taken out of the market. They just want to be able to have fair competition. So what this bill will do is if you have cell-cultured meat, it will require a labeling of that meat so the consumer can know what's in this product. And then at the end of the day, the free market will decide. So if you have two packages of hamburger that look the same and one is actual beef and one is cell-cultured meat, I think as a consumer, they'd want to know the difference between the two. We're not asking for a leg up here. We're not asking for a reduction of their ability. We're not even asking for them to go ahead and it be banned. We just want an even playing field and let the free market decide. And I will turn it over to my co-chair who will talk about another angle of this piece of legislation.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is actually really an honor for me too, with my colleague here. We talked about how this is just one more brick in the bridge that we heard so much about, especially over the years from a colleague from Akron who's not here anymore. We are bridging that divide with this bill, and it is really important. This is a consumer protection, consumer information. This is a transparency bill. This is important for people to know when they go to the grocery store what it is they are buying to put in their body. And so there certainly are some really interesting technologies out there, but they're separate from what our great agriculture producers are doing here in our state and across the nation. And so, you know, those other kind of scientific advancements are one thing, but it's important for the people to know what it is they're buying and to know if they can't tell by looking at it, there needs to be a label on there so it's crystal clear. The Food Safety Inspection Service through the USDA has already been looking into this technology, and they have certainly not regulated it at this point, but they have offered suggestions on how there should be qualifiers on any label that goes onto this product, and the qualifier that they suggest to try to instill uniformity in our nation is cell cultivated. So that is in our bill, and I know I'm not going to say that. I move L003 to House Bill 1203 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. L3 is properly displayed. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, there's a whole list of qualifying terms. This particular amendment takes out the word fake as a request from a committee member in our Ag Committee, and leaves all the other qualifiers that makes it very clear that it is imitation, it is self-cultivated, and it's not defined as meat. And I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L3 passes. To the bill.
We urge an aye
Representative
vote
McCormick.
on the bill as amended.
Amel Winter. Nope. Oh, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, sponsors, for bringing such a holistic, well-rounded bill. I love this bill, and it reaches across the divide, as the good representative mentioned. Not only does it give good work and promote our agricultural products by labeling them as what they are, so that way consumers can have full transparency in what they're buying, and that our farmers and ranchers can have full transparency in what they're selling. But it also reaches across to the healthcare spectrum, where if somebody doesn't know what they're going to eat, they might face risks of going into an allergy reaction. They might have an ongoing issue that when a first responder or a healthcare provider reaches out to them, they don't know what they're eating. How can they respond or treat them efficiently? And we all know that's one of the basis of care, is knowing what you put into your system so they know how to react to it. This allows consumers to know exactly what they're about to ingest, or they can at least relay that information about what they've ingested if something should happen and they need to have ongoing care because of an allergy or because of a bad reaction or who knows what else, but let them have that information for full transparency. So as a former EMS, I definitely like to know what people had and have the holistic picture to better treat them. This bill allows just that. Again, it's agriculture, it's healthcare, it's transparency, it's business. It reaches across all the spectrums in a very well thought out process, and I strongly urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1203 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1203 as amended passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1010 as amended, 1185 as amended, 1197 as amended, 1203 as amended, 1217 as amended, 1238 as amended, 1247 as amended, and 1266 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 28 passed on second reading, ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Lukens. Members, you've heard the motion. We do have amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Armagost amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, House Bill 1238.
Representative Armagost moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Armagost amendment, L26 to House Bill 1238, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1238 is amended passed.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Armagost amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask it to be properly displayed.
Thank you. One moment. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Getting to this again, this is simply a way that can make things more palatable when we are making blanket laws, especially those that really do negative things to a community, a municipality, county, whatever. We are putting those things on them. We're putting these negative mandates and otherwise telling the municipalities, the counties, the sheriffs, the chiefs, how to do their jobs. And I think we've seen that they are doing them fine and well on their own. I don't think we need to be incorporating or injecting ourselves in local government. And we need to allow local government to do what they do best, and that is manage their people rather than letting the nanny state do it for them. So I encourage and I vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. Again, this amendment doesn't fit within the bill, and also it takes away some of the uniformity that we've done as part of the work. Again, Rep. Camacho and I had spent a long time stakeholding this bill, and we believe this particular amendment would go against the intent and purpose of the bill. Please vote no. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually didn't get to speak on this amendment earlier because others were kind of crowding out the well. But I did want to say I really respect and appreciate this amendment because of the home rule aspects of our communities. They need to be able to regulate and control things like gun shows as they see fit, and I think this deserves a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not really sure, but it did sound like what the sponsor said is kind of the whole, because this is about reestablishing local control, and the sponsor said the whole purpose of this bill was contrary to this amendment. So I think it's fair to say that the bill itself is purposed in contradiction to local control and in contradiction to a respect for our local communities. So I recommend a yes vote on this amendment so that we can tell our communities that, hey, maybe the state is not the arbiter of all things true, and that maybe we can leave some idea, some semblance of home rule instead of just bulldozing it all the time. So this is a great amendment. Unfortunately, it is in contradiction to what the sponsor said is the purpose of the bill, but that's why it's a great amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Armagost Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Barone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Barone votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks, how do you vote? We'll return to Representative Ricks. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Ricks is excused. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 38 no, and 5 excused, The amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the first SOPR amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1238.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Armagost Amendment, L18 to House Bill 1238. To show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1238 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first SOPR amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment, please.
What? There's two. You'll love this one.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is one I'm sure the sponsors will absolutely love and accept. This is a severability clause so that if the courts strike down any provision of this bill, should it become an act, then the entire act would be declared unconstitutional as well. So I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Beside my colleague's optimism of my acceptance of this, he is sorely mistaken. I would urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first SOPR amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Barone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Barone votes yes. Representative Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks is excused. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 40 no, and 5 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second SOPR amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1238.
Representative Soper moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Armagost Amendment, L22 to House Bill 1238, to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1238 is amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second SOPR amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this is, we'll call it a technical cleanup amendment to strike out a few of the provisions that we didn't like about the bill. And I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate my colleagues' collegiality and excitement for the weekend, so I would also urge a no vote on this.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second SOPR amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Barone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Barone votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks is excused. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 38 no, and 5 excused, the amendment is lost. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Barone, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Barone votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote? Representative Ricks is excused. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 22 no, and 5 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Members, we have a little bit of business to tend to before we get to third readings. Mr. Shebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bills 1180 as amended and 1240 as amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1237 be postponed indefinitely. Committee on Education, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1192 be amended as followed and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1250 be amended as followed and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole. House Bill 1274 be amended as followed and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bills 1126 and 1269 as amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1234 is amended, 1277 is amended, and 1280 be referred to the Committee of the Whole. House Bill 1267 be amended as followed and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. And House Bill 1099 be postponed indefinitely.
Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, this item has
Message
passed.
from the Senate will be buried in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit without
Message
comment.
from the reviser will be lost in the journal. Delivery of bills to the governor.
The Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives.
Delivery of bills to the governor will also be printed in the journal. Madam Majority Leader. Oh, members, we are moving on to thirds. Mr. Schiebel. Please read the title to House Bill 1201.
House Bill 1201 by Representative Marshall, also Senators Henriksen and Liston, concerning implementing a model act to modernize money transmission.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1201 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1201 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Barone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Barone votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote? Representative
No.
Jackson. Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1201 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over House Bill 1169 until Monday, March 10th.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1169 will be laid over until Monday, March 10th. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1147.
House Bill 1147 by Representatives Mabry and Velasco, also Senators Amable and Weissman, concerning measures to ensure that municipal court defendants are subject to similar conditions as state court defendants.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1147 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to reiterate, again, when we're talking about our small government, our local governments, we really need to focus on empowering them, not taking their powers away, and addressing the crimes that they really need to focus on. So on that note, again, this is something we need to really effectively look at how we're legislating and how we're looking at how we're treating our municipalities, and them creating ordinances that they can address crime in their way without us dictating how they do that in a state where we have home rule and not taking that away, this is not the way to do it. I encourage a no vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I just want to say, I had argued during second reading that there's certainly a fundamental principle of equal protection under the law that you'd be treated at least with a similar sentence.
Representative Soper, excuse me. Members, we are on thirds. There should not be any conversation. Please proceed, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Similar sentence to a similar fact pattern of a crime, whether you're in a municipality or have crossed the street into a county, and it's now a state offense. The point that I do want to make, and hopefully this can be worked out as the bill progresses into the Senate, would be we have a Supreme Court case. It's actually 3 cases that's actually looking at the 1902 Home Rule element. And I believe that we owe it to not just the state of Colorado or an intellectual curiosity, but also many other questions of law on the home rule issue to have the Supreme Court weigh in on this area. And while I have very strong opinions about due process and equal protection, I equally have very strong opinions about we have a case that's live, ripe for adjudication in front of the state Supreme Court with a weighty question that we debate in this chamber almost every day. What's of state concern and what's of local home rule concern? And that's a question I believe that we're entitled to have the answer to before cutting it off with a statutory change. I also want to encourage the sponsors as the bill progresses to make sure that it's only applying to cases going forward. There's a real fear that you could actually see cases all of a sudden that are pending before municipal court be shifted over to the state courts. And in a time when we're cutting almost $1 billion from our state budget, to have this shift occur right away as we're entering the 25-26 fiscal year is something that is, you could say, unpredictable. It certainly is one where we want to protect our budgets, but we want to do things that's foreseeable. And the only way to have a foreseeable element is to have an applicability clause added to the bill. So those are 2 areas that I believe are procedural matters that need to be added to the bill as the bill progresses through the system, and wanted to lay that on the record. Thank you.
Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to reiterate that I'm going to be a strong no vote on this. And I did sit through Judiciary Committee and listen to the testimony here. And I can't help but continue harping on the fact that the day before we heard this bill, we heard a bill about increasing state penalties. And the argument used against that bill was, well, if there's issues locally, then they can handle that. And then the very next day we have this bill, which is taking away that ability. And so, you know, what we heard in testimony from mayors, from city council members about this bill and about their ability to have local control is that this is what works for their community, especially when they feel like the state's not doing enough. And now we're telling them that they can't do it. And we have serious issues with that, and that they're proud that they're able to do this, and their local communities are proud that they're able to do this because there's unique issues in each place around the state. And what is good for Colorado Springs is not necessarily good for Boulder, or what's good for Aurora is not necessarily good for Fort Collins. And so what we're doing right now with this bill is we're taking away their ability to address very unique issues to their communities, and we shouldn't be doing that. And so I urge a no vote on this.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
My caucus gave me a hard time after I talked on this bill a couple of days ago that they had never seen Rick Taggart shows so much emotion. I promise I won't do that as much today. But having said that, we are tromping all over the state constitution, Article 20, Section 6 of our Constitution, that gives constitutional rights to our home rule municipalities and in some cases now counties. For what reason? I am told that we, as home rule cities, and mine was thrown under the bus, that we somehow or other took away constitutional rights from citizens. In fact, if our court had not, and our judge had not taken the position that she did on the particular item that the Denver Post decided to take a one-sided view, an individual who had at least 17 convictions would have gone out on the streets again and done the same thing all over again. And guess what? Under the state, he would have been given 10 days. 17 times this person had been convicted. And our judge did what was constitutional, and that was within our charter, within our city constitution, we had in fact said that individual could have paid up to a maximum of $1,000 as a fine and/or the maximum of 1 year. The judge ruled for 9 months after this individual had not shown up in court 3 different times on the case. When she bent over backwards to say, could you, and went to see him in detention to say to him, I can convert this to public service and not restitution. And he still didn't take that. Our municipal judges know what's best for our communities, and they work within their constitution and our constitution. And to challenge them at this point because we think we know better than a judge that has to protect our municipalities or our counties is, in my humble estimation, absurd. It is absolutely absurd. Add to this, we have 3 Supreme Court cases. So we're trying to, and I differ from my colleague, I don't want this bill to go any further. We have 3 cases right now on the subject of home rule, to a certain extent on these subjects, that have yet to be ruled on. Yet we're pushing through legislation before we allow our judicial branch to take a position or positions. How in heaven's name does that make sense? And last but not least, I'll finish with this. When the city of Aurora gave up cases, does anybody want to guess what that's costing us this year alone in our budget? Anywhere between $5 and $10 million. And you know something? I come from a municipality that has already said to me, Rick, with all due respect, if the state wants this, we'll just file these in district courts. And you can have it all. What happens if our municipalities across the state that have their own municipal courts make the decision in total that they want nothing to do with this, they want nothing to do with being in conflict with the state, and they just say, we're out of this? How does that make sense? This needs to pause and go away. This does not need to go forward whatsoever. This is stomping all over home rule, and it is inasmuch as saying to our municipal judges, one of which is a very good friend, that they're incompetent and that they aren't doing rulings that benefit the community as a whole and hopefully helping that individual to do better in life. This is not a good bill. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had the distinct pleasure, opportunity to be able to sit in on judiciary when this was being heard, and I didn't like it then. I don't like it anymore now, so I will be opposing it yet again. I represent Douglas County, and I represent the brand new 23rd Judicial District. A judicial district that was specifically created because we wanted to ensure that we were receiving the prosecution level that we felt was right for our county. We felt like there was plenty of times, too many times, far too often, that our cases were being shoved aside out of the judicial district that we were in and not being treated fairly. That was a problem for us. We support law enforcement in Douglas County. We support law enforcement in Castle Rock. We want cops to be cops. We want cops to go and execute the vision of our constituency in Douglas County, in Castle Rock, and prosecute accordingly. We have a brand new judicial district that we're very proud of. We are in the middle of interviewing for a brand new municipal judge. In Castle Rock, our municipal judge put in 38 years, and now we have to go out and find a replacement for him. And we are interviewing specifically with a very strong set of criteria to ensure that that municipal judge will reflect the actions, reflect the attitude, reflect the wishes of residents of Castle Rock. But yet, we're saying no. Let's have that decision made here. In committee, I heard about disproportionate sentences, especially for those that were unhoused or for those that were of a different race. I understand and I recognize that perhaps this might very well be a problem in some other areas. That does not mean that it is a problem in Douglas County. That does not mean that it is a problem in the other rural areas that my colleagues represent. It doesn't mean that it needs to be fixed here. The Colorado Constitution provides for home rule. Now, I know that we find that to be cute sometimes and not necessarily uphold the intent of home rule. And I believe that is something that we ought to take very seriously and not just think as some quaint sort of, reference or some quaint sort of suggestion. Home rule allows us in our individual municipalities to reflect the concerns, to reflect what we find important in our specific areas. We are not a one-size-fits-all. These decisions should not be made here. I know that we think that we've got it all figured out. But we should not be making these decisions here for all of the other areas. Why do we have the municipal judge? Why are we in the middle of trying to hire a brand new municipal judge in Castle Rock to reflect what we want to see in the community? Castle Rock sits right on I-25. we have the promenade, we have the outlet mall, and if we decide in Castle Rock that retail theft is something that we need to make sure that we're paying attention to, then it's our business, it's our right to do that. And we should be able to prosecute accordingly to ensure that we are dissuading those from making a stop in Castle Rock to engage in retail theft. The chiefs of police unanimously oppose this. That's my chief of police, your chief of police. I don't know how we stand here at this well and say, we know better than our chiefs of police. I think it's responsible for us to stand in this well and to say we should be representing the views, the wishes, the desires of our chiefs of police. They know better. Should I call my fellow council members right now and say, hey, let's just stop, let's just go ahead and just not even have a municipal judge? Should we say, hey, you know, the state of Colorado has got this figured out for us? I think I'm crazy. We need to ensure that our municipality, that our town, and my district is real simple. It's Castle Rock. It's Castle Rock, Pradera, South Pinery. Very simple for me to stand here and to say that I know exactly what my constituency wants. Very easy for me to stand here and say I know exactly what Castle Rock wants. My district is Castle Rock. And with a very large retail area that is experiencing unprecedented levels of retail theft, that's something that we decided we need to address. And now we're going to emasculate our judge. Say, no, we can't do that. You can't prosecute at the level that we decide is right. Why are we trying to monogenize everything? Why are we trying to just fix everything here and say that we know better here than anybody else, than our elected officials below us at the municipal level, at the council level, city, town councils? I urge a no vote on this and allow, please, a little respect for what's left of the Colorado constitutionally protected Home Rule Clause.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple weeks ago, we tried this at the state level to increase retail theft penalties, and that bill died, and the very next day, this bill came forward. So I think that everyone in our state is confused. And just to go back on crime in our state, we're the second most dangerous state in the country. I did not make that state up, or that statistic up. The FBI came out with that report. U.S. News came out with that report. I didn't make the statistics up. You can look it up anywhere. We're number one in bank robberies. We're second highest in car theft. We're fourth highest in property crime, fourth highest in rape. We're the 8th highest in violent crime. So why are we taking this? If we're not going to do it at the state level, the least we can do is let municipalities focus in on what is happening at the local level. And I just think that that's only fair, because here we're failing them. We're failing them so bad that small businesses, not just in my district, in everyone's district, have reached out to me and said, please, this wasn't about the big box retailers. This was about mom and pop retailers. We have smash and grabs all over the state. We saw it with the jewelry store. We saw it with gun stores. And these criminals are getting petty offenses. So if we can't mandate it here at the state level, then the municipalities they're forced to do it, because we're not doing it here in this building that we've come down to swear to protect and provide public safety. If the sponsor's district isn't doing it right and our own state isn't doing it right, why are we legislating that on the entire state? Because there's a lot of counties doing it right. I came up here just a bill ago and said, my county's doing it right. But I came here to help other counties by passing a good bill that would help with that. If your district isn't doing it, run an ordinance in your district. But don't legislate it onto all of our counties because your county is harshly sentencing petty offenses worse than felony offenses. We're not doing that in Douglas County. But now we have to pay the consequences of the sponsor's district not doing it right. Go back to the local level. Pass it on the local level. I don't understand why we keep doing this. I don't understand why we keep legislating on all of our districts, because a lot of our districts are doing it right. I have the 3 safest cities in my county. And then we don't have any laws against gift card theft. So what are the municipalities supposed to do about that? Aurora's doing it. We have people going in, organized crime, stealing gift cards, manipulating the gift cards, putting the gift cards back into the store so that when we go in and buy these gift cards and put money on it, the money is gone. We have nothing on the books for retail theft. I'm sorry, gift card theft. And now we still don't have any laws going after these organized crime gangs with stealing gift cards. And now the municipalities, because of this bill, won't be able to do anything because there's nothing at the state level that attacks that. So do you see where the frustration comes from? People in our community are begging. They go pick up a $100 Amazon gift card for their niece or nephew, and it's gone. The $100 is gone because people have gone into King Soopers, bought all those Amazon gift cards, taken them out, manipulated them, taken them back into King Soopers, and now the money that you put on it is instantly drained. And we did not attack that problem at the state level. I tried, and now what are the municipalities supposed to do? Because there's nothing on state law that helps them with that. Years ago, we weren't watching people come into stores and take out mass amounts of groceries with shopping carts. Well, we all just sat there and watched. Now we've passed laws on the employees for taking care or trying to stop it.
Representative Bradley, we are talking about the municipal courts bill.
Correct,
Please-
and thank you,
please-
Madam Speaker.
Please
Correct.
draw it back to this bill.
8 states that touch Colorado have decreased property crime. We as a state aren't doing it, and the municipalities that want to do it, now because of this bill, will not be allowed to do it. In Aurora, they push for more strident penalties, a city, a municipality, against retail theft statewide. They had a huge stakeholder meeting. They wanted to make these ordinances statewide laws, not just Aurora, but we didn't, so they took it into their own hands. They lowered the threshold for mandatory minimum sentencing for retail theft from 300 to 100. Ordinance also increased the sentence for repeat offenders to 90 days in jail from 3 days, but now because this does not mimic state law, Aurora's hands are tied. They came to the table, they sat with their community said, we need help. Small businesses are going under. We cannot handle the $1 billion in retail theft this state has incurred in the past year. Help us. We are not big box dealers. Help us. We are closing up shop. 4 different drugstores have left Aurora, so they came to the table. Their local governance came to the table and said, Aurora constituents, what do you need from us? And they said, we want this. And they're trying to support local businesses and trying to keep them open. And now because their laws don't mimic state law, their hands are tied because of this bill. And I'm asking you guys, is that what we're here to do? Are we here to tie the hands of our county commissioners, our city councilmen and women? I didn't come to do that. They're in charge of their budgets. They're in charge of their districts. We have elected them to do those things. And now we're saying, if it doesn't mimic state law, you can't do it. So do we believe them? Do we elect them because we think they're good representatives of our districts? Or do we just come up here and say we're going to manhandle them? Because when we pass these bills, we are taking local control off the table for them. In Aurora, they have put up big signs talking about what happens if you steal from local businesses. In 2023, they had 1,700 shoplifting or retail theft. The year before that was only 1,200, so escalated 500 cases, and they came to the table, and they said, we're gonna stop this. For our businesses, we're gonna stop this. For our constituents, we're gonna stop this. Because when businesses shut down, we have to drive further, we have to take transit to get to other stores that are open. We're tying the hands of our city council members by doing this. And I didn't sign up for that. Supporters of the Aurora ordinances said strengthening the penalties and adding more stipulations would deter crime and make Aurora a more desirable place to own a business. Municipalities are begging for us to make our state safer, to increase penalties for theft, to help small businesses, and we have not done that here. And because they're doing it at the local level, we are now saying, no, you're not allowed to do it. I know a lot of you were county commissioners and city council members. You didn't come here to do this. You didn't come here to legislate over them. They know what they need for their districts. We're supposed to provide it for the state and represent our districts. We're supposed to allow local control. And we're not doing that here. We are the second least safe state. One state ahead of us is unsafer. I'm not proud of that. I came here to make this state safer for my children and for the people in my district. And I certainly didn't come up here to rob it from the Castle Pines council members and the Castle Rock council members.
Representative Bradley, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't come up here and say I'm a state house legislator, so sorry about the small people. We didn't come here to do that. They know what's best for our counties. Stop legislating because you have a problem in your district. Stuff on mine. You have a problem in your district, do an ordinance. Go to the people and ask the people what they need in your district. Stop the assault on local control and stop the assault on the counties that are doing it right. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, perhaps your purpose in life is to be a tragic example for others. Parts of Colorado have become tragic examples for states all around us. We've had a couple examples today of local control, something that is still in the Constitution, a quaint sentiment of bygone eras, as it was just bulldozed today. So we have a 17-time criminal that would have state-imposed penalty of 10 days. 17 times convicted. And then the same state wants to override local control, the purpose of the bill to override local control, for not posting a piece of paper that no one would read, 120 days. Why on earth would anybody in Colorado trust the judgment of this green or the red room? In creating a permissive state, not permissive in a good way, but requiring everybody to come here and ask permission, ask the mother may I of the nanny state, all problems have to come here because this has become the easy button. When a dysfunctional municipality can't rein in their own proclivities, the solution is to impose their failure on the entire state because it's easier. Because it's easier to impose that on the entire state, just to push it. Push that easy button, done. Does all of the state need that solution? Most likely not. When you have little areas, when you have areas like we have states that are like little experiments in government, you can try out different things. You can try out different sentencing. You can try out different ways to approach a problem. As my colleague mentioned, 8 adjoining states have tried out a different approach. They're all safer. So what is our solution? Make the entire state less safe. Jack up all of the taxes. A friend in Wyoming just said, we just halved our property tax. You think that's not going to create a giant sucking sound? Their crime isn't like it is here. They're in the process of getting rid of their climate superstitions.
Representative
Freeing up their
DeGraff
economy.
To this bill, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Speaker, my apologies.
Thank you.
The state should not be the easy button. We have 3 Supreme Court cases ruling on home rule. What if the Supreme Court deems that home rule is a legitimate thing and not just a sentiment of a bygone era? What if the Supreme Court looks around this room and says, yeah, this room should not be in charge of the entire state? Do we want to inherit $5 to $10 million worth of cases from Aurora? Because why would they? Why would a judge go through the pain of going through a trial and acting like a judge just to be persecuted by the state, have the state overrule that judge's judgment, and say, we're going to just move that up to the state? Because the state is where the brain trust acts. The really smart people are at the state level. Not you little people. Not you little
Representative DeGraff, please be respectful.
I don't think they're little people. I think they're the sovereign people of Colorado, and the state should be listening to these people. So why would Colorados trust this body? Coloradans have the delusion that this body is working to secure their rights instead of undermining them. Home rule is home rule, even when it's inconvenient. Aurora took a stand to protect the rights of its citizens against the rights of criminals, and the citizens applauded their appreciation. The solution from this body? Say, no, not so fast. The rights of criminals to override the rights of the law-abiding citizen, that is the focus. When I look at my own county, El Paso County, we have a problem with crime that there's only 25 beds available because during COVID, the hospitals were empty, then the legislation got rid of the beds, and then all of a sudden, we need more beds. So there's a balancing act that has to be made. They are not inclined to be keeping people. They can't be. But then the state comes in and says, we're going to override. We're going to override you. We're not going to take into account. We're not going to allow you to balance that for yourself. We're the second most dangerous state. One thing, I talked to a gas station owner and he just gave up. They had so much theft. He had hundreds of photos of people that were engaged in actively taking stuff out of the store. He finally threw them away because the police couldn't do anything about it because the state knows best. So how do these gas stations handle this theft? The states handle this theft by adding 50 cents to every price a gallon, from what this manager at the gas station told me. So that's why when you pass a station on the highway where they're not going to have as much theft, they're not going to have as much product walking out the door, those prices are a lot less. The ones in your neighborhood, the ones on the corner, the ones that they have people walking in and out with five-finger discounts, those stations have to add a 50 cent per gallon because they can't fight it. All they can do is tax you. So you get a crime tax. So this General Assembly has imposed a crime tax on the people of Colorado, 50 cents per gallon. It's roughly there. I'm sure it's not exact. We have the most dysfunctional districts coming here and asking the legislators to impose a fix, not on themselves, but on the entire state. It's really, I think you can really kind of tell. El Paso County's not coming here and asking to impose legislation on the entire state. So I think we need to look at what counties are imposing legislation on the entire state, what municipalities are. Penalties deter crime. You get rid of penalties, crime goes up. Criminals do cost-benefit analysis. That's the point of punishment. We centralize control, we get centralized corruption. The state's metrics are all going in the wrong direction. And our solution, your solution, is to double down and go the wrong direction faster.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No one here, at least I know I was not, imbued with some magical statewide ability to solve the problems for the state. None of you were. We were brought here not to govern, contrary to popular belief. We were brought here constitutionally to represent the rights of the citizens of Colorado, to protect those rights, to secure those rights, not to take the individuals of Colorado and mold them into what we think they should be. It would be nice if we could remember why we were here.
Representative AML Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to come up on behalf of a few things, on behalf of being a member of Judiciary, also on behalf of being a legislator who's been here going on 5 years now for some of these conversations, but also on behalf of someone who is a resident of this city and state and has a say in how we'd like to be governed, let alone someone who has the ability to make decisions on this. You know, first, I do want to point out and say, you know, I think it's hard to hear conversations about each other's cities, and so I don't begrudge anyone in wanting to defend the good work that's being done in their city. I would just ask that we get the same respect in Denver, since it's talked about every 5 minutes in here. I would also say that what we were trying to decipher in the reference to the bill the day before, that is, what you're hearing is not why we didn't vote for that bill, but I will talk to you about that later. And then I think what's most interesting about this issue, and for us to actually consider here as a matter of policy, is why there was actual division within law enforcement. The things that we're talking about here were not unanimous. Counties and sheriffs support the bill. Cities and chiefs did not. And so that in and of itself is presenting to us what it is that we are trying to solve for. And I wanted us to maybe not mix up the issues. And as we're talking about things, sometimes our language goes into saying things like all, you know, and that's not what's happening. Also in this bill, we're talking about petty offenses. It is the only category of crime that is being debated here because we are uniform across our misdemeanors and felonies. And so when we're talking about making things felonies, cities, that's not what cities were advocating for. So I just want to lay that on the record. So, first of all, this was the policy quandary. The question is, does every person get treated equally across the law? And that is why there was a proposal from the CCJJ to move petty offenses to be in the same, to move municipal crimes to be at the same level of petty offenses. So that means regardless of where you go, if you do steal a $7 gallon of milk across the state, should the laws, including the sentencing, be equally applied to you? That is what we are questioning. So why on one side of the street you go to jail for 365 days, and on the other side you go for 10 when the value was the same, and the basis of theft in the law is on the basis of the value of the object? That is the policy question before us. The second question is around supremacy ideas. Every day we pledge allegiance to the United States of America, for which it stands. We don't talk about the United States of America are. We say the United States of America is. And we are asking the same question on behalf of the state of Colorado here. Even though we have home rule principles, we are still bound by a sovereignty of this state, and our laws should be equally applied. But moreover, what was interesting to hear and why there was a division was cities making decisions for counties. Cities making decisions for other cities and what they would pay for. What we heard was a city saying, this is going to be a crime to which we want to jail people for 300 days, and the county would have to house them without permission from every other city in the county who is paying for that jail. And so the question is, who prevails there? And that is also why counties are on the same level, and especially as we get closer to judicial districts, but that is why this is a question, and that's why there was division. And so, yeah, county commissioners, they were the ones asking these questions, to be clear, in committee. They asked, how do municipalities are able to make that decision for us? And so we also asked, how much a day does it cost to jail someone? We heard in La Plata, my own sheriff, it is anywhere between $180 and $250 a day to jail someone that a city is deciding for you to jail. So that is also why this bill is in front of us. Who gets to make the decision? And so if we're thinking about Arapahoe County, which city gets to decide for everyone else paying into the county pot that they're going to fund that? But that is also why we have supremacy ideals here. We have to follow what the federal government says, we have to follow what the state government says, and so on down the line. But more importantly, what we heard was incredibly disturbing, in that what is a fundamental American idea is that you are owed due process, especially when your liberty is on the line, which means crime. And so the notion that there are municipal courts that may not be providing counsel, even if it's on a petty offense, is also what we are questioning. And that judicial districts, which the counties apply to, have more oversight on that. You should not be able to be denied counsel or not even told about it. And while there are some very great actors in municipal courts, and I'm not even questioning the Western Slope and what we were referring to, we also heard that there are not. And that needs to be cleaned up in the state, which is another proposal that this bill will address. And lastly, I will say, on behalf of the conversations around the decision of what qualifies as a petty offense, I can honestly say, since I've been here, the only occasion in which we have quote unquote, decriminalize something was after a 2-year process of a coalition that existed not just of city officials, but of district attorneys, county officials, public defenders, and law enforcement. And they collectively made a decision to rescope misdemeanors, including petty offenses. That is where this came from. And this legislature, to which I was a part, was asked to heed the recommendation of a whole committee that did 2 years worth of stakeholding, and that is why we voted for the bill. It wasn't for politics. And so if we are at a place where we feel like we need to address this, so be it. But it is not from a lack of effort, of thorough stakeholding, that we even got here. And by the way, this is the same issue that to me felt like is being relitigated, that we decided on as a stakeholder group and as a legislature. And the expectation was that in the scheme of things, in the scheme of providing equal protection, in the scheme of figuring out who pays for what, that we will lean into the state-level criminal code, which, by the way, is the responsibility of a state. We're talking about crimes and therefore issues on life and liberty, and there is a reason why we have steps of sovereignty around that.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon, you have 1 minute remaining.
So I will end with this. What we did also discover through the CCJJ process was that jails were being used to house people. We discovered that some people will never have the cash to post the bond, and they will just sit. Cost benefit, it's $60 a night for a motel room versus $225 a night in a county jail. That is the cost to counties. And we did hear from Aurora, but we also heard from a city council person who also openly denied what we're hearing here and said that she is concerned about the disproportionality and how much it is going to cost. And so with that, members, I hope that you consider what we're talking about as a matter of policy and not indictments. And at the end of the
AML
day,
Bacon, your time has expired.
thank you, Denver.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clear a couple things. For clarity, the sheriffs were not in a support position. They were not in an opposed position either. They were monitoring. They were not amending or anything else. So they were in a neutral. But the chiefs and the municipalities were in an oppose. And I think the one thing I would like to say about us as legislators, us as elected state officials, and the fact that we do stakeholding, it's just as easy when we see these things arising in a community, arising in a county or municipality, that we as state officials have a voice to go and talk directly to those municipalities and counties within our districts and try to address problems on a local level. I've done that personally. Even something as simple as writing a letter to a town board. Anything where you want to address something, more often than not, you'll find that you might be able to fix something with, it's not even a level of influence, but just, I don't think anyone on a local government level really sees a need for us to legislate something on a state level. And my colleague from Douglas County brought up a good point. It's just something that we do not need to do in the legislation. We need to communicate. Just communicating as fellow elected officials, our local elected officials actually voted or for us or against us to get us in office. We're all elected officials. We can communicate with one another in a pretty responsible and usually responsive manner. You're likely to get more of a response as fellow elected officials than not. The other side of it is branches of government. It's very easy to communicate with other branches of government and try to get things resolved on a local level. The sad thing is, all too often, beyond far too often, all too often, in this building, we legislate for local issues. Simple, minute and microscopic local issues in certain areas of this state that seem to regulate all of the legislation we have in the state. We need to stop doing that. We need to start communicating with our districts and our fellow elected officials and resolve problems on a local level to not hold the hands of our elected officials on the local level. Give them the guidance. This is what I'm hearing from constituents. Can we fix this, or does this need to be something that's legislated? If we're seeing a problem all rampant throughout our state, fix it on a state level. But we need to stop legislating on local issues and start fixing those problems in our local government, with our local government. So again, this does not need to move forward. This needs to stop here, or it needs to stop soon. If nothing else, hopefully by the time it gets to the governor's desk, but vote no.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Members, I wanted to share a little bit about this bill. So this bill addresses two major issues. Number one, the fact that municipal defendants are not getting legal representation, especially low-income and indigent defendants. Number two, that municipal sentences for these individuals are so extremely inflated that petty offenses are being sentenced more harshly than felony cases in state court. We are talking about harsh sentences for poverty-level offenses, theft of basic necessities like food and toiletries. And these issues are happening across the state, in urban communities and rural communities. And this issue was raised by someone in my district, so it's also happening in my district. The impact is that we see increased poverty, exacerbating mental health issues, keeping people away from their children and family, wasting public resources on jailing individuals who should be at home in their communities, with sentences commensurate with the severity of the offense, and creating more barriers for these individuals to getting jobs, accessing services, and having stable, healthy lives. I am proud to bring this bill to y'all because it creates parity between municipal and state courts so that across Colorado, sentencing is applied fairly to the same offenses. This bill will also ensure the right to counsel for low-income and indigent defendants in and out of custody so that our constitutional right to counsel is upheld, and our constitutional right to understanding the charges against us and not self-incriminate is also upheld. So your yes vote will ensure constitutional protections are upheld at all levels of government in Colorado. Your yes vote will reduce poverty and prevent waste of resources and taxpayer dollars. Your yes vote promotes a fair, responsible, and reliable Colorado municipal court system. So I urge and I vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fellow members, I want to make sure that it's clear where our argument is coming from the other side of the aisle. We're not having a problem with how you want to address these issues. Our problem lies with how you're going to blanket the whole state with the issue. Our cities, the reason we have our county commissioners, the reason we have our city councilors is legitimately because we want to run our cities. What is good for Denver is not good for the city of Loveland. And for the 22 people that got back into this room, we, as a body, are trying to declare to you that this does not fix the problem for all of our districts. And we don't have an issue with what you're trying to do with fixing everything with the same thing. We literally want to be exempted when we have different things to be addressed. And just quite blatantly, this is taking blanket laws and putting it over a city that doesn't need it. And that's a problem. I would urge a no vote.
I'm sorry, Representative Mabry. Oh, Representative Espinoza.
It doesn't. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The one thing that hasn't been addressed is what the good representative from Delta requested you to think about with regard to these pending Supreme Court cases. So let me just say a little bit about that. The Supreme Court will make its determination, but so the Supreme Court's question that was posed by the Municipal League in their brief on this issue was that, or their allegation was, that this body hadn't spoken, and so they didn't know what we should do, or that, so the Supreme Court should make the decision. These kinds of issues are often our purview as a legislative branch first. And so in part, the legislative declaration in this bill indicates that the silence of us when the CCJJ alignment of misdemeanors was not an acquiescence that we did not want to have this applied equally across the board. Rather, as we looked at the CCJJ and as we heard testimony in our committee, in that committee we had representation, including the municipalities, in coming to the determination of what that misdemeanor alignment was. So part of what we're doing today is exercising our authority as a House to give direction to the Supreme Court that in fact we do see this as a statewide concern, that we have equal application of sentences across all crimes that are comparable. That does not mean that we're taking away any authority from the local municipalities to create crimes that are not a state crime and do not have a state corollary in terms of penalties. But the real issue is really on the judicial issue, and y'all know I was a judge, so I look at these judicial issues very importantly, and what our responsibility as a legislative branch is to tell the Supreme Court what our intent is. And in our committee just this week, we had a case which the Supreme Court issued a decision and then came back and withdrew that decision because they wanted the legislature to come back and weigh in on that issue. And that was why the issue was before us again in committee. I don't think we can wait for individuals who are being prosecuted on one side of the street or being sentenced on one side of the street differently than the other side of the street for the court to come in and say, we need you to tell us what you want us to do. When we have a vehicle before us today that will allow us to affirm that what we meant when we said, and CCJJ as a commission said, we want alignment in our offenses and we want those offenses done in this way, we meant it would apply equally to all individuals that come before our courts, whether that's a municipal court or a state court, as long as we're talking about the same elements of the same crime. That doesn't mean there can't be different elements. To our good representative in Douglas County, had we had a bill that just talked about credit card theft, which is not a municipal crime, I don't know that she would be satisfied with the petty offense limitation, but we could definitely, since there's no state corollary, she can bring that bill again and just talk about that half of the legislation. We could pass that as a state. Or the municipalities, because we haven't spoken, have the freedom to do so now. Nothing in this bill changes that authority, so it's important to just understand this is our opportunity and our responsibility, especially in regard to the Rule 21 cases, to let the Supreme Court know that we are aware of this disparity, and this is where we stand. We stand with equality, we stand with equal application of the sentences across all offenses that are corollary, and give local control to the municipalities for everything that is not already spoken to in the state law. Thank you.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I appreciate the passionate discussion that we've had about this bill because I believe that everybody in this room cares about public safety. I also believe that everybody in this room cares about the Colorado protection for equal protection under the law, which is the simple notion that similarly situated Coloradans should be treated the same. If we're talking about taking away somebody's liberty, you should have the same process in place. Let's talk about what gets you in a municipal court versus a state court. Because a lot of what we heard about today is about if there's an overlapping state penalty and an overlapping municipal penalty. The way that you get into municipal court instead of state court is the decision of a police officer. To me, that is not sufficient due process to decide if you are going to be in jail for 300 days versus 10 days. To allow the arbitrary decision of one police officer to determine the type of protections and penalties one will face is wrong, and it violates the fundamental principle of equal protection. Our neighbors should not have to worry that they will not have the full protection of state law when they face the judicial system. And when you're in a municipal court, it is a different process. This bill does not say municipal courts cannot try these cases. What this bill says is municipal courts must follow the state process. It says that they must give the protections that are afforded to defendants when they are in state court. That is what this is about. Municipal courts largely deal with minor violations of the law. Jail stays and criminal convictions have enormous consequences for defendants. 10 days in jail is a long time for somebody who has stolen less than $300 worth of goods. That's what we're talking about. Nobody is getting 10 days for a smash and grab. Nobody is getting 10 days for a smash and grab. A smash and grab is at least an M2, which can get you up to 120, 180 days. If you add other offenses, you could get up to a year. I also want to acknowledge that a lot of this conversation has been rooted in what are we doing to address theft and retail theft in our communities. Crime is going down. I'm the chair of the Judiciary Committee. As a part of the SMART Act, the Colorado Department of Public Safety comes to us, and they report to us on crime statistics. Crime is going down. Is it going down fast enough? No, absolutely not. I think all of us agree that it's not going down fast enough. But when we're talking about repeat offenders, we heard somebody maybe committed 17 offenses. I don't know if the specific case that we heard about are 17 offenses of petty theft, but let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that they are. Colorado law allows you to combine multiple theft offenses to get you beyond the petty offense. If you commit theft 2 or more times in a 6-month period, the amounts of the goods that you have stolen can be aggregated so that you can be punished at the M2 amount or beyond. If you steal from the same business 2 or more times, those thefts can be aggregated regardless of the time period. We have the tools to crack down on a lot of the crimes that have been raised today. We're talking about petty offenses. We're talking about crimes that impact the poorest of our neighbors. And even short stays in jail have grave consequences, particularly for impoverished defendants unable to pay their way out. Incarceration perpetuates poverty. It also perpetuates crime. I care deeply about public safety. I hear about public safety when I knock on doors in my neighborhood too. And when I talk about evidence-based solutions. If we're doubling down on locking people up for small crimes, we're not allowing them to improve their lives and get out of the cycle of incarceration. In these instances, for people who remain in incarceration pre-trial, there is no significant increase that the individual's probability of a conviction, severity of sentence, and future involvement with the criminal justice system will be addressed. What we have happening right now in our state is 2 distinct systems of justice happening side by side. People in the same county charged for the same conduct, housed in the same jail, can face vastly different sentences and receive different protections. It should not matter what side of Arapahoe Road you commit a crime on, you should face the same sentence. We have to guard equal protection under the law, especially when we are exercising the full power of the state to take away a person's liberty. Whatever your personal feelings about the appropriate punishment should be in each one of these cases, I hope that all of us can agree that you should not face different sentences depending on what side of the street you are on. Our ability to exercise constitutional rights should not depend whether we are in state and municipal courts. Everybody deserves equal protection under the law. And members, I urge a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1147 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Barone, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Barone votes no. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Please close the machine. With 37 aye, 27 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1147 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative English, co-sponsors. Representative Jackson, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1109.
House Bill 1109 by Representatives McCormick and Brown, also Senator Weissman, concerning the designation of a decedent's gender identity on the decedent's certificate of death.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1109 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I apologize. When we went on seconds, our colleagues are missing their 2 all-star filibusters that left to run for Congress, so I was expecting far more debate to go on to get down here. But because of that, I need to read real quick what I had to send to my Douglas County Democrats real quick. So, difficult vote. Tomorrow I'll be a no on HB 25-1109, the Gender Identity Certificate of Death. I don't have any problem with the concept. Ensuring a person's death certificate correlates to their gender while they're alive. But the mechanics in the bill are very troublesome. For example, to determine the intent or desire of the deceased, a funeral director is supposedly to potentially use as a last option the decedent's next of kin or the best qualified individual or source available to provide the decedent's gender may provide that information. So what if the next of kin is an estranged sibling with whom they've had no contact with in 30 years? And the documentation ranges from a handwritten statement from the decedent to a driver's license. But what about a video statement from the deathbed? Is an email written instructions? Does the writing have to be signed, notarized? The permutations are mind-boggling to anyone who has ever had to deal with family disputes over wills or property after someone dies. 44 states now allow amended birth certificates to reflect a person's gender. I think they should just establish the rule that if the person amended their birth certificate, that is conclusive proof of their desires, no other source. One of the sponsors agreed that there were some valid concerns, but I am likely going to be the only Democrat to vote against the bill after a multi-hour harangue by the GOP. So it won't look good, but really don't think I can vote for this in good faith and think it is good policy as written. It seems to have the potential to cause more mischief for families after the death of someone than if nothing is done. And it is an important enough issue to people to ensure that it is done right. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Well, it's an important enough issue to make sure it's done right, juxtaposed against a multi-hour harangue while we're trying to just get it right. So there's a lot of, I think I'll just say, dittos for for laying out the arguments there so well that we are trying to sort out in our multi-hour harangue yesterday. Now, we were unable to sort it out yesterday, and I don't think we're going to sort it out today because I'm not really sure it was meant to be sorted out. So I'm just going to make my statement. It is my understanding, after all yesterday, and it was just so much obfuscation, that because there's a box that says "an addition to," and so on the paper copy, I'm just going to say, perhaps the sponsor will correct me, but the intent, as I understand it, is that there will be a box for the immutable characteristic, the immutable chromosomal characteristic of XX or XY, which is what we usually characterize in terms of male or female, and then there will be another box for the mutable characteristic. That's it. That's my understanding. If that's incorrect, I would appreciate the sponsor correcting me. Paper copy, both boxes, so the one is useful, the one is, I'm not sure what the purpose is, but anyways, that is my understanding that I'm taking away from it. I think that's the intent of the bill. So my understanding of the intent of the bill is to have 2 boxes and go from there.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1109 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Barone, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Barone votes no. Representative English, how do you vote?
No.
Representative English votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Jackson votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Stewart R. and Weinberg. Representative Weinberg. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 26 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1109 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till Monday, March 10th, 2025.
Please close the machine. We did. Thank you, co-sponsors. The balance of the calendar will be laid over until Monday, March 10th. Mr. Schiebel, a message from the governor.
Honorable members of the Colorado House of
The
Representatives.
message from the governor will never be read in the journal, but it should be printed in the journal. Madam Majority Leader, do we have any announcements or introductions?
I don't think so. We do not.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With that, I move that the House stand in adjournment until Monday, March 10th at 10 a.m.
Have a great weekend, members. We are adjourned until Monday at 10 a.m.